Revolution. An Intellectual History. Enzo Treveso. Contents. Abbreviations. List of illustrations. Acknowledgements. Introduction. Chapter 1. The Locomotives of History. The Railway Age. Secularization and Temporalization. Conceptualizing Revolution. Energy and Labor Power. Machinas Locus. Armored Trains. The End of a Myth. Chapter 2. Revolutionary Bodies. Insurgent Bodies. Animalized Bodies. The People's Two Bodies. Sovereign Body. Immortality. Regeneration. Liberated Bodies. Productive Bodies. Chapter 3. Concepts, Symbols, Realms of Memory. Fixing a Paradigm. Counter-Revolution. Kate Chan. Iconoclasm. Symbols. Thought Images, Man at the Crossroads. Chapter 4. The Revolutionary Intellectual, 1848 to 1945. Historical Boundaries. National Contexts. Physiognomies. Bohemians and Déclassés. Maps I, West. Maps II, Colonial World. Conscious Pariahs. Conservative Anti-Intellectualism. Fellow Travelers. Thomas Mann's Allegories. Comintern Intellectuals. Conclusion, An Ideal Type. Tables. Chapter 5. Between Freedom and Liberation. Genealogies. Representations. Ontology. Foucault, Arendt, and Fanon. Freedom, Bread, and Roses. Liberation of Time. Benjamin's Messianic Time. Chapter 6. Historicizing Communism. Periodization. Faces of Communism. Revolution. Regime. Anti-colonialism. Social Democratic Communism. The Heteronyms of Ilio Barantini. Epilogue. Notes. Illustration credits. Index. Introduction. Interpreting Revolutions. Proletarian revolutions constantly engage in self-criticism, and in repeated interruptions of their own course. They return to what has apparently already been accomplished in order to begin the task again. With merciless thoroughness they mock the inadequate, weak, and wretched aspects of their first attempts. They seem to throw their opponent to the ground only to see him draw new strength from the earth and rise again before them, more colossal than ever. They shrink back again and again before the indeterminate immensity of their own goals. Karl Marx, the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. Many years ago, leaving an exhibition at the Louvre Museum just before closing time, I suddenly found myself in an empty room. All other visitors had already left. In front of Theodore Géricault's The Raft of the Medusa. The impact of that striking moment has endured, and I still have a clear memory of what I felt. Of course, I knew this painting, one of the most famous works of 19th century Romantic art, but this unexpected meeting revealed to me a completely unknown piece. I was admiring one of the most powerful allegories of the shipwreck of revolution. Not only the French Revolution, the only one the painter could think about when making his masterpiece, but also, and above all, the revolutions of the 20th century, which had just passed away at the time of my Louvre visit. Many details of this monumental canvas achieved a clear meaning to me when related to modern revolutionary history. Theodore Géricault, The Raft of the Medusa. Canvas. Musée du Louvre, Paris. Images look at us. As Horst Bredekamp has magisterially explained, they are not passive or dead objects delivered to our interpretive gaze. They are living creations whose meaning transcends the purposes and intentions of their authors, thus taking on new reality and significance with the passing of time. Far from being frozen, their meaning changes diachronically, insofar as their potential is permanently renewed. Like literary texts, they live in a dialogical relationship with their observers. Images are not passive. They are begetters of every sort of experience and action related to perception. This is the quintessence of the image Act 1. Unlike Paul Klee's Angelus Novus, which Walter Benjamin interpreted by envisaging a landscape of ruins not included in the canvas itself, Gericald's work offers an astonishingly rich collection of allegorical elements that insistently interrogate the historian of revolutions 2 centuries after its completion. The history of this canvas is too well known to need any considerable explanation. Originally titled Scene of a Shipwreck, it was first exhibited at the Salon of 1819, achieving international celebrity after its display in London the following year. 2 Its inspiration comes from an event that made a great impression a few years earlier, the shipwreck of the French frigate Medusa in July 1816, during a journey to Senegal, where it was transferring officers, soldiers, and materials for the new colonial administration. Led by an incompetent captain appointed under the Restoration because of his conservative views and his connections to the Bourbon family, it ran aground off the coast of northwestern Africa. Whereas half of the crew managed to escape on light sailboats, 147 people were abandoned on a makeshift raft quickly built by the sailors. When the brig Argus finally rescued it, 2 weeks later, only 15 survivors remained. They bore witness to the death and despair that had seized men completely starved and dehydrated, driving some of them to throw their comrades overboard and even, seized by ethylic intoxication after consuming 2 barrels of wine, to cannibalism. The object of a trial, many testimonies, and a successful chronicle written by 2 survivors, this shipwreck rapidly became a major event at the end of Louis XVIII's reign. Gericald met the survivors personally and asked them to pose. He devoted many studies to the sea, the waves, and the wind, and he frequently visited the morgue, taking corpses into his studio to capture the color of their skin. His painting, however, is not realist. Rather than a truthful picture of the shipwreck, it is the representation of a human tragedy that respects the aesthetic codes of Romanticism and neoclassical painting. What significantly changes in his canvas are the subjects portrayed. Instead of kings and aristocratic figures, the raft of the Medusa displays the affliction of ordinary people. Its characters are sailors, soldiers, workers, carpenters, the representatives of the lower classes who found no place aboard the sailboats and the brigs that left the frigate. Depicting this raft in a stormy sea, the canvas focuses on the contrast between despair and hope, the despair overwhelming the crew and the hope of a few among them who discern the silhouette of a sail on the horizon, the sail of the brig Argus that will rescue them. This spark of hopefulness is embodied by a black sailor who, hauling himself up onto an empty barrel of wine, waves a red rag, probably a piece of his own clothing. The entire crowd is surmounted by this figure that, expressing muscular energy and physical presence, clashes with the exhaustion of his companions. Indeed, the actual raft included a black survivor, a sailor named Jean-Charles, and Gericald gave him the features of Joseph, the best-known black model of his time in Paris. 3 This choice, which clearly mirrored the abolitionist views of the painter, alluded to his project of an ambitious canvas against the slave trade that he never completed. Exhausted by the realization of the raft of the Medusa and weakened by tuberculosis, he died in 1824. In contrast to this black sailor who scans the horizon in front of him and whose back alone is visible to us, a second central figure of this painting shows his face. Older than the other characters, he seems indifferent to both the agony of the wreck surrounding him and the breath of hope spread by the side of the Argus's sail. Clearly reminiscent of the damned man who appears in the Last Judgment of Michelangelo, and already anticipating Auguste Rodin's The Thinker, this figure is passive, static, and meditative. His face is quietly untroubled, his white beard highlights his maturity and gives him the cast of wisdom. He does not hide his face and, unlike those of Michelangelo's damned man, his open eyes are not frightened, they rather reveal a feeling of resignation. His left hand curls around a pale corpse and in front of him lies the trunk of a legless man, which evokes the episode of cannibalism mentioned above. If the raft is a metaphor for a shipwrecked humanity, he stoically observes it as an ineluctable event. There is no rescue. Any search for salvation is meaningless. 4. Many features of the raft of the Medusa would become the sources of allegorical interpretations or be invoked as examples of historical prefiguration. In 1848, Jules Michelet saw in Géricault's painting the mirror of a society torn between death and hope, past and future. This is France herself. It is our society whole and entire that he puts to sea on this raft, 5 no longer externalized or displaced to an exotic or mythological realm. Violence crosses through French identity itself, akin to what happens in a revolution or a civil war. 6 In more recent years, art historians have detected in this masterpiece, as a message piercing the conventions of neoclassicism, the premonition of anti-colonialism and black liberation. According to Hugh Honor, this painting is the most effective claim for the right of blacks to liberty and equality ever made in the whole history of Western art, a visual claim in which, for the first time, blacks are freed from the stigma of inferiority implicit in straightforward abolitionist iconography. 7 From a different perspective, Linda Nochlin caught in Géricault's work the signs of a femininity without women, a depiction of the feminine detached from the representation of the actual bodies of women but rather evoked through the display of an ensemble of castrated and disempowered male bodies. In other words, this symphony of masculine desire and intermingled men is the exact opposite of a triumph of virility. 8. The towering figure of this canvas is a black man, a symbol of the most oppressed and disparaged members of the human race at that time, who is waving a red rag or handkerchief like a flag. He is the harbinger of something that in 1819 has just appeared, the Haitian Revolution, or that does not yet exist, an insurgent movement of ruled races and classes. At that time, the red flag had not yet become a universal symbol of rebellion. However, the socialist and communist iconography of the early 20th century, with its muscular proletarian bodies waving red flags and breaking the chains of oppression, undoubtedly comes from this neoclassical tradition of the representation of naked bodies. This is one of the reasons for which, 2 centuries after the Paris Salon of 1819, the raft of the Medusa can be seen both as a powerful allegory of the shipwreck and as a harbinger of revolution. How not to see the raft as the remains of a movement that, like the frigate sailing the ocean, aimed to conquer the future and ended as wreckage? How not to see in the incompetence of the captain an allusion to the mistakes and betrayals of Stalinism? How not to catch in the frightening testimonies to the cannibalism in the raft a metaphor for revolutions devouring their own children? How not to compare the raft mutinies with the rebellions against the authoritarian turns of socialism, from Kronstadt in 1921 to Budapest in 1956, from Prague in 1968 to Gdansk in 1980. On the other hand, the impactful contrast between the old man passively contemplating the catastrophe and the young black man energetically waving a red handkerchief suggests another widespread dilemma of our time, the conflict between resignation and hope, between capitulation and the obstinate search for an alternative, between abandonment and rebirth, between impotence and despair before a landscape of defeats and the desperate effort to resist. The brig Argus is not a guarantee of rescue. Several witnesses said that it disappeared for 2 hours before joining the raft. In Géricault's painting, it is a tiny point just detectable on the horizon. Liberation is not an ineluctable happy ending, but a remote possibility, a chance to be taken without any predictable outcome. Lucien Goldman depicted socialism as a wager based on the risk, the danger of failure, and the hope of success. 9 The Argus's sail is the weak messianic power that, in Walter Benjamin's words, we are endowed with, like every generation that preceded us. 10 A weak messianic power that socialism seized and transformed into a lever to change history. In the 20th century, this lever became so powerful that many fighters mistakenly held it for an irrefutable historical telos, but socialism was Argus, a potential rescuer, not Medusa, the conquering frigate, and revolution reeled like a raft in the middle of a stormy sea. V.V. Spassky, to the lighthouse of the Communist International. Soviet poster. Lenin Library, Moscow. To tell the truth, Géricault's painting had already inspired an allegorical representation of socialist shipwreck. In 1919, the Soviet artist V.V. Spassky realized a propaganda poster for the Communist International that almost explicitly cited the masterpiece of his illustrious French predecessor. Produced by the government, the header mentions the Russian Socialist Federative Soviet Republic. The placard shows a small raft which, by struggling against the waves not far from a wrecked ship, tries to reach a dark coast where one bright light is shining. It is a book raft built from the Communist Manifesto. The left page reads "Workers of the World Unite," and on the right is written its author, Karl Marx. The single castaway who appears in this poster is white, but he shows his naked back and, much like in the raft of the Medusa, he holds a red handkerchief. The inscription under the image is a dedication, to the lighthouse of the Communist International. It is difficult to say what this wrecked ship is supposed to symbolize, either the collapsed Tsarist Empire, as suggested by the yellow strip of its torn flag, or, more probably, the Second International, which destroyed any form of proletarian solidarity during the Great War. The message of the poster is clear nonetheless: the socialist future is not compromised, since the Communist International embodies a light of hope. And the instrument of the salvage is a text, the Communist Manifesto. At the end of the 20th century, we have experienced a similar revolutionary shipwreck, but there is no visible lighthouse yet. Without referring to the raft of the Medusa, Walter Benjamin sketched a comparable image in 1936, when he edited In Exile, under the nom de plume of Ditlev Holtz, a collection of letters from the foremost thinkers of the Enlightenment with the title Deutsche Menschenpunkt 11 in the copies he dedicated to his sister Dora and his friend Gershom Scholem. He presented the book as an ark, built after a Jewish model, which he lowered when the fascist flood started to rise. 12 Benjamin's purpose was the salvage of German culture threatened by Nazism, and the Jewish prototype of this ark, Scholem suggested, was a textual heritage. Benjamin alluded to the fact that, throughout the centuries, the Jews took refuge from the persecutions in the Writ, the canonical book 13. From this point of view, Spassky's book raft was also built after a Jewish model, since it depicted Marx's writings as an ark allowing the revolutionary left to resist both the nationalist wave of 1914 and the betrayal of social democracy. The shipwreck of the 20th century revolutions, however, is still waiting for an ark or a book raft. Its salvage does not require the fetishistic preservation of an untouched legacy of experiences and texts. On the contrary, it means a critical working through of the past that can spare neither theory nor canonical texts, but without an ark or a raft this work cannot be accomplished. The method inspiring this historical essay on revolution owes much to both Karl Marx and Walter Benjamin. Faithful to their intellectual tradition, it approaches revolution as a sudden, and almost always violent, interruption of the historical continuum, as a break of the social and political order. Against the revisionist narrative that has proliferated after the collapse of real socialism, the profound wisdom of which argues that changing the world means building totalitarianism, it aims at rehabilitating the concept of revolution as an interpretive key to modern history. It departs from classical Marxism, however, insofar as it does not adopt a historicist gaze. First of all, it does not depict revolution as the result of a deterministic causality, or the outcome of a kind of historical law. In many texts, Marx and Engels transform Hegelian historicism into an evolutionary theory of history as a lineal succession of modes of production going from primitive to modern socialism throughout centuries of oppression, slavery, feudalism, and capitalism. According to Marx, this historical progression arises from the clash between, on the one hand, the development of the productive forces and, on the other, the property relations of a given mode of production to which corresponds an ensemble of ideological and political superstructures. A famous passage of his preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy summarizes quite clearly this deterministic vision of revolution. At a certain stage of development, the material productive forces of society come into conflict with the existing relations of production, or, this merely expresses the same thing in legal terms, with the property relations within the framework of which they have operated hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an era of social revolution. The changes in the economic foundation lead sooner or later to the transformation of the whole immense superstructure. Point 14. But there is a second view of revolution that runs through Marx's political writings. It focuses on human agency and depicts the past as the realm of class struggle. Without neglecting the material basis of social conflicts, this approach avoids economic determinism and emphasizes the transformative potentialities of political subjectivity. Mostly relegated to the background of his economic works, class struggle pulses on every page of his political essays, from those on the revolutions of 1848 to those on the Paris Commune. In these texts, history is no longer the result of a process of natural history but rather the outcome of collective action, passions, utopias, and selfless impulses that merge with egoistic interests, cynicism and even hate. As Marx and Engels write in The Holy Family, history does nothing, it possesses no immense wealth, it wages no battles. It is man, real, living man who does all that, who possesses and fights. History is not, as it were, a person apart, using man as a means to achieve its own aims. History is nothing but the activity of man pursuing his aims. 15. In short, history is a permanent process of production of subjectivities. Class struggles engender historical turns that transcend their premises and cannot be explained exclusively through economic necessity or the mechanical submission to structural factors. In Marx's view, both revolutions and counter-revolutions reveal the autonomy of the political. Point 16. The entanglement of causality and agency, structural determinism, and political subjectivity, two explanatory keys that tend to remain separated in Marx's writings, has produced the best achievements of Marxist historiography, from Trotsky's History of the Russian Revolution to C.L.R. James's The Black Jacobins, from Daniel Guerin's Bourgeois and Bras News to Adolfo Gilli's The Mexican Revolution. Point 17. Here, I would like to devote some additional observations to Trotsky's historiographical masterpiece, which probably constitutes the paradigm of this methodological entanglement. There is no doubt that the chief of the Red Army wrote his book as a work of art. In the preface to the second volume, he quotes Proust and Dickens and claims the right of the historian, beyond analyzing the sequence of events and interpreting the actors' roles, to depict their sentiments. In order to understand the past, the historian does not need to submit it to an anesthetic procedure, neutralizing the feelings of the protagonists and removing their own emotions. Laughter and crying are a part of life and cannot be erased by the collective dramas that mark the rhythm of history. The moods, passions, and feelings of individuals, of classes and of the masses in action deserve the same attention with which Proust probes, in dozens of pages, the state of mind and the psychology of his characters. A faithful account of the Napoleonic battles, Trotsky writes, should go beyond the geometry of the camps and the rationality and effectiveness of the strategic and tactical choices of the staff. The account should not overlook misunderstood orders, generals' inability to read a map, or the panic and even colic of fear that seized soldiers and officers before the assault. Point 18. The salient features of history of the Russian Revolution lie in its narrative power, in its ability to revive events in all their intensity, to reconstruct the overall picture through the intertwining of the action of the protagonists and the breadth of the collective groups in movement. The book's ambition is stated from the beginning. The history of a revolution is for us first of all a history of the forcible entrance of the masses into the realm of rulership over their own destiny. 19. The sudden synchronization between the cumulative changes that take place over the decades along with the reawakening of the collective consciousness produce a cataclysm that changes the course of history. Trotsky devotes many pages to analyzing the crisis of the Tsarist regime, the contradictions that inhabited the provisional government born of the February uprising, the ideological and political conflicts that separated Mensheviks from Bolsheviks and which divided the latter again on the eve of the insurrection. The central subjects of his narrative, however, are the revolutionary masses. They have nothing in common with the submissive, manipulated, disciplined, controlled, disempowered crowds of the fascist and Nazi rallies. They are not the ornamental masses that fill the scenario of modern totalitarianism. Trotsky devoted other works to the roots of fascism. The revolutionary masses which he describes in his book are conscious actors of history. They are the subaltern classes who, in extraordinary historical circumstances, overthrow a power no longer overwhelming and impregnable, and take their destiny into their own hands, thus rebuilding society on new foundations. Revolution is a collective act through which human beings liberate themselves from centuries of oppression and domination. It is probably after reading Trotsky's book, I think it has been years since I have consumed anything with such breathless excitement, he wrote in a letter 20, that Walter Benjamin compared revolutions with nuclear fission, a blast capable of releasing and multiplying the energies contained in the past. 21 Trotsky's view of the masses is not at all mystical. Deutscher distinguishes it from that of Thomas Carlyle and, one might add, of Jules Michelet, since whereas Carlyle's crowds are driven only by emotion, Trotsky's think and reflect. 22 They belong to a Marxist vision of history as an objectively conditioned process in which human beings act based on their own choices, their objectives, and their passions, but within a given framework, neither immutable nor elusive. Clairvoyant or short-sighted, resolute or ominous, the actions of individuals appear in Trotsky's book as superficial agitations that rest on the far more solid and profound layer of mass movement. In some circumstances, they can play a crucial role, think of the chapter on Lenin, but even then they are assumed to be completely in tune with the common mood. Revolution is an earthquake that human beings live and embody collectively, that individual personalities can, to a greater or lesser extent, influence and direct, but which they can neither create nor impede. According to Trotsky, revolutions have their own laws that regulate their development, and to which mass action conforms. The laws of history are one of the obsessions of the late 19th century, the age of triumphant positivism, within which Russian Marxism was born and developed. For Trotsky, grasping these laws meant penetrating the secrets of history and controlling its movement. As a result, the task of the Marxist historian was to pursue the scientific discovery of these laws. 23 From this point of view, a separation no longer exists between the historian and the Bolshevik leader, since both bring to light, in action as well as in the reconstruction of the past, an objective process that has its own internal logic. One of these laws, perhaps the most important, defined history as a long, progressive road along which Russia would advance from backwardness to development, from east to west, from Asia to Europe. As a Russian Jew who was born in a Ukrainian town and lived for many years as an exile in London, Paris, Vienna, and New York, Trotsky, like many Russian intellectuals of his time, including Lenin, was a radical westernizer. His vision for the modernization of the Tsarist Empire, however, resonated with that of Marx, still unknown to him. 24 Far from being linear, the road leading Russia from east to west was tortuous and contradictory, shaped by the uneven and combined development of global capitalism, the most advanced ideas and the most modern social forms mingled with a centuries-old primitiveness and profound obscurantism. Russia was not an island, but the link in a chain that inscribed its destiny in the future of Europe and the world. As a result, socialism in Russia could jump with powerful momentum over the stages of industrial capitalism that spread through Western Europe across 4 centuries. This view of Russian history as part of a dialectical totality, Trotsky had formulated its principles in Results and Perspects 25, was not so far from Marx's own. As we will see further on, Trotsky simply emphasized the difference in rhythms without calling into question the general direction of the historical process. There is something paradoxical in a historiographical monument such as History of the Russian Revolution. As he pointed out in his introduction, Trotsky wrote his masterpiece as a historian, not as a witness, and he carefully checked all the facts and dates of his reconstitution, but the spirit of this historical event runs through the pages of his book. Only a witness, who was moreover, one of the main actors, of this experience could have captured its epic dimension, the imposing strength of a collective action that changes history. He wrote his book in Turkey, where he lived outcast and vanquished, but his gaze remained that of a victor. He described a successful revolution with the undamaged enthusiasm of its actors and the self-confidence of a champion who contemptuously threw his adversaries, including former friends and comrades, like Julius Martov, into the dustbin of history. 26 Stalin had come to power and Trotsky was in exile, but the revolutionary process was not exhausted. Revolution was passing through its Thermidorian and Bonapartist stages, but was not defeated yet. He believed in the laws of history because October 1917 had been their testing ground. This unique combination of personal and historical elements made his book a singular accomplishment. Today, depicting revolution as an epic narrative whose mood has been transmitted but not directly lived is a tour de force which only a few masterful writers are capable of. This was the case, in recent times, of two remarkable books on the French and the Russian revolutions, by Eric Hazen and China Mevely respectively 27, but these works do not set out to describe the laws of history. Nor does a historiographical masterpiece like Arnaud J. Mayer's The Furies, certainly the most important book on revolution published in the last 5 decades, whose analytical scrutiny is much more critical than apologetic. 28 Above all, these works do not inscribe revolutions into a historical progression: France in 1789, Haiti in 1804, Continental Europe in 1848, Paris in 1871, Russia in 1917, Germany and Hungary in 1919, Barcelona in 1936, China in 1949, Cuba in 1959, Vietnam in 1975, and Nicaragua in 1979, just to mention the most relevant or known events. This impressive succession of upheavals and popular insurgencies does not constitute an irresistible ascension corresponding to causal necessity. All revolutions transcend their own causes and follow their own dynamic that changes the natural course of things. They are human inventions, which do not reveal any ineluctable occurrence but rather build collective memory as the landmarks of a meaningful constellation. The belief that they belong to the regular and cumulative time of historical progression was one of the biggest misapprehensions of 20th-century left-wing culture, too often burdened with the legacy of evolutionism and the idea of progress. Today, a widespread tendency, including amongst left-wing scholars, simply reverses the arrow of the old laws of history to depict the defeat of revolutions as their inevitable outcome. The bitter and resigned verdict of Erich Hobsbawm, who posthumously paid homage to Plekhanov and other enemies of Bolshevism, is charged with a strong flavor of historical necessity. The tragedy of the October Revolution was precisely that it could only produce this kind of ruthless, brutal, command socialism. 29 I think rather, with China Mevely, that October is still ground zero for arguments about fundamental, radical social change. Its degradation was not a given, was not written in any stars. 30 And I also think with him that a different path was neither written in advance nor would be evident for us, 1 century after this great attempt at storming the heavens. That story, and above all the questions arising from it, the urgencies of change, of how change is possible, of the dangers that will beset it, stretch vastly beyond us. 31. Revolutions are history breathing in and out. Rehabilitating revolutions as landmarks of modernity and quintessential moments of historical change does not mean romanticizing them. Their susceptibility to lyrical recollection and iconic representation does not impede a critical gaze from grasping not only their liberating features but also their hesitations, ambiguities, misleading paths, and withdrawals, all belonging to their multiple and contradictory potentialities, all included in their ontological intensity. The canonical classification of revolutions according to their social forces and political goals, religious, bourgeois, proletarian, peasant, democratic, socialist, anti-colonial, anti-imperialist, national, and even fascist revolutions, does not really help historians who wish to apprehend their emotional dimension, which often crosses both chronological and political boundaries. As dramatic, mostly violent, breaks in the continuum of history, revolutions are intensely lived. In making them, human beings display a quantity of energies, passions, affects and feelings much higher than the spiritual standard of ordinary life. This is one of the reasons why most revolutions contain or engender aesthetic turns. The October Revolution produced an extraordinary effervescence and transformation in the realm of art, with the blossoming of avant-garde currents like Futurism, Suprematism, and Constructivism. In 1918-19, the fall of the German Empire and the Spartacist uprising in Berlin coincided with Dadaism and, in the early 1920s, Surrealism proclaimed the imperative of combining the overthrow of the established order with the spiritual liberation of the forces of the unconscious and of dreams. To miss the stormy and feverish charge of revolutions is simply to misunderstand them, but, at the same time, to reduce them to outbursts of passions and hates would be equally fallacious. Such a misinterpretation was committed at an exhibition, Soulevaments, which, although remarkable in many respects, privileged the aesthetic aspects of uprisings to the point of blurring their political nature. Catching the elegance of a gesture that reproduces the beauty of an athletic performance does not cast light on its political meaning. The cover illustration of the catalogue shows an adolescent throwing a stone. He is captured at the precise instant of launch, his body outstretched by this effort. A sense of lightness merging with corporeal harmony pervades this image by the photographer Jill Karen. 32 If we look at uprisings through a purely aesthetic lens, the fact that this young man is a unionist participating in an anti-Catholic riot in Londonderry in 1969, as the caption explains, becomes a negligible detail. This is why, in highlighting the emotional power of revolutions, this book never forgets that they are essentially social and political events in which effect is always intermingled with other constitutive elements. Shifting from aesthetics to history, other approaches are equally dubious, such as the widespread concept of fascist revolution. George L. Moss is right in stressing that fascism was projected towards the future and possessed a coherent worldview, as an alternative to both classical liberalism and communism. It certainly advanced an ensemble of myths, symbols, and values that gave it a revolutionary character and allowed it to mobilize the masses by nationalizing them. 33 And fascism abused revolutionary rhetoric. One only need think of the pompous celebrations of the 10th anniversary of the fascist revolution that took place in Italy in 1932, 10 years after the March on Rome. 34 Nonetheless, fascism never led any authentic revolution. Both Italian fascism and German National Socialism abolished the rule of law, destroyed democracy, and established a completely new, totalitarian, political regime, but they came to power legally. Mussolini was appointed prime minister by the Italian King Vittorio Emanuele III, and Hitler was chosen as German chancellor by Paul von Hindenburg, the president of the Weimar Republic. Their synchronization of politics and society came later. In Spain, Franco took power after 3 years of a bloody civil war, but he, also, did not lead a revolution. A Spanish revolution arose from spontaneous mass mobilization against his putsch. Despite its revolutionary rhetoric, fascism clearly displayed a counter-revolutionary character. Franco's coup was depicted by its actors as an uprising, levantamento, a circumstance that points out the ambiguity of this word and distinguishes it from a true revolution. Emphasizing the conceptual discrepancy that separates revolt or rebellion from revolution, Arno J. Meyer opposes them as almost antipodal occurrences. Revolts, he explains, have their roots in tradition, despair, and disillusionment. They designate concrete and tangible enemies who they transform into scapegoats. The aim of revolt is not to put down a political regime, it is rather to change its representatives. Usually, their targets are individuals, not classes or institutions, nor power itself. This is why they have a limited horizon and a short duration. They can be endemic, Meyer observes, but are always territorially circumscribed. Revolutions, on the contrary, raise hopes supported by ideologies and utopian projections. They are frequently carried out by forces that embody political projects, like the Jacobins or the Bolsheviks. They consciously wish to change the social and political order. 35 In short, they express great, sometimes universal ambitions, as proven by both the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen of 1789 and the October Revolution, which aspired to extend its influence on an international scale, beyond the Russian and European borders. Created in 1919, the Communist International was the instrument of this universal intention. While there will always be debate over where precisely to draw the line between rebellion and revolution, it is still a useful distinction to make. Celebrating rebellions means hypostatizing their lyrical moment, when people stand up and act. Interpreting revolutions means inscribing their disruptive emergence into a process of creative destruction, when an order is destroyed and a new one is built. Like rebellions, however, revolutions are not always joyful or exciting. Many actors depict them as wonderful moments of weightlessness, when human beings are suddenly inhabited by the feeling of overcoming the law of gravity and, discarding all inherited forms of submission and obedience, become masters of their destiny. But revolutions can also draw their strength from despair or remain mired in their own contradictions. They can turn tragic, or unveil their dark sides early on. Jules Michelet describes the major steps of the French Revolution as eruptions of violence that, like a wave, liberated frustrations and anger repressed for too long. In the 20th century, photographs recorded the emotional charge of collective actions, thus revealing both their ecstatic, euphoric spirit and the depth of their despair. The smiling faces of the insurrectionists of Paris and Milan, in August 1944 and April 1945, or of Havana in December 1958, contrast with the grave countenances of Berlin's insurgent workers in January 1919. The uprising of the Warsaw Ghetto, in April 1943, certainly gave its fighters a feeling of self-confidence and pride. They resisted for a month against a powerful army, but could not produce hope or collective radiance. The only images we have of this event were made by their executioners and show young women and men ready to die after being captured. 36 At the beginning of 1943, the members of the Jewish Combat Organization diffused a flyer that announced their action, "All are ready to die as human beings." 40 years after the uprising, Marek Edelman, one of the leaders, recalled it as follows: "The majority of us favored an uprising. After all, humanity had agreed that dying with arms was more beautiful than without arms. Therefore, we followed this consensus. In the Jewish Combat Organization there were only 220 of us left. Can you even call that an uprising? All it was about, finally, was that we not just let them slaughter us when our turn came. It was only a choice as to the manner of dying." 38. Revolutions can also be surrounded by a tragic aura for less noble reasons. The entry of the Khmer Rouge forces in Phnom Penh, in April 1975, was undoubtedly a revolution. A neocolonial regime was overthrown by a nationalist guerrilla movement, a new power was installed, and the society was to be radically transformed. It was also the beginning of 4 years of terror and death. The city was immediately evacuated. It was not a festival of the oppressed, it was day one of a nightmare. And it was the extreme, paroxysmal epilogue of a militarized paradigm of revolution that had blurred the boundaries between resistance and oppression, liberating struggle and pitiless civil war. The horror of Khmer Rouge Cambodia was assuredly a mirror of the monstrous symbiosis of nationalism and Stalinism, but it was also the outcome of a long history of domination and more than a decade of intensive bombardment. Phnom Penh was occupied by an army of very young combatants coming from the jungle, where they had known nothing but the atrocities of war. According to Ben Kiernan, its most reputed historian, Pol Pot's regime arose from an indigenous revolution that took place in an explosive context. It would not have won power without U.S. economic and military destabilization of Cambodia, which began in 1966. 39 But the Cambodian case, a revolution resulting in totalitarianism and a genocide from the start, was paroxysmal rather than paradigmatic. Rebellions can turn into revolutions, going from indignation to conscious transformation of the state of things, but revolutions can equally destroy, in Antonio Negri's words, the ontological power of uprisings. 40 People stand up, Judith Butler points out, with shared energy, strength, and intentions. 41 Revolutions are revolts consciously oriented towards a radical change. As we will see in a chapter of this book, their bodies differ significantly. Revolts, like riots and upheavals, stem from crowds, transitional and mostly ephemeral concentrations of people who, as Elias Canetti has meticulously observed 42, act spasmodically up to a final explosion that, like a discharge, precedes their disaggregation. Revolutions are usually conscious accomplishments by collective subjects. The object of this book is revolution for better or worse. It does not select the good revolutions over the bad ones, a distinction that is often tricky or sterile, since revolutions are not fixed, univocal events ready to be either iconized or demonized. They are living experiences that change in the making, and, in most cases, they do not know their outcome simply because their dynamic is unpredictable. Rather than moral judgment, naive idealization or intransigent condemnation, they deserve critical understanding. This is the best way of grasping their historical meaning and transmitting their legacy. In a famous sentence, Marx wrote that modern revolutions cannot draw their poetry from the past, whereas Benjamin detected their hidden motor in a desire for redemption of the vanquished, the secret agreement between past generations and the present. 1.43 It is probably the case that revolutions waver on a knife's edge between both temporalities. They rescue the past by inventing the future. Unlike most studies on revolutions, this essay does not devote a specific chapter to the controversial question of violence. There are multiple reasons for this absence, which does not result from any strategy of avoidance. The most important is that revolutionary violence runs across its pages as an overwhelming presence, whether explicit or subterranean. With few exceptions, revolutions are violent eruptions. Violence is inscribed into their genes and built into their ontological structure. Peaceful revolutions are exceptions, not the rule, and in many cases are only the harbingers of postponed blasts. In 1974, the Portuguese Carnation Revolution was peaceful because it was triggered by a section of the army itself, and 15 years later the so-called Velvet Revolutions of Central Europe took place without bloodshed because the repressive forces had already been neutralized in the USSR. In 2011, the Egyptian insurgent youth peacefully overthrew Mubarak's dictatorship, but their inability to dismantle the repressive state apparatus ultimately led to the restoration of a military regime. In other Arab countries, from Libya to Yemen and Syria, revolutions quickly turned into civil wars. A second reason for the absence of a chapter on violence is more directly historiographic. Conservative historians write as prosecutors who stigmatize revolutions as one, or even, more frequently, the source of modern totalitarianism. They are usually divided into two categories: the undeclared apologists of fascism and the bearers of a political wisdom strongly attached to the postulates of classical liberalism. The covered apologists of fascism, think of scholars like Ernst Nolte in Germany, Stéphane Courtois in France, or Pio Moa in Spain, depict revolution as the origin of evil. The Jacobins invented a project of political extermination. 44 And Lenin specialized in gassing the people. 45 The Bolsheviks practiced a class genocide that was later copied by the Nazis. 46 And Franco saved Spain from communism, which used the Popular Front as its Trojan horse. 47 For conservative scholars like François Furet, on the other hand, the French Revolution was the outburst of an insane political passion and the October Revolution a historical accident that obstructed the natural evolution of Western societies towards market economy and liberal democracy. Beginning by condemning terror as a skidding off course, Furet would ultimately conclude that the French Revolution itself was a mistake, because the advent of modern liberalism did not need this outburst of violence. 48 All of them tend to depict revolutionary violence as the result of an ideological imperative or a political prescription. According to Martin Malia and Richard Pipes, the Russian Civil War resulted from Lenin's and Trotsky's ideological fanaticism and totalitarian will. The aristocratic reaction and the international anti-Bolshevik military coalition play a negligible role in their explanation of the endemic violence that devastated revolutionary Russia between 1918 and 1921. 49 All of them consider terror as the most genuine expression of Jacobin and Bolshevik idiocracy. Excess, fervor and fanaticism all belong to revolution, a fact that nobody would seriously deny, but as its products, not its causes. It is revolution itself that engenders them, simply because revolutions cannot be decreed. Of course, fanaticism and ideology can be performative and unfailingly play a role in revolutions, but they cannot fabricate them. It goes without saying that revolutions require free and critical spirits prepared to denounce their excesses, authoritarianism, or dead ends, but even the most enlightened advisors cannot prevent coercion and violence. And revolutionary fury is usually the belated outcome of decades or centuries of oppression, exploitation, humiliation, and frustration, the sudden explosion of a powder accumulated over time. Moreover, what enemies depict as fanaticism is frequently a set of coercive policies that channel and control this spontaneous violence, instead of allowing it to manifest without limits until its own exhaustion. In most cases, conservative criticism of revolutionary violence consciously ignores the explosive potential incubated over time. As for libertarian criticism, it seldom explains how revolutions could avoid coercion or preserve complete freedom without being destroyed. Fanaticism plays a role in revolutionary politics when violence becomes a form of government, turns uncontrollable, and repression starts working as an engine unto itself. This happened with the French and the Russian revolutions, during the terrors of 1793–94 and 1918–21, but in these cases the politics of terror radicalized a violence that was already inscribed in their respective historical contexts. Thus, condemning the excesses and criminal deviations of revolutionary terror is as obvious and necessary, albeit easier retrospectively than during a civil war, as exorcising violence is useless and misleading, insofar as it does not produce any critical understanding. This explains both Marx's famous remark on violence as the midwife of history and Fanon's conception of revolutionary biopolitics as a counter-violence that acts as a cleansing force. 50 A psychiatrist, the author of The Wretched of the Earth, compared colonial oppression to a condition of permanent muscular atrophy or contraction, whose pent-up aggressiveness inevitably exploded in liberating violence. If colonialism is not a thinking machine, nor a body endowed with reasoning faculties, but rather violence in its natural state, it comes as no surprise that it will only yield when confronted with greater violence. 51 Thereafter, Fanon emphasizes, the colonized man finds his freedom in and through violence. 52 These assessments regarding violence displayed by colonized subjects could be extended, as Fanon himself suggests, to many other oppressed peoples, from European peasants under the old regime to Jews in the Nazi ghettos, whose Thanatoethics 53, dying fully armed, also expressed a peculiar form of bodily emancipation through struggle. In 1919, writing in his diary in Petrograd while the Soviet power seemed on the verge of collapse in the face of the White Guard offensive and the international coalition, Victor Serge depicted a dramatic situation in which arms were the only audible voice. If Red Commissars, militants, or commandants are taken by surprise, they are invariably shot. For our part, we don't spare former officers, or non-commissioned officers of any sort. War to the death with no humanitarian hypocrisy, there is no Red Cross and stretcher bearers are not allowed. Primitive warfare, war of extermination, civil war. 54. This is an eloquent description of violence as part of the ontological structure of revolution, an irreducible conflict, one might say in Schmittian terms, between friend and enemy. Revolutions are historical eruptions. In revolutionary times, the theory of norms, the rule of law, constitutional liberties, pluralism, ethics of discussion, and philosophies of human rights are abandoned, ignored and buried as useless vestiges of a previous age. This is certainly not a virtue, but it is a fact, and this goes also for revolutions that claim freedom and restore or establish democracy. The tragedy of revolutions lies in the fatal metamorphosis that drives them from liberation to the struggle for survival, and finally to the edification of a new oppressive rule, from emancipating violence to coercive violence. The key to durably preserving their liberating potential has not yet been found, but this is not a good reason to condemn liberation itself. In any case, revolutions do not care about law, and this is both for the best and for the worst. One need not share Walter Benjamin's mechanism or Georges Sorel's theory of myth to understand revolution as the expression of a law-destroying violence, which is the premise for the emergence of a new sovereignty. 55. This book does not describe revolutions by following a chronological line, even if their periodization and historical interpretation are repeatedly mentioned and critically discussed. Its methodology lies in the concept of dialectical image, which grasps at the same time a historical source and its interpretation. Walter Benjamin elaborated this concept in the Arcades Project. His unfinished book started in 1927, but it has some affinities with the theory of images of both Aby Warburg and Siegfried Kracauer. 56. Without entirely sharing Benjamin's fascination with ruins, I have found in his critical observations many useful suggestions for interpreting the defeated revolutions. This implies a vanquished gaze that explains both my sympathy for Leon Trotsky as a historical figure and my critical distance, critical but imbued with admiration, with respect to his history of the Russian Revolution. Understanding history, Benjamin argued, means looking at the past through its graphicness and fixing it perceptually. 57. Since revolutions are dialectical leaps that explode the continuum of history, writing their history supposes capturing their significance through images that condense them, the past crystallized as a monad. 58. The dialectical images emerge from the combination of two essential procedures of historical investigation, collection and montage. This means, in Benjamin's terms, to assemble large-scale constructions out of the smallest and most precisely cut components. Indeed, to discover in the analysis of the small individual moment the crystal of the total event. 59. The convolute N of the Arcades Project, devoted to the theory of knowledge, includes a quotation from André Monglan's study on Romanticism. The past has left images of itself in literary texts, images comparable to those which are imprinted by light on a photosensitive plate. The future alone possesses developers active enough to scan such surfaces perfectly. 60. This is the procedure we follow, interpreting the 19th and 20th century revolutions by assembling dialectical images. It may turn out that today, in the 21st century, we possess these powerful developers. This is our epistemological advantage. Dialectical images are not mirror images, they are not the reflected pictures of bygone events, they are lamps that cast a light over the past. 61. This book approaches the images of revolutions as Marx scrutinized the economic forms of capitalism, not as objects carefully observed through the lens of a microscope, but rather, as he explained in his preface to Capital, as a whole of social relations to be caught by abstractions. 62. This book, then, gathers the intellectual and material elements of a scattered and often forgotten revolutionary past in order to re-articulate them into a meaningful composition made of dialectical images, locomotives, bodies, statues, columns, barricades, flags, sites, paintings, posters, dates, singular lives, etc. To a certain extent, concepts themselves are treated as dialectical images, insofar as they emerge in their peculiar contexts as intellectual crystallizations of political needs and collective consciousness. That is why, instead of playing a purely decorative role, the numerous images that illustrate the book provide essential evidence of its demonstration. Reassessing the status of the concept of revolution in both political theory and intellectual history, this work investigates it through an entanglement with images, memories, and hopes. Hence it perpetually connects ideas and representations, attributing equal importance to theoretical, historiographic, and iconographic sources. This approach unveils and emphasizes the relevance of the past for left-wing radicalism, far beyond the legacy of exhausted political models that deserve to be historicized and critically understood rather than renewed or restored. This also explains the structure of the book, a montage of dialectical images, instead of a conventional procedure of linear reconstitutions. Because of the wide scope of its sources, it does not escape a certain degree of, consciously assumed, eclecticism that highlights the diversity of its objects. This is the price to pay when historians turn ragpickers. 63. They can arrange and classify the objects that clutter their workshop, but they know that this operation of montage is not a definitive order. The proper place of many things does not depend on their own choices, which are simply a wager on the future. During the 20th century, we became accustomed to victories and defeats as military clashes, revolutions conquered power with weapons, defeats took the form of military coups and fascist dictatorships. The defeat we suffered at the turn of the 21st century, however, must be measured by different criteria. Capitalism has won because it has succeeded in shaping our lives and our mental habitus, because it has succeeded in imposing itself as an anthropological model, a way of life. The most powerful armies are not invincible. The peasants of Vietnam, one of the poorest countries in the world a century ago, succeeded, through a struggle that can justly be defined as heroic, in defeating, first, Japanese and French colonialism, and then, despite the napalm attacks, American imperialism. What we have not managed to stop, however, is the ongoing process of universal commodity reification that, like an octopus, is enveloping the entire planet. Capitalism took its revenge through the current Vietnamese economic boom. This is one of the reasons why the social and political movements of the last decade have placed the critique of capitalism at the center of their action. Occupy Wall Street in the United States, the 15M movement in Spain, Nuit Debout in France, Gezi Park in Istanbul, the Gilets jaunes again in France, the insurgent movement of the youth in Chile, and more recently the global anti-racist wave started by Black Lives Matter in the United States, as well as similar movements on a global scale, from Hong Kong to Minsk. None of these have shown great interest in the strategic discussions of the past. They have invented new organizational forms and alliances, and sometimes created new leaderships, but they are mostly self-organized. They seek to experiment with new forms of life based on the reappropriation of public space, participation, collective deliberation, inventory of needs, and critique of the commodification of social relationships. They do not like political mediations. The left seems, instead, to have completely deserted the terrain on which it had, over the last century, accumulated considerable experience and recorded numerous successes, the armed revolution. This field is now entirely occupied by Islamic fundamentalism, which, through an impressive historical regression, has substituted Sharia for anti-colonialism and national liberation. The experience of 20th century communism in its different dimensions, revolution, regime, anti-colonialism, reformism, has been exhausted. The new anti-capitalist movements of recent years do not resonate with any of the left traditions of the past. They lack a genealogy. They reveal greater affinities, not so much doctrinal but rather cultural and symbolic, with anarchism. They are egalitarian, anti-authoritarian, anti-colonial, and mostly indifferent to a teleological view of history. And yet they are not a backlash against the 20th century, they embody something new. Being orphans, they must reinvent themselves. This is simultaneously their strength, because they are not prisoners of models inherited from the past, and their weakness, because they are bereft of memory. They were born as a tabula rasa and did not work through the past. They are creative, but also fragile, for they do not possess the strength of the movements that, conscious of having a history and committed to inscribing their action in a powerful historical tendency, embodied a political tradition. The members of the communist parties fooled themselves into acting out the will of history, but knew they belonged to a movement that transcended any individual destiny. This helped them fight in the most tragic moments. The new movements have a different relationship with politics, which could be defined to a large extent as instrumental, although not cynical. They use it, without deluding themselves. They know that democracy must be reinvented and do not sacralize its hallowed institutions. Perhaps the organizational form that best suits these new movements is the federalism of the First International, at the antipodes of the Bolsheviks' hierarchical centralism. The International Workingmen's Association gathered different ideological currents, from the Marxists to the anarchists, in which parties, trade unions, national liberation movements and circles of various kinds coexisted. Today, we need to federate and bring different experiences into dialogue, without hierarchies, in an intersectional way, rather than circumscribing them on ideological basis. Perhaps for this reason, the Paris Commune has lately been rediscovered as an extraordinary experience of self-government and commonality rather than a prefiguration of the October Revolution. 64 Its actors did not resemble the 20th century industrial working class, they were artisans, precarious workers, young intellectuals, and artists, women without a profession. The heterogeneous and insecure social fabric of their lives recalls that of today's youth and other new marginals. It is certainly exciting to rediscover the Paris Commune through a new lens, outside the communist canon that had made it a monument and embalmed it. But we must not forget either that it ended in massacre and that the Russian Revolution was also, among other things, an effort to overcome its shortcomings. 20 years ago, one of the most interesting interpreters of the Mexican neo-Zapatista experience, John Holloway, wrote a book suggesting the possibility of changing the world without taking power. 65 During the Arab revolutions, however, the question of power proved to be inescapable. 66 For the Rojava Kurds, too, the question of armed struggle is not a 20th century archaism. This book wishes to avoid the symmetrical traps into which so many historical interpretations of revolutions have fallen, either conservative stigmatization or blind apology, either counter-revolutionary exorcism or desperate idealization. We need a different approach to this revolutionary past made of both exciting insurgencies and tragic setbacks. The purpose of this book is by no means the definition or transmission of a revolutionary model, but rather the critical elaboration of the past. In short, this book aims at building neither a posthumous tribunal nor a museum, and even less an anachronic set of instructions for an armed uprising, in a neo-Blanquist style. Its ambition, however modest, is to work through the past, just to preserve the meaning of a historical experience. If the revolutions of our time must invent their own models, they cannot do so on a tabula rasa, or without embodying a memory of bygone struggles, both their conquests and also, more frequently, their defeats. Of course, this is a work of mourning, but also a training for new battles. 67 Working through the past is unavoidable, not only because there are so many skeletons in the closet, but also because we cannot ignore the claim that the past has on us. Blasting the continuum of history, revolutions rescue the past. They will contain in themselves, whether they will be aware of it or not, the experiences of their ancestors. That is another reason why we need to meditate upon their history. Chapter 1. The Locomotives of History. The 19th century, when it takes its place with the other centuries in the chronological charts of the future, will, if it needs a symbol, almost inevitably have as the symbol a steam engine running upon a railway. H. G. Wells, Anticipations of the Reaction of Mechanical and Scientific Progress upon Human Life and Thought. The revolution of 1917 is a revolution of trains. History proceeding in screams of cold metal. The Tsar's wheeled palace, shunted into sidings forever, Lenin's sealed stateless carriage. Trotsky's armored train, the Red Army's propaganda trains, the troop carriers of the Civil War. Looming trains, trains hurtling through trees, out of the dark. Revolutions, Marx said, are the locomotives of history. Put the locomotive into top gear, Lenin exhorted himself in a private note, scant weeks after October, and keep it on the rails. China Mevali, October, the story of the Russian Revolution. The Railway Age. One of Karl Marx's most famous sentences, appearing in the class struggles in France, asserts that revolutions are the locomotives of history. One for a century and a half, innumerable critics and exegetes have ritualistically repeated this powerful definition as a colorful but incidental metaphor, without trying to interpret its multiple meanings. In fact, this reference to the revolutions of 1848 as an extraordinary moment of acceleration in historical and political change is much more than a literary trope. It unveils Marx's culture and, beyond him, the 19th century imagination. Far from being chosen by accident, the object of this metaphor points to a deep, substantial affinity between revolutions and trains that deserves to be carefully investigated. Moreover, This passage is no anomaly in writings that, from the Communist Manifesto to Capital, contain recurrent allusions to trains and railroads. Marx lived in the railway age, whose advent and diffusion he observed from London, its crucial starting point. The triad of iron, steam, and telegraph, which so profoundly shaped the 19th century take-off of industrial capitalism, framed his way of thinking and his vision of historical change. When he wrote this passage in the class struggles in France, the first, heroic period of railways had just finished and locomotives had become both a privileged topic of discussion in the public sphere and a common figure of speech in British and European literature. Following the opening of the first line between Liverpool and Manchester in 1830, railroads saw astonishing development, with a strong impact on England's economy and society. In 20 years they increased from under 100 miles to 6,000 miles, most of them built between 1846 and 1850. Passenger traffic grew simultaneously, far beyond the expectations of the earliest promoters who had conceived this means of transportation primarily for goods and minerals. In 1851, the Great London Exhibition attracted more than 6 million visitors, many of them arriving in the capital by train from the most remote corners of the country. The railway boom engendered strong economic growth by stimulating the production of iron, which increased from 1.4 million tons in 1844 to 2 million tons in 1850. Railways necessitated the construction of lines, stations, and bridges, requiring the labor of hundreds of thousands of workers. Trains broke the erstwhile quietness of the country with the passage of smoking, shrieking machines. They transformed the urban landscape as well, soon dominated by imposing stations that attracted tens of thousands of travelers daily and became convergence points for road networks and telegraph lines. Smoky clouds cloaking buildings and people in cities and leaving streaks in the country sky regularly appear in 19th-century paintings, from J.M.W. Turner's Rain, Steam, and Speed to Edouard Manet's The Railway to Claude Monet's The Gare Saint-Lazare. Railways quickly became a very profitable business that, monopolized by a small number of companies, attained a prominent role in the national economy. Attracting the investment of many rich landowners, they were the site of a new symbiosis between the old aristocracy and the newly ascendant bourgeois classes. The Victorians who created this industry, Michael Robbins writes in The Railway Age, looked like a race imbued with some demonic energy which did not falter in the following decades, exerting a contagious effect on the global scale. In continental Europe, the rail network increased enormously between 1840 and 1880. By the end of the 19th century, a passenger could travel by train from Lisbon to Moscow and beyond. 4 A similar growth took place in the United States, where, at the end of the Civil War, railways became the symbol of the transformation of the country into a world industrial power. In the 30 years between the opening of the first track in 1838 and the completion of an integrated network joining the North and the South with the West in 1869, they increased from 2,765 to 56,213 miles, while gross investment in this economic sector grew from $927 million in 1850 to $2 billion in 1870, reaching $15 billion at the end of the century. 5 Thanks to the railroad, the inexhaustible lands of the Far West were expropriated and American capitalism took off. The myth of railways joined that of the frontier, with analogous providential narratives of its ethical mission to unify a gigantic country into a single community blessed by God and racing towards progress. John Ford would celebrate this new mythology in The Iron Horse, a movie that describes the building of the Transcontinental Railroad between 1862 and 1869. This spirit was the subtext of Marx and Engels's famous passages in the Communist Manifesto, where they celebrated the revolutionary role played by the bourgeoisie in history. Modern industry, they wrote, had established the world market, which had given an immense development to commerce, to navigation, to communication by land. This development has, in its turn, reacted on the extension of industry, and in proportion as industry, commerce, navigation, railways extended, in the same proportion the bourgeoisie developed, increased its capital, and pushed into the background every class handed down from the Middle Ages. 6. Like a train disrupting a peaceful rural landscape, capitalism had destroyed the most slothful indolence inherited from the Middle Ages and, by creating the world market, had given a cosmopolitan character to production and consumption in every country. 7. The bourgeoisie, they added, has subjected the country to the rule of the towns. It has created enormous cities, has greatly increased the urban population as compared with the rural, and has thus rescued a considerable part of the population from the idiocy of rural life. Just as it has made the country dependent on the towns, so it has made barbarian and semi-barbarian countries dependent on the civilized ones, nations of peasants on nations of bourgeois, the East on the West. 8. As a self-expanding economic system based on a continuous process of accumulation, the transmutation money-commodity money, capitalism does not know objective limits but only barriers to breach and overcome. Commodities as such, Marx writes in the Grundrisse, are indifferent to all religious, political, national, and linguistic barriers. Their universal language is price and their common bond is money. 9. For the capitalist, the world market is the sublime idea in which the whole world merges. In this way it builds a peculiar form of cosmopolitanism, a cult of practical reason which progressively destroys the traditional religious, national and other prejudices which impede the metabolic process of mankind. Therefore capitalism feels itself to be free, unconfined, i.e. limited only by itself, only by its own conditions of life. 10. When Marx and Engels wrote in the Communist Manifesto that the bourgeoisie had accomplished wonders far surpassing Egyptian pyramids, Roman aqueducts, and Gothic cathedrals, 11, one may suppose they were thinking of the spectacular railway bridges which so powerfully struck the Victorian imagination and filled the illustrations of popular magazines, as well as of the majestic stations that appeared in the big cities and which their architects conceived of as modern Gothic cathedrals. In the age of steel and steam, the ruling classes did not wish to break their link with the past. Station halls and platforms were spacious and functional, but the facades displayed columns, rose windows, arcades, domes, and towers. They were the visual evidence of what Arnaud J. Meyer has called the persistence of the old regime, the hybrid social form of a century that merged tradition and modernity, in which aristocratic institutions, customs, style, and mentalities extended to the new ascending financial and industrial elites. 12. Railways in the 30s, Sankey Valley Viaduct, Lancashire, England. Postcard. St. Pancras Station, London, in the 19th century. Postcard. A few years after the Communist Manifesto, Michel Chevalier, a disciple of Saint Simon who became an advisor to Napoleon III, published an essay on railways that strikingly echoed the prose of Marx and Engels. He compared the zeal and the ardor displayed by the civilized nations of today in their establishment of railroads with that which, several centuries ago, went into the building of cathedrals. 13 For the Saint Simonians, railways possessed a mystical character as connectors of nations, to the point of creating a universal community based on cooperation and industrialism. If it is true, he wrote, that the word religion comes from religare, to bind, then the railroads have more to do with the religious spirit than one might suppose. There has never existed a more powerful instrument for rallying the scattered populations. 14 Marx avoided the mystical tones of the Saint Simonians and other adepts of industrialism, but he shared their belief in the cosmopolitan mission of railroads, the symbol of the new industrial age. No obstacle could resist the inexorable advance of capitalism, which brought modernity and destroyed the vestiges of feudalism like a running train eclipsing the pitiful, derisory slowness of horse-drawn carriages. Marx's words in the Communist Manifesto can be read as the analytical equivalent of a contemporary imagination that found in Dickens its most brilliant literary interpreter. The train, we read in Dombey and Son, was defiant of all paths and roads, piercing through the heart of every obstacle, through the fields, through the woods, through the corn, through the hay, through the chalk, through the mold, through the clay, through the rock, breasting the wind and light, the shower and sunshine, flying in and out of fields, bridges, and tunnels. 15. In the second half of the 19th century, railway fever had infected Russia, Asia, Latin America, and the Middle East. In India, the first lines connecting Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras opened in the early 1850s. 10 years later, the subcontinent had a railway network of 2,500 miles, nearly 4,800 in the 1870s, and 16,000 miles in 1890. For Marx, the development of Indian railways was a powerful illustration of his vision of traditional and archaic social forms shattered by the advent of modern, conquering industries. Indian society, he wrote in 1853 in the New York Daily Tribune, has no history at all, at least no known history. 16 Its providential destiny was to be ruled and, from this point of view, the British Empire, as violent and brutal as it was, would undoubtedly have more fruitful consequences than its competitors, the Russian and the Ottoman empires. In India the British colonizers had two missions, one destructive, the other regenerating, the annihilation of old Asiatic society, and the laying the material foundations of Western society in Asia. 17 Steam had severed the subcontinent from the prime law of its stagnation by connecting it with the advanced world. Very soon, he predicted, this joining with the West through a combination of railways and steam vessels would demolish the bases of Oriental despotism. 18 Railroads were destroying the archaic social system of the country, which was grounded on the self-sufficient inertia of the villages. The article's conclusion swept away any doubts. The railway system will therefore become, in India, truly the forerunner of modern industry. 19. It is known that, at the end of his life, in his correspondence with his Russian translator, Nikolai Danielson, and particularly with the famous populist leader Varazay Sulich, Marx had contemplated the possibility of a transition from the Russian agrarian commune to modern socialism without passing through the cotton forks of the capitalist system, but the realization of this hypothesis needed a socialist revolution. 20 Since the abolition of serfdom in 1861, Tsarist Russia had gradually taken the path of capitalism, and the social premises of the synthesis between ancient and modern, pre-capitalist and post-capitalist collectivism, had begun to disappear. In 1894, 10 years after Marx's death, Engels cited the development of Russian railways as proof that the romantic possibility his friend had envisaged had finally vanished. After the Crimean War, only one road was open to the Russian Empire, the transition from a backward economy to capitalist industry. This conflict had dramatically exposed the weakness of the Tsarist army, which only a significant development of the railways could overcome. But creating an extended and solid railway system in such an immense country required rails, locomotives, rolling stocks, etc., and this meant developing a domestic industry. In a short while, Engels concluded, all the foundations of the capitalist mode of production were laid in Russia, with their inevitable consequences, the transformation of the country into a capitalist industrial nation, the proletarianization of a large portion of the peasantry, and the decay of the old rural commune. 21. Creating the world market, modern capitalism connected cities and nations into a single gigantic network, comparable to the map of a continental railway. Because of its division of labor and its standardized and synchronized production, modern industry undoubtedly needed railways for transporting raw materials and commodities. In fact, it found in railways both a vector and a mirror of its own productive rationality. Over the course of the 19th century, the rise of industrial capitalism required a homogeneous, global time, and railroads gave a powerful impetus to the regulation of time, first of all by stimulating the improvement of clock technology. In 1800, time was locally or regionally synchronized, but trains could not run without a national schedule, which implied the elimination of any time variation between different cities. At the end of the century, measurements of time had been coordinated and finally regulated on the international scale. In 1855, 98% of public clocks in the UK were set to Greenwich Mean Time, which, after two conferences on world time in Washington and Paris, became the official time of the planet. In parallel, the number of pocket watches increased from some 350 to 400,000 at the end of the 18th century to more than 2.5 million in 1875.22. The age of capital corresponded with the age of railways, both triggered a process of economic, social, and cultural rationalization. It is the cultural atmosphere depicted by Joseph Conrad in The Secret Agent, a fascinating little novel about an anarchist plot to bomb the Greenwich Observatory and thus to explode time. 23. Secularization and temporalization. As Michael Lowy has convincingly proved, there is a romantic dimension to Marx's critique of capitalism. In the Communist Manifesto, he and Engels emphasized that, because of mechanical production, the work of the proletarians has lost all individual character, and, consequently, all charm. 24 Workers no longer felt themselves to be creators, insofar as they had become simple appendages of the machine, and their input was reduced to the simplest, most monotonous, and most easily acquired knack. In a passage that almost prefigures the description of a Fordist factory, he and Engels stressed that industrial capitalism had created a mass of laborers who, submitted to a military hierarchy, simply executed mechanical tasks, mostly repulsive, like soldiers. 25 But this lucid recognition of the exploitation and alienation of wage labor does not inscribe Marx within the not inconsiderable circle of romantic disparagers of railways. He never wrote anything like the violent and contemptuous words of those contemporary British novelists and poets, most of them of aristocratic descent, like Wordsworth and Ruskin, for whom railways fatally disfigured the rural landscape, or Thomas Carlyle, who compared the steam railway with a devil's mantle, or even Lord Shaftesbury, for whom the devil, if he travelled, would have gone by train. 26 The advent of railways put an end to the 18th century literary tradition of travel stories, by removing the intensity of the relationship between traveller and landscape and reducing space to a simple geographic measurement. The Goethean days of journey as a moment of fusion with nature and contemplation of the aura of a panorama were over. 27 Instead of contemplating the spectacle of nature, passengers experienced the hectic rhythm of modernity. Marx did not deplore the end of the aura of the agrarian landscape, whose static, slumbrous beauty had been shattered by the spasmodic movement of the locomotives, those iron monsters of modern times. It is true that, besides scarring the quiet traditional landscape, railroads deeply impinged upon old landed property and the symbolic power of aristocracy, but this simply meant the end of all feudal, patriarchal, idyllic relations. 28. Several references to railroads are included in Capital, where Marx defined them as an infrastructure that, together with ocean steamers and the telegraph, transformed communications and enabled the development of industrial capitalism. He quoted historical studies on the transportation system, as well as specialized books and articles on the evolution of their technology. In particular, he extensively mentioned the bulletins of the Royal Commission on Railways published in London in the 1860s. The first volume of Capital denounces, along with the accidents of circulation, the high number of casualties related to the exploitation of railway workers. Like locomotives, industrial machines too were depicted as mechanical monsters possessed of a demon power. 29 Once their giant limbs were set in motion, their activity became frenetic and finally erupted into the fast and furious whirl of their countless working organs. 30 The map of railway lines, which framed the territories of nations and continents with their intersections and bifurcations, gave a concrete, allegorical form to Marx's concept of capital as a social hieroglyph. 31 Modernity means mobility, and railways established a new relationship between space and time. Distances seemed dramatically reduced and time compressed by this intense process of acceleration. Jürgen Osterhammel has dubbed the 19th century the age of speed revolution. 32 Since the 1840s, the topic of the annihilation of space and time, appearing for the first time in a poem by Alexander Pope in 1751 and subsequently evoked by several writers, from Goethe to Balzac, became a common figure of speech to depict the advent of railways. 33 In 1842, Sidney Smith celebrated the way that man is become a bird. Thanks to the locomotives, he wrote, everything is near, everything is immediate, time, distance, and delay are abolished. 34 In the Grundrisse, his preparatory notes for Capital, Marx embraced this formula. Capitalism, an economic system that by nature drives beyond every spatial barrier, needed railways, the modern means of communication that, by conquering the entire earth and transforming it into a gigantic market, produced the annihilation of space through time. 35. Railways also offered a metaphor for both the circulation of capital and its cyclical crises. As Wolfgang Schivelbus has brilliantly shown, the concept of circulation, previously related to the lexicon of biology and physiology, in the 19th century enlarged its scope and was quickly metaphorized to express systems of communication and the unification of the social body. Circulation meant a healthy body, whereas any static element appeared as an obstacle or a symptom of disease. Cities, territories, and nations began to be viewed as living bodies, the objects of what Foucault would later call modern biopolitics. Schivelbus quotes a popular book by Maxime Duchamp, published at the time of Haussmann's reshaping of the French capital under the Second Empire, which was significantly titled Paris, SES Organs, SES Functions, SAV. The wide boulevards that replaced the old labyrinth of small streets and redesigned the structure of the city along modern, rational lines, meant a double system of circulation and respiration. 36 The social concept of traffic joined the physiological concept of circulation. 37 According to Marx, circulation is, alongside production, a crucial moment of capital's life, and the link between them is time. The 3 volumes of Capital depict a conceptual totality, the linear, homogeneous time of production in the first volume, the cyclical time of circulation in the second, where Marx analyzes the process of rotation and enlarged reproduction of capital, and the organic time of capital in the third, where he reconstitutes the entire process as a unity of the time of production and the time of circulation. 38 He explains the cyclical crises of capitalist economy through overproduction, the creation of a mass of commodities that become superfluous for the valorization of capital. But these periodic crises take the form of a gap, a sudden, traumatic interruption of the permanent movement of capital circulation. Of course, Marx insisted that, far from being accidental, the periodic crises of capitalism were an intrinsic part of its nature. But even the lethal accidents which so frequently occurred in the railway age and so deeply affected the 19th century imagination were not the product of external interference, they appeared as an inevitable effect of the functioning of this new means of locomotion itself, both admirable and frightening. In the Grundrisse, Marx depicts the cyclical crises of capitalism as recurring catastrophes, as explosions, cataclysms that destroy a section of capital itself to permit the restarting of the process of accumulation, that is, the valorization of capital or its capacity to make profits. 39 These cataclysms break the movement of capital whose circulation is permanent and cannot be stopped without paralyzing the system as a whole. Therefore, the crises of capitalism are reminiscent of both the heart attacks related to blood circulation in a living body and the train accidents that paralyze the railway networks. All these metaphoric references to the railroads outline a general picture of a 19th century perception of time. According to Reinhard Koselleck, locomotives embodied a new concept of secularization as the synthesis of a process of acceleration and time shrinking. Initially, secularization was a canonical juridical category that designated the transition from a clerical to a civil status. Then, during the French Revolution, it became a juridical political category that described the shift of sovereignty from a king ruling by the grace of God to the people, and in parallel the state confiscation of church property. Finally, it turned into a philosophical political category which indicated the meaning of history itself. Salvation is no longer sought at the end of history, but rather in the development and accomplishment of history itself. 40 He quotes the article on railways published in 1838 by the German encyclopedia Brockhaus, which attributed to them a salvific mission. Locomotives were accomplishing God's purpose of establishing universal peace, an ethical goal to which Kant had already referred as perpetual peace, to be realized through cosmopolitan law. In 1871, the Lutheran theologian and promoter of foreign missions Karl Heinrich Christian Plath hailed the railway line connecting the Atlantic and Pacific coasts of the United States as a sacred mission. The unification of the planet by the railways would bring human beings together and accelerate the advent of the kingdom of God. 41 For enlightened thinkers, secularization meant the acceleration of time and the advent of progress. Railways possess social and ethical virtues. Conceptualizing revolution. Marx would have probably laughed at this naive assessment, but his vision of revolutions as locomotives of history belonged nonetheless to the same zeitgeist. This definition supposes a teleological vision of history, which runs on fixed rails along a path whose direction has been previously determined and whose destination is known. Revolution is a rush towards progress. Socialism inherited from 1789 a radically new vision of revolution as a historical break, a social and political rupture, the overthrow of the old regime and the instauration of a new power, and the transformation of the people into a sovereign subject. The concept of revolution comes from the Latin words revolutio, revolvere, returning to the origins. It means a kind of rotation by which something goes back to its starting point. In the 17th century, it became an astronomical concept that defined the rotation of planets around the Sun. The modern concept of revolution appeared during the 18th century, but it was the French Revolution that codified it into a new paradigm. Revolution had become a projection of society into the future, an extraordinary acceleration of history. Koselleck defines it as an unconscious secularization of eschatological expectations. 42 Socialist utopia was temporalized and projected into the future. The subject of this process of historical change had shifted from God to the proletariat, from a religious to a profane entity, and its movement had experienced a sudden acceleration. Justice and redemption did not belong to the religious sphere, to the kingdom of God. Human beings did not have to wait until death and the end of time to reach paradise and happiness. They could struggle for a terrestrial redemption. The kingdom of God had to be conquered on earth. It had become a profane place. This also sheds light on a famous Homeric metaphor that Marx, in a letter to Ludwig Kugelmann, referred to the Paris Commune as an attempt at storming heaven. Like Titans who assaulted the Olympus, the French workers had overthrown their own rulers. 43. The rationalized and standardized time of capital accumulation does not correspond with revolutionary time. The discrepancy that separates them is as deep as the opposition between the two antipodal revolutionary roles played respectively by the bourgeoisie in building the world market and the proletariat in struggling for a community of free and equal human beings. Capital's temporality possesses the strength of an objective, economic process, the abstract time of market economy and commodity circulation, whereas the temporality of proletarian revolution is subjective, discontinuous. The first is quantitative and cumulative, the second is qualitative and unforeseeable, enigmatic, shaped by sudden accelerations and periods of apparent stagnation. In the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, Marx distinguished between the bourgeois revolutions of the 18th century, which stormed swiftly from success to success by establishing a new economic and political rule, and the proletarian revolutions of the 19th century, which criticize themselves constantly, interrupt themselves continually in their own course, return to the apparently accomplished, in order to begin it afresh. 44 In other words, socialist revolutions have their own interior rhythm, and their conscious synchronization coincides with the desynchronization of capital accumulation. Walter Benjamin will describe revolutionary action as the eruption of a qualitative time that explodes the continuum of history. It is the temporality of calendars, of landmarks of the past built as monuments of historical consciousness, which do not measure time the way clocks do. The most evocative image of thought of revolutionary tempo as a conscious break with the disciplinary, productive, and instrumental reason of capital time, is a famous episode from the July Revolution of 1830. On the first evening of fighting, it so happened that the dials of the clock towers were being fired at simultaneously and independently from several locations in Paris. 45. Thus, the definition of revolutions as locomotives of history is grounded in a conception of historical time in which they appear as eruptions into the time of capital. In Marx's view, time has distinct dimensions. 46 On the one hand, it means a philosophy of history inherited from Hegel and defined as a teleological arrow, the historical movement, the succession of modes of production and social formations, the search for human emancipation, and the transition from class societies to communism. 47 On the other hand, it means the time of capital accumulation depicted by political economy. In the German ideology, Marx and Engels unveiled the expansion of capitalism behind the movement of Hegel's world spirit. 48 They retained a teleological vision insofar as this expansion implied a universal development of productive forces, which was the premise for socialism. But socialism was a product of human agency. It could not be defined as the outcome of a natural process, according to the axioms with which political economy and classical liberalism observed capitalism. Socialism meant that history had to be consciously constructed and oriented in line with political and strategic choices. In other words, the relationship between the subject and object of historical movement had to be reversed. This conception of the dialectic of history posited revolution as the outcome of the conflict between productive forces and property relations. When the existent relations of property no longer allowed the development of the forces of production, these relations needed to be changed. 49 But whereas in previous ages this transition appeared as a natural transformation of socio-economic structures themselves, the passage from capitalism to socialism could not take a spontaneous, ineluctable form. It supposed an act of human self-emancipation grounded in a project of social and political change. It stemmed from conscious revolutionary action. This introduced a third dimension of time, different from both the long view of history and the abstract time of capital, the concrete, chaotic, and disruptive time of revolution. Exceeding large historical cycles and exploding the spasmodic movement of capital, revolution possessed its own autonomy, a self-regulated time of human emancipation and agency. Therein lies the ambiguity of Marx's metaphor of locomotives. The mechanical instruments of the international expansion of capitalism possess their own intrinsic and irresistible dynamic of development. They destroy all social, economic, and cultural obstacles, and they overcome all national borders. Revolutions, however, lack such a semi-automatic dynamic. Their universalism is a conscious construction. It is true that 1848 was a year of synchronous European revolutionary upheaval, just as 1789 had been the climax of a wave of Atlantic revolutions that swept from America to Haiti, passing through Paris, where it found its epic entrée. But all these revolutions experienced ups and downs, throughout a discontinuous process that often resulted in defeats and restorations. The metaphor of locomotive seems to suggest an idea of permanent revolution, in Trotsky's sense. Because of the globalization of productive forces, revolutions tend to transcend their original locus and internationalize themselves. A national revolution, the Bolshevik leader explained, is not a self-contained whole, it is only a link in the international chain. Internationalism, he added, is no abstract principle but a theoretical and political reflection of the character of world economy, of the world development of productive forces and the world scale of the class struggle. 50 Revolutionary locomotives thus embody a kind of alternative globalization, in that the expansion of socialism on a world scale follows the building of the world market and the laws of revolution correspond with those of capitalism. But the metaphor attributes to this process a character both teleological and mechanical that hurts Marx's vision of politics. Moreover, the Communist Manifesto devotes many pages to criticizing the illusions of utopian socialism whose eschatological expectations were rooted in a naive faith in the emancipatory potentialities of modern industry and technology. In short, a discrepancy remains between Marx's vision of history and his approach to politics. Energy and labor power. In the 19th century, locomotives offered a visual perception of the force and dynamism of an industrial civilization based on steam machines. They exhibited the inexhaustible power of mechanical energy. From this point of view, Marx's conception of the development of productive forces has to be inscribed in the age of modern physics and thermodynamics, epitomized by Helmholtz's principle of energy conservation. 51 A large part of the first volume of Capital is devoted to the analysis of the advent of modern industry, with the transition from manufacture to industry and the creation of new powerful machines. The concept of work inevitably changed. In the 19th century, the human body began to be observed as a human motor, whose physical and mental performance was carefully studied and measured. Society needed a science of labor aimed at improving productivity and reducing fatigue as much as possible. It was Hermann Helmholtz who, in 1847, reformulated this new vision of energy as a metaphor of industrial society and paved the way for conceiving of labor as a restraint on freedom rather than a means of self-fulfillment. 52 And it was Marx who elaborated a new concept of labor power as a premise for socialism. In fact, Capital opens with a classical definition of labor as a metabolic process between man and nature, an exchange that human beings can control and regulate by engaging both their intellectual and physical capacities. It is a corporal relationship that means appropriation, transformation, eventually domination, but also belonging, insofar as it implies a vision of human beings as part of nature. 53 Then, notably in the fourth section of Capital, labor becomes labor power, a new concept which takes a double meaning. It is labor transformed into commodity, the secret of the production of economic surplus, and, at the same time, a human activity emancipated from nature and applied to mechanical production. In its machinery system, Marx writes, modern industry has a productive organism that is purely objective, in which the laborer becomes a mere appendage to an already existing material condition of production. 54 Insofar as they dispense with muscular power, machines could reduce fatigue and physical consumption. Under the capitalist factory system, however, they led to calamities such as the extreme extension of the working day, the introduction of hierarchical and oppressive forms of discipline, and even child labor. In some passages of his economic manuscripts of 1861-63, he explicitly related the advent of steam engines with labor control and discipline, by stigmatizing the introduction of steam as an antagonist to human power. 55 Under socialism, however, machines would allow a dramatic reduction of necessary labor thanks to the development of productive labor power. This is why in a communist society there would be a very different scope for the employment of machinery than there can be in a bourgeois society. 56 Capitalism, Walter Benjamin will write many decades later in reformulating this idea of Marx, turns technology into a fetish of doom instead of making it a key to happiness. 57 Machines are motors that replace the muscular energy of workers and animals. Unlike living bodies, they do not grow tired and function relentlessly. Since the natural and moral limits of human beings are unknown to them, steam machines multiply energy and annihilate fatigue. They radically modify the old metabolic relationship between human beings and nature. In other words, they introduce an anthropological break between labor and labor power, which Agnes Heller has depicted as the transition from a paradigm of work to a paradigm of production. 58 Now, socialism meant liberation from labor rather than through labor, liberation from compulsory work, finally executed by proper machines, rather than a redemptive activity of self-fulfillment. Intellectual and physical faculties could be devoted to the accomplishment of creative tasks rather than to the satisfaction of primary needs. The Song of Emancipated Labor, Anson Robinbach writes in The Human Motor, the best study on this topic, can still be heard sotto voce in Marx's Capital, but it is drowned out by the roar of expanding productive forces driving the teleological motor of historical progress. 59. This conception contains the premises of a socialist utopia grounded on an idea of total freedom and human liberation from any material constraint and, at the same time, a dangerous idealization of technology that announces the controversial relationship between socialism and ecology in the 20th century. In fact, Marx's entire oeuvre is shaped by an unresolved tension between two contradictory tendencies. On the one hand, a positivist attempt, so typical of the time, to discover the laws of motion of the capitalist mode of production and, beyond capitalism, of history, which resulted in the evolutionary scheme of the succession of social formations described in his introduction to Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. On the other hand, a dialectical vision of history as an open process, made of unpredictable turns and bifurcations, without a predetermined direction and whose final result depends on human agency. 60 In this second conception, the development of productive forces, science, technology, motors, machines, etc., was a premise for both socialism and a negative dialectic that reinforced exploitation and destroyed nature itself. This tension between a determinist and a constructivist Marx 61 that never found a satisfactory resolution in his work, makes sterile the antipodal portraits of him as either a Promethean advocate of productivism, or the forerunner of modern political ecology. 62 According to Rabin Bach, it was Engels who would overcome the ambiguities of his friend by celebrating the marriage of Marx and Helmholtz. In Anti-Düring, he fetishized technology by putting Marxism on the pedestal of energy and transcendental materialism. 63. It is no surprise that Marx, viewing modern technology and industrial machinery as the indispensable premises for a liberated society, expressed strong skepticism towards Luddism, the movement of machine breakers that spread significantly in the early 19th century, first in England, notably Lancashire and Wiltshire, and then in several continental countries affected by the Industrial Revolution. He observed its impressive propagation with both sympathy and condescension, recognizing its moral legitimacy but pointing out its political impotence and anachronistic character. Likewise, he emphasized the good reasons behind the revolt of colonized Indians against the British, but in his eyes it was historically doomed. In 1853 he ascribed colonial exploitation and oppression to the inevitable consequences of the march of progress, that hideous, pagan idol, who would not drink the nectar but from the skulls of the slain. 64 Thus, the Luddites who smashed the weaving machines were simply expressing an immature form of struggle, which he stigmatized in Capital with the following words: "It took both time and experience before the workpeople learned to distinguish between machinery and its employment by capital, and to direct their attacks, not against the material instruments of production, but against the mode in which they are used." 65. The results of this naive rebellion were counterproductive, insofar as it gave the anti-Jacobin power a good pretext for responding with the most reactionary and forcible measures. 66 It is true that capitalists use technology to impose brutal conditions of discipline and hierarchical submission upon laborers, transforming factories into hells where the workers were treated like private soldiers and sergeants of an industrial army. Machines, he added in a passage that almost prefigured the assembly line of a Fordist factory, trained workers to renounce their desultory habits of work, and to identify themselves with the unvarying regularity of the complex automaton. Factory work, Marx wrote, exhausts the nervous system to the uttermost, it does away with the many-sided play of the muscles, and confiscates every atom of freedom, both in bodily and intellectual activity. 67 But the enemy was a social system of exploitation, not its means. Alienation and bodily pain were not intrinsically related to industrial machinery. It was capitalism that turned machines against men. Socialism would instead celebrate their alliance by liberating the productive forces strangled by bourgeois property relations. In this Hegelian view, historical dialectics kept its positive outcome. Labor power had to be delivered from its abstract character and rescued by socialism as a concrete, creative process of building humanity's material environment, use values versus exchange values. 68. This dialectic of technology, which simultaneously works towards the arrival of a liberated society and the reification of social relationships and human beings, did not spare the railways. Their extension in the 19th century produced the shift towards a new biopower and the advent of an ordered society. It is not by chance that the word class entered the lexicon of ordinary people with the diffusion of train journeys. In fact, the annihilation of space and time through the railways was a process of both compressing time and regulating space. According to Mark Simpson, Trains produced a disciplinary space by making the bodies in motion the objects, not subjects of their velocity. 69 As Michel de Certeau observed in the practice of everyday life, the train journey was a form of incarceration, in which passengers were pigeonholed, numbered, and regulated. 70 They could not travel without buying a ticket, which was checked, and assigned them a fixed place. The time and destination of their journey were scheduled, and bodily functions were indulged according to coach class. They were passive watchers of a landscape disappearing before their eyes by virtue of an overwhelming velocity that, in Marx's words, did not depend on them but was instead a purely objective result of the steam machines. Marxists abandoned the idea of the neutrality of science and technology only after the Great War. A Heideggerian Marxist, Herbert Marcuse, codified this theoretical change by writing that technology as such cannot be isolated from the use to which it is put, and depicting a negative dialectic in which, rather than an emancipatory outcome, the conflict between forces of production and property relations could result in a reinforcement of domination. 71 But when he wrote these lines, in 1964, the railway age was over. Technology had already produced total wars, industrial massacres and atomic bombs. In Marx's time, anti-technological criticism was the preserve of conservative thought. If romantic anti-capitalism sometimes surfaces in his writings, it never pervades the general orientation of his work. Of course, Marx did not join the reactionary discourse so widespread in his time that stigmatized the Luddites' barbarism, and which resulted in a law aimed at their repression in 1812, but he saw these wreckers as representatives of the past, not the future. The legacy of the Luddites would be redeemed 1 century later by a new current of labor historians. In 1952, Eric Hobsbawm devoted to them a pioneering essay in which he defined their methods of struggle as a form of collective bargaining by riot. 72 Later, E. P. Thompson reinterpreted the movement of the machine breakers as an expression of the moral economy of the crowd. 73 In his eyes, a large part of the 18th and 19th centuries saw the violent conflict between the market economy of rising capitalism and the moral economy of the English plebs, deeply attached to their customs and the egalitarian tradition of their communities. In The Making of the English Working Class, Thompson depicted the Luddites as an army of redressers. According to him, Luddism was neither a blind protest nor a primitive form of trade unionism. Its representatives were well organized and sometimes cultivated. Their opposition to the advent of industry and market capitalism was certainly romantic, insofar as they wished to preserve their traditional, communitarian customs, but it looked towards the future, as attested by their introduction of the 10-hour movement. 74 In fact, the Luddites' rage against the machine did not express an anti-technological prejudice. They accepted the introduction of modern machines wherever this meant the improvement of their working conditions by reducing physical effort, fatigue, and submission. They broke the machines that had only been installed in the factories in order to compress their salaries and transform labor into a form of slavery. The leader of the Luddites. British Museum, London. Railways epitomize this plural, complex, and sometimes ambiguous relationship of workers with the machines, as well as the multiple meanings of their sabotage. In fact, sabotage is not necessarily incompatible with the rhetorical discourse on the development of productive forces. Think of the European resistance during the Second World War, in which railway workers played a prominent role. In René Clément's movie The Battle of the Rails, sabotage is accomplished by skilled workers, technicians, and railway managers who are proud of their machines. The sabotage itself does not imply any hostility towards locomotives but rather a complete mastering of their anatomy and operation. The purpose of sabotage was the preservation of a national technology and national system of transportation that had been confiscated by the Nazi occupiers. The French Railway Company supported the movie, which was recognized at the Cannes Film Festival as a paradigm of patriotic resistance. 75. A different example of an anti-capitalist use of railways is offered by the boxcar politics of the hobos, itinerant workers who stole rides on trains between the 1870s and the Great War. Contrary to commonplaces depicting them either as selfish, individualistic travelers, refractory to any form of collective action, or as romantic figures attached to the culture of the American frontier. These were migrant workers who felt a sense of belonging to the American working class of their time. 76 Their wandering was the hidden dimension of the expansion of capitalism, the standardization of time and the regulation of space in a unified country. They were lumpen proletarians, the poorest and most unprotected layers of the working class, but in contrast to the lumpen contemptuously depicted by Marx in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, they did not participate in counter-revolution, they were rather the vanguard of the working class in industrializing America. They were migrant workers whose living conditions were shaped by precarity and mobility. As unticketed travelers in boxcars, they were lawless bodies that did not submit to the instrumental rationality of the railways. Their hopping skill in riding the rods implied a form of domestication of the machines, as well as a permanent game of cat and mouse with the railway guards. They had their own union within the industrial workers of the world, and their organizers traveled illegally to cities where strikes broke out. By hopping trains, John Lennon emphasizes, hobos, both symbolically and practically, offered their bodies as resistance to the progress of an expanding capitalist society that the Transcontinental Railroad promised in its billowing smoke and roaring wheels. 77. Since Marx's death, his 19th-century optimism about technology and embrace of the railways as civilizing machines began to be considered more critically by some of his disciples. Without rehabilitating the memory of the English Luddites, Rosa Luxemburg nevertheless interpreted the process of economic globalization engendered by the creation of a world market as a human and social regression. Writing 60 years after the authors of the Communist Manifesto, she no longer considered revolutions as the locomotives of history. Almost 2 chapters of The Accumulation of Capital are devoted to the systematic destruction of peasant economies that followed the process of industrialization in Europe and the US, as well as the building of railroads in the European colonies. With the railways in the van, and ruin in the rear, capital leads the way. Its passage is marked with universal destruction. 78 Instead of rescuing entire continents from barbarism, archaism, and economic stagnation, the new means of communication introduced imperial rule and a sharpened form of exploitation. In the United States, railways followed the conquest of the West, and the frontier meant the extermination of Native Americans. In South Africa, the British built railroads, put down the Kaffirs, organized revolts of the Uitlanders and finally provoked the Boer War. The bell had tolled for peasant economy. 79 This was the accomplishment of Cecil Rhodes's imperialist program. Far from being exceptions, these events expressed a general tendency in the colonial world. The triumphant march of commodity economy, she wrote, thus begins in most cases with magnificent constructions of modern transport, such as railways lines which cross primeval forests and tunnel through the mountains, telegraph wires which bridge the desert, and ocean liners which call at the most outlying ports. But it is a mere illusion that these are peaceful changes. In fact, these transformations brought periodical massacres of a completely helpless and peaceful agrarian population. 81 Mike Davis establishes an organic connection between the building of Indian railways and late Victorian holocausts. During the 1870s, railroads absorbed 13 times as much investment as all hydraulic works. British promoters invested in railways rather than in irrigation, canals, and drainage, and this resulted in drought, scarcity, and finally famine in 1876. Peasants starved beside the new, shining locomotives that crossed the country. 82 The optimism expressed by Marx in 1853 had been tragically contradicted. Machinas locus. Railways played a significant role in the Mexican Revolution, once more putting into question the historical relationship between machines and human agency, between capitalist economic rationality and moral economy. During the 19th century they appeared as a symbol of progress and modernization, incessantly celebrated by the ruling elites. The project to connect the Pacific and Atlantic coasts of the country by train had been conceived in the 1830s, and the first railway line between Mexico City and Veracruz was inaugurated in 1873. Under the Porfiriato, the presidency of General Porfirio Diaz between 1876 and 1911, Mexico experienced a true railway boom, with an extension of its line network from 398 to more than 15,000 miles. On the eve of the revolution, the building of a national network was accomplished. 83 railways were supposed to lift the country out of poverty and backwardness, bringing modernity and economic development. As in many other Latin American nations, liberalism viewed railways as the embodiment of the famous positivist motto, Order and Progress. 84 Promoted by foreign investors, mostly British and American, railways opened the country to the world market and stimulated the beginning of modern industrialization. They also fueled the concentration of landed property, with the extension of the hacendado and the reinforcement of a landlord aristocracy. In other words, what urban elites celebrated as the advent of progress was experienced by indigenous communities as a massive process of expropriation. Wherever the railroad appeared, traditional peasant communities were destroyed. The decades of the Porfiriato were dogged by campesino rebellions against the construction of railroads, which engendered a contradictory cultural landscape. On the one hand, progress idealized and defended as a positivist belief, codified by the official discourse and spread by the newspapers as a truism in public opinion; on the other hand, a popular culture made of songs and oral storytelling that unveiled the reality of uprooted communities. 85 Mexico had become a paradigm for the antipodal diagnostics of modernity we mentioned above, a duality which existed within revolutionary culture itself. For the advocates of progress, its railway network illustrated what Marx and Engels called, in the Communist Manifesto, the civilizing mission of capital. 86 Viewed from a different perspective, Mexico showed eloquently what Rosa Luxemburg called the universal destruction brought by capitalism as a global economic system. These tensions exploded during the Mexican Revolution. Between 1911 and 1917, railroads were constantly used by both government troops and rebellious forces. The former moved and joined the front lines almost exclusively by train, the latter preferred horses. The Mexican Revolution has entered our collective memory through the image of Villa and Zapata's cavalries, with riders wearing wide sombreros and bandoliers across their chests, but soon learned to make the most of railways, which broke their isolation and transformed a mass of sedentary peasants into an army of nomadic fighters. Trains transported troops, arms, food, fuel, and families, as well as doctors, nurses and wounded soldiers. They displaced the front lines, accelerated the movement of the belligerent forces and abruptly changed the power balance between them. Once a territory had been conquered, trains became casernes with offices, kitchens, and hospitals. In insurgent Mexico, John Reed gives an admiring, and no doubt idealized, description of Villa's trains. But Villa, although he had never heard of the rules of war, carried with his army the only field hospital of any effectiveness that any Mexican army has ever carried. It consisted of 40 boxcars enameled inside, fitted with operating tables and all the latest appliances of surgery, and manned by more than 60 doctors and nurses. Every day during the battle, shuttle trains full of the desperately wounded ran from the front to the base hospitals at Parral, Jimenez and Chihuahua. He took care of the federal wounded just as carefully as of his own men. Ahead of his own supply train went another train, carrying 2,000 sacks of flour, and also coffee, corn, sugar, and cigarettes to feed the entire starving population of the country around Durango City and Torreon. 87. Zapatista train, Cuernavaca. In a very short time, rebels learned to use trains proficiently and effectively, but their relationship with these modern means of transportation was purely instrumental. Trains allowed them to win strategic battles or, pursuing a long tradition of peasant insurgency, to sabotage enemy citadels. In 1914, Pancho Villa's Division del Norte conquered Torreon by mobilizing 15 trains that transported troops, supplies, and even, as mentioned above, a military hospital equipped for surgery. 3 years earlier, however, he had led a successful offensive on Ciudad Juarez with his soldiers hidden inside a freight train transformed into a Trojan horse, then protected this military bastion by cutting the railway lines. On many occasions, locomotives became bombs thrown against the enemy, the crazy machines which so deeply penetrated the popular imagination. Sabotage was so frequent that in 1914 the railway lines were completely militarized. For conservative propaganda, the cutting of railway lines and use of locomotives as instruments of sabotage were incontestable evidence of revolutionary barbarism. No doubt, the insurgent peasants were Mexican Luddites. This vision found a literary form in Mariano Esquila's The Underdogs, one of the most important novels of the Revolution. It describes rebels invading a luxury bourgeois residence and destroying its precious furniture. Their vandalism does not spare the library, and particularly a rare edition of Dante's Divine Comedy, whose value is obviously unknown to them. 88 The Mexican Revolution was an act of barbarism against civilization. This is exactly the vision which one of the characters of Rafael Muñoz's Vámonos con Pancho Villa expresses in apodictic terms, a decivilizing wave. 89 A highly picturesque and enjoyable description of the Mexican revolutionary train is given by another great writer, Martín Luis Guzmán, in his novel The Eagle and the Serpent, which explores the subversion of order and progress implicit in the rebellious use of modern machines. The ordinary rationality of railway transportation, precise timetables and itineraries, the distinction between freight and passenger trains, ticket controls, and the separation of passengers into classes, had been completely jettisoned. Trains had become sites of chaos and disorder, where rebels felt perfectly at home. Guzmán writes, "The state of things was eloquently reflected in the passengers. To the destruction, or great deterioration, of the material instruments and mechanisms had followed a corresponding descent and deterioration in the spiritual make-up of those who still employed the damaged instruments. At every point life on the train showed clearly a return to the primitive. The structured complexity of civilization was only partial effective. The distinction between freight and passenger cars had disappeared, coaches and boxcars were used interchangeably for the same purposes. As a result, the difference between people and bundles had disappeared. In certain places men, women, and children were piled up like bundles, in other places suitcases and trunks were riding in the seats. But, even more, all the distinctions that link one's idea of bodily decorum to such things as chairs, tables, and beds were gone. The passengers seemed nowhere so much at ease as in the freight cars, where they stretched out or sat up on the floor as they pleased. And there, as in the aisles and on the platforms of the coaches, a new pleasure, long forgotten, was rediscovered, that of eating on the floor, amidst all the dirt and the rubbish. At first, a few passengers, not caught up as yet in the rising tide of barbarism, attempted to stem the disorderliness a little, but they soon desisted. The tendency was like a snowslide, only violent measures could have held it back. 90. Thus, Villa's and Zapata's fighters learned to appreciate the benefits of modern technology. Zapata traveled between Cuernavaca and Mexico City by train, keeping his horse in a wagon, without abandoning the spirit of their Luddite ancestors, the English machine breakers. Trains connected the country with the cities and integrated the rural communities into the national market, but this was not the revolutionaries' goal. As Adolfo Gili has magisterially explained, the Commune of Morelos was a form of rural communism grounded in the peasant tradition of collective land ownership. The Zapatistas were not interested in building the future as a modern, technological society. The development of productive forces was not their principal concern. Their utopia lay in the past, not the future. 91 When Villa and Zapata met in Mexico City on December 6, 1914, merging their armies, they felt uncomfortable. Their democracy was the emptiness of power, a body neither represented nor incorporated into a central institution. 92 They wished to establish a decentralized system of egalitarian peasant collectivities, not to control a central power. Their upheaval reminds us of Marx's interest in the Russian Obskyna during his correspondence with Varazé Sulich, rather than his enthusiasm for modern railways. Armored trains. Even more than in Mexico, railways played a strategic role in the Russian Revolution, particularly during its bloody civil war, from 1918 to 1921. But the multiple, interwoven dimensions they evinced in Marx's 19th-century narrative had now dramatically collapsed. After Plekhanov and Lenin's vigorous intellectual battle against populism in the 1890s, Marxism entered Russia as a discourse of radical modernization. 93 All its interpreters, regardless of their political allegiance, were disparagers of Tsarist obscurantism and Russian backwardness, as well as partisans of progress and industrialization. Most of them had received a cosmopolitan education in exile that made them convinced Westernizers. They disagreed on the character of the Russian Revolution, variously attributing to it bourgeois, democratic, or immediately socialist goals, and had different appreciations of the relations between forces and the degree of Russian insertion into the global world. The Mensheviks foresaw a period of capitalist development which would lay the groundwork for socialism, whereas Trotsky, joined by Lenin and the Bolsheviks in 1917, viewed the construction of socialism as a global process, which could be set in motion by a socialist revolution in backward Russia before being fulfilled by the proletarian forces of advanced Western countries. All of them identified socialism with the development of productive forces, the condition for extracting Russia from feudalism and its Asiatic indolence. In his preface to the French and German editions of Imperialism, Lenin stressed the role of railroads as paradigms of modernization, a summation and the most striking index of the development of world trade and bourgeois democratic civilization. 94 In a famous formula, he defined socialism as government by the Soviets plus electrification. 95 The Cyclopean project of transforming the Soviet Union into a modern, industrial colossus would be fulfilled by Stalinism from the end of the 1920s. Onwards. 96 During the Civil War, however, the Russian economy collapsed, its infrastructure was deeply damaged by military conflict, production fell far below pre-war levels, and famine arose. The Bolsheviks struggled for survival and, in such dramatic circumstances, they decided to militarize the railways. Without railways, Lenin lucidly recognized in April 1918, not only will there be no socialism, but everyone will starve to death like dogs. 97. In the springtime of 1918, the Russian territory controlled by the Bolsheviks corresponded to the size of the old Moscow Principality, and they possessed only one-third of a railroad network of 35,000 lines, largely destroyed or disorganized. 70% of the locomotives were unfit for use. It was by mobilizing the inexhaustible energies of despair, as Victor Serge stressed in his autobiography, that they built the Red Army, repelled counter-revolutionary attacks, forced back the international military intervention, gained the support of the peasantry, and finally won the Civil War. 98 In the months that followed the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, Soviet power was on the brink of collapsing. German troops occupied Poland, the Baltic countries, Belorussia, and Ukraine, with the support of Denikin's White Army. A Czechoslovakian contingent had taken the Trans-Siberian Railway line. British troops occupied the Caucasus and the northern territories of Archangel and Murmansk, while the White Guards of Kolchak advanced in Siberia and the Urals. 3 years later, the Soviet regime had reconquered most of the territories of the former Tsarist Empire. In this time span, the Soviet military forces grew spectacularly. In October 1917, the Red Guards had 4,000 men in Petrograd and 3,000 in Moscow. 3 years later the Red Army numbered more than 5 million. 99 The architect of this spectacular reconstruction was Leon Trotsky, an intellectual and a revolutionary leader with no military training, who had lived in exile until May 1917. According to several military historians, this reconquest took place along the railway lines, whose role was decisive. 100 In 1920, the Red Army possessed 103 armored trains. It is true that mounted troops, immortalized by Isaac Babel in Red Cavalry in the 1920s, won strategic battles, but the war logistics, that is, the transportation of arms, troops, and supplies, in the last instance depended on the railroads. In his autobiography, written in 1929 from his Turkish exile, Trotsky devotes an entire chapter to the armored train in which he had established his headquarters. During the most strenuous years of the revolution, he writes, my own personal life was bound up inseparably with the life of that train. The train, on the other hand, was inseparably bound up with the life of the Red Army. The train linked the front with the base, solved urgent problems on the spot, educated, appealed, supplied, rewarded, and punished. 101 He gives a detailed description of this vehicle that functioned as a flying apparatus of administration. 102 It included several offices which hosted secretaries, stenographers, and advisors, as well as a telegraph, a radio station, a generator, a small printing shop, a kitchen, dining rooms, dormitories, and bathrooms. It had a wagon with 2 cars, which allowed Trotsky to travel inland after arriving at a railway station. The chief of the Red Army had his own library, where he studied, wrote articles and even books, in particular Terrorism and Communism, an ardent defense of Bolshevik terror against Karl Koski. 103 The train published a newspaper with a beatnik title, On the Road, which had a print run of 4,500 copies. It was propelled by 2 locomotives and, of course, it was equipped with artillery engines and machine guns. According to several scholars, Trotsky covered more than 100,000 kilometers on this train. 104 Chugging incessantly between front lines, sometimes the train was attacked or involved in military operations. Trotsky describes it as a staff headquarters on wheels and a fighting instrument. He stresses that all the crew could handle arms. They all wore leather uniforms, which always make men look heavily imposing. On the left arm, just below the shoulder, each wore a large metal badge, carefully cast at the mint, which had acquired great popularity in the army. The cars were connected by telephone and by a system of signals. 105 In 2.5 years, this train provided accommodation for 405 people, and several of its soldiers were lost in battle. During the Civil War, Trotsky's train fulfilled both a strategic and a symbolic function. 106 It was the mobile war room of the Red Army, and also the messenger of the Bolshevik word. It connected all units with the army as a whole and relieved the isolation of its most remote sections along a front that stretched for 8,000 kilometers. Frequently, Trotsky spoke to the soldiers from the train. Very quickly, this armored train achieved an almost mythical dimension. In a tragic context of penury and economic disorganization, it did not epitomize the expansion of productive forces, but rather the conquering advance of world revolution. After the fall of the Central Powers in November 1918 and the outbreak of revolutions in Germany and Hungary, Trotsky's armored train materialized the promise of a connection between Soviet Russia and an imminent socialist upheaval in the West. On November 8, 1918, the day of the fall of the Hohenzollern Empire in Germany, in a speech given at the Military Academy, the chief of the Red Army affirmed, Karl Marx says that revolution is the locomotive of history. And that is true. 107 Disconnected from the cosmopolitan dynamic of world capitalism, an economic system whose general and irreversible crisis the Bolsheviks had diagnosed in the first 4 congresses of the Third International, between 1919 and 1922, revolution appeared as a locomotive of history in the literal meaning of the word. It was driving Europe into socialism. Soviet Russia was running towards the future through an incredible acceleration of history. Time seemed compressed and socialist utopia was temporalized by the building of a new society. Red Armored Train. Trotsky leaving his armored train. In 1920, the Bolsheviks dreamed of organizing the next Congress of the Communist International in Berlin. The same year, the Congress of the Peoples of the East took place in Baku, Azerbaijan. Giving the closing speech, Zinoviev announced that the 20th century would be a time of the liberation of colonial world, a gigantic wave of global emancipation as powerful as it was irresistible. And the ruling classes of the entire continent felt seriously threatened by this prospect. The cordon sanitaire which the Western powers assembled at Versailles in 1919 decided to build around Soviet Russia was both military and diplomatic. It was an international coalition comparable to the aristocratic alliance that marched against the French Revolution in 1792, and a political wall that tried to circumscribe and stop a contagion which, born in Petrograd and Moscow, threatened to spread to the whole planet. In 1921, at the apogee of the railway age, the world spirit no longer traveled on a white horse, the portrait of Napoleon that, according to legend, Hegel depicted in Jena in 1806, had become obsolete. Now, the world spirit ran on an armored train. The Great War had transformed the socialist revolution into a military action, which the Bolsheviks codified as a strategic paradigm. The locomotive of history could not but be armored. In the age of the crisis of capitalism, both classical liberalism and social democracy had exhausted their historical role. Capitalism had paused its expansion, the world market had become the locus of a world economic depression, and the bourgeoisie had turned counter-revolutionary, like its aristocratic ancestors in 1789. As for socialism, it could no longer cherish the illusion that triumph would automatically follow its electoral advances, as irresistible as the exponential rise of coal, steel, and railroads. The age of progress and peaceful economic development was over. Revolution could no longer be thought of as the result of an organic process of social evolution. Like in 1792, it became a military art, a question of tactics and strategy. The locomotives of history ceased to be symbols of technological acceleration and turned into purely political motors. Trotsky resolved the ambiguities of Marx's metaphor, which now expressed the autonomy of the political. The end of a myth. Trotsky's armored train epitomizes at once the apogee and the end of a revolutionary imagination founded on the metaphor of locomotives. From the end of the 1920s, trains abandoned the allegorical realm of revolution to symbolize instead Soviet society's surge towards modernity, industrialism, and technological progress. A propaganda poster from 1930 depicts a high-speed iron horse launched on the road to the future, against a background of factories and chimneys, framed by a slogan announcing the first 5-year plan fulfilled in 4 years, and sweeping away everything in its path, notably religious prejudice and other bourgeois calamities such as selfishness, drunkenness, laziness, and patriarchy, embodied by different representatives of the old order. After the end of the 1920s, trains became a predilect symbol of Soviet propaganda celebrating the dreams and achievements of a new civilization, cosmopolitanism, industrial development, modernization of backward regions, socialism as the fraternal fusion of European and Asian peoples, and female emancipation. Yuri Pimenov, Against Religion, for Industrial and Financial Plan, Complete 5-Year Plan in 4 Years. Soviet Poster. Soviet Poster. In a broader historical perspective, it is the Great War that exhausted the railway age. At the end of the 19th century, the Second Industrial Revolution transformed the energy sources of capitalist development. Coal and steam were replaced by oil and electricity. Speed and strength took on a new dimension, related to dynamo and combustion engines. Aircraft became the new symbol of the annihilation of space and time. 108 In 1909, Louis Blériot performed the first flight across the English Channel, showing to the world the accomplishments of French scientific genius combined with French élan and sang-froid. 109 His flight opened the century of aviation, just as the first train link between Manchester and Liverpool in 1830 had inaugurated the century of railways. But aviation developed even faster than transport on rails. In 1927, Charles Lindbergh performed the first transatlantic solo flight from New York to Paris. Alongside airplanes, automobiles also appeared. Just before the outbreak of war, the Ford auto plants of Detroit began to produce vehicles through assembly lines. Cars shortly became the new symbols of mass transportation. Of course, trains were not abandoned, but their sovereign position in mass culture had been dethroned. Locomotives no longer materialized the utopian vision of a world hurtling towards the future. During the 3 decades of the European Civil War, however, no comparable icons did appear. Immediately identified with war and destruction, aircraft were almost naturally incorporated first into nationalist, then into fascist imaginaries. 110 Hermann Göring, who had been a pilot during the First World War, was appointed to head the German Luftwaffe in 1935. In the same year, Leni Riefenstahl shot Triumph of the Will, a propaganda movie that opened with Hitler flying and landing in Nuremberg, like a Teutonic god, to attend the Congress of the Nazi Party. Mussolini was proud of his talents as an aircraft pilot and liked to be portrayed in the air. Marinetti, the founder of Futurism who joined the fascists in the 1920s, hailed the beauty of air warfare with its geometrical formation flights and the smoking spirals from burning villages, while, in 1931, fascism celebrated the transatlantic flight to Rio de Janeiro by Italo Balbo, chief of the Italian Air Force and Governor-General of Libya. In popular culture and political propaganda, pilots were iconic figures of virility, misogyny, and national strength. Aircraft as a means of mass destruction, which H. G. Wells had early foreseen in his War in the Air 111, had been trialed to a limited extent during the First World War, then on a larger scale during the Ethiopian Wars and the Spanish Civil War, and finally hugely employed between 1939 and 1945 to annihilate entire cities. After Guernica and Hiroshima, airplanes could not easily become metaphors of revolutionary imagination. In the century of mass culture and the assembly line, however, the end of railway mythology did not extinguish the allegorical function of locomotives. The discrepancy between a determinist and a constructivist Marx, or the conflict opposing the advocates of human emancipation through labor and those of liberation from labor seemed eclipsed, at the time of the European crisis, by a titanic clash between revolution and counter-revolution, communism and fascism, finally transformed into mechanical Molochs. The symbiotic relationship between human beings and machines acquired a new dimension. Liberation from work became a utopian option promulgated by marginal and heretical left-wing currents, whereas a redemptive vision of work thoroughly permeated the hegemonic tendencies of socialist culture. In the 11th of his theses on the concept of history, written in the first months of 1940, Walter Benjamin observed that the Protestant work ethic had been resurrected by German social democracy in secularized form. This vulgar Marxist conception of work as the source of all wealth and culture, already codified by the Gotha program in 1875, identified socialism with the development of the forces of production, with the result of recognizing only the progress in the mastery of nature, not in the retrogression of society. And this fetishism of technique reminded him of the technocratic features which later emerged in fascism. 112 This observation curiously avoids any reference to the most evident expression of this redemptive concept, which at the height of triumphant Stalinism was the myth of Stakhanov, the hero of socialist labor. In 1935, Alexei G. Stakhanov, a miner from the Donbass, had embodied the new man of Soviet society by breaking all previous records for productivity. Heroic laborers and five-year plans merged in a vision of socialism as a Promethean building of a modern, industrialized world. In the same years, the nationalist German writer Ernst Jünger announced the advent of the age of the worker soldier forged in the trenches of the Great War. 113 This fusion of nihilism and technology appeared to Hans Kohn as the apotheosis of a thoroughly mechanized and militarized worker, a modern machine man. 114 The military competition between Bolshevism and fascism had become a clash between two totalitarian machines. To reference Hannah Arendt, the triumph of Homo faber had turned to madness. 115 Thus, in the years between the two world wars, Marx's metaphor for revolutions as the locomotives of history began to raise doubts, to the point where it was radically put into question. Romantic anti-capitalism broke the boundaries of scientific socialism and outlined a new profile of critical thought. Progress appeared as a dangerous illusion, a synonym of catastrophe, and fascism began to be perceived as a product of modernity, a barbarism engendered by the march of civilization itself. It was Walter Benjamin, a heterodox Marxist, who turned Marx's metaphor upside down. He proposed a radically anti-positivistic historical materialism that would have annihilated in itself the idea of progress. 116 The parallelopomena to his famous theses on the concept of history contain the following sentence: Marx says that revolutions are the locomotives of history. But perhaps it is quite otherwise. Perhaps revolutions are an attempt by the passengers on this train, namely, the human race, to activate the emergency brake 117. The ramp of Auschwitz. Putting it otherwise, history is running towards catastrophe. This is its secret telos. Revolution is not a roaring locomotive pulling civilization forwards, it is rather a conscious action to stop the tragic race of this train before it attains its destination. Instead of accelerating time and accomplishing its internal logic, revolution should break this linear historical time and open a new time. Benjamin's definition of revolution mirrors the most dramatic moment of the 20th century. Its taste is as apocalyptic as Marx's fascination for locomotives was optimistic. Marx celebrated the demonic energy of industrial capitalism and the rising workers' movement. Benjamin wrote in 1940, when it was midnight in the century. Today, railways evoke Auschwitz sooner than glorious revolutions. Chapter 2. Revolutionary Bodies. Hegel, who stands everything on its head, turns the executive power into the representative, into the emanation, of the monarch. Since in speaking of the idea the existence of which is supposed to be the monarch, he has in mind not the real idea of the executive authority, not the executive authority as idea, but the subject of the absolute idea which exists bodily in the monarch, the executive authority becomes a mystical extension of the soul which exists in his body, the body of the monarch. Karl Marx, Contribution to the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Law. The woman in communist society no longer depends upon her husband but on her work. Marriage will lose all the elements of material calculation which cripple family life. Marriage will be a union of two persons who love and trust each other. Such a union promises to the working men and women who understand themselves and the world around them the most complete happiness and the maximum satisfaction. Alexandra Kollontai, Communism and the Family. Marc Chagall, Forward, Forward. Gouache. Musée National d'Art Moderne, Paris. Insurgent Bodies. At the end of 1918, when he was Commissar for the Arts in Vitebsk, Marc Chagall painted Forward, Forward, a canvas which he described as a study for the anniversary of the October Revolution. In this picture, revolution is evoked as a strip that, like a rainbow, rises through the blue sky while a young figure wearing traditional Russian clothes leaps forward over a village at the bottom. Revolution is a jump toward the future. In his autobiography, Chagall tells us that Lenin had turned Russia upside down, just as he had flipped his pictures. 1 Many of the masterpieces he painted between 1918 and 1922, the time in which he led the People's School of Art in Vitebsk, are dominated by free-floating figures, peasants, rabbis, young lovers, reminiscent of the Jewish Luftmenschen, aerial human beings. Still 20 years later, he realized Revolution, a work in which Lenin appears as a kind of acrobat, upside down with his arms stretched over a table, in front of a reluctant rabbi, in a landscape of civil war and red flags. Forward, Forward. Tellingly portrays the revolution as it was perceived by its actors, a jump toward the future and a feeling of weightlessness. This feeling can very well coexist with the worst material conditions, the ravages of war, food shortages, penury, and arises from the deep conviction that everything is changing, that the old world is finishing and a new one is coming, brought about by a transformation from below. Building a new society is a difficult task, a titanic ambition that requires enormous sacrifices and whose outcome still remains uncertain, but the present is shaped by this exciting sensation of possessing wings and overcoming the law of gravity, a sensation that affects bodies like an electric pulse and energizes them. Revolution is also a corporeal experience. Both actors and witnesses of revolutions have been astonished by the unexpected and extraordinary spectacle of the strength of human beings who suddenly merged and acted as a single body. When the vitality and intelligence of the multitude converge in conscious unity, the opposite of a heterogeneous mass or an urban crowd gathered from atomized elements, everything becomes possible. There is no need to invoke Hegel's well-used dialectical law of the transformation of quantity into quality in order to explain a phenomenon illustrated by many historical events. Storming the heavens, this image already quoted in the previous chapter captures the substance of this revolutionary mood. Let me start from the witnesses, and not even the sympathetic ones. In his recollections, devoted to the French Revolution of 1848, Tocqueville gives a remarkable description of the spectacle of Paris conquered by the laboring classes during the February uprising. I spent the whole afternoon in walking about Paris. Two things in particular struck me. The first was, I will not say the mainly, but the unique and exclusively popular character of the revolution that had just taken place, the omnipotence it had given to the people properly so called, that is to say, the classes who work with their hands, over all others. The second was the comparative absence of malignant passion, or, as a matter of fact, of any keen passion, an absence that at once made it clear that the lower orders had suddenly become masters of Paris. 2. In the French Revolution, the public scene had been dominated by men of letters coming from the bourgeois elite, whereas the working class, despite their massive mobilization, had never been the sole leaders and masters of the state, either de facto or de jure. 3. In 1848, on the contrary, Tocqueville observed with astonishment, revolution seemed to be made entirely outside the bourgeoisie and against it. This was something new and frightening for the ruling classes. Nothing more novel, he added, had been known in our annals. During the February insurrection, all representatives of the institutions of the July monarchy as well as its repressive organs, from the army and the police up to the National Guard, had disappeared. The result was the complete overthrow of the natural order of things. What appeared even more surprising in Tocqueville's eyes was the fact that, instead of spreading chaos, this meant the creation of a new order. The people alone bore arms, guarded the public buildings, watched, gave orders, punished. It was an extraordinary and terrible thing to see in the sole hands of those who possessed nothing all this immense town, so full of riches, or rather this immense nation, for, thanks to centralization, he who reigns in Paris governs France. Hence the affright of all the other classes was extreme. I doubt whether at any period of the revolution it had been so great, and I would say that it was only to be compared to that which the civilized cities of the Roman Empire must have experienced when they suddenly found themselves in the power of the Goths and Vandals. 4. In the following pages, Tocqueville takes off the mantle of the frightened observer and adopts an emphatic style by describing the emotion he felt when, during the repression of the June uprising, he was once again surrounded by his aristocratic and bourgeois fellows. He was touched at recognizing among them many landlords, lawyers, doctors, and farmers who were friends and neighbors, and he felt relief after the massacre that followed the insurrection. In his words, counter-revolution had delivered the nation from the tyranny of the Paris workingmen and restored it to possession of itself. 5. The events of June 1848 revealed the birth of a new political body, the constitution of the oppressed and the laboring classes, into a historical subject. In his recollections Tocqueville mentions some individual figures, and even describes the barricades, but it is only when speaking of his own class that he distinguishes its members. Describing the popular classes of Paris, he paints them as a single body that acts by moving its different organs. He does not mention craftsmen, cobblers, carpenters, millers, carters, blacksmiths, bricklayers, washerwomen, tailors, basket makers, etc. He mentions exclusively the workingmen and the people. This people acted as a conscious body, what Marx, in the same years, called a class for itself. 6. It is interesting to juxtapose Tocqueville's recollections with those of an actor in another revolution. In My Life, Leon Trotsky devotes similarly striking pages to portraying the effervescence of Petrograd in 1917 and the awakening of its proletarian classes. He did not write as an external observer but as a leader of the revolution, and so it was from inside the people itself that he experienced the molecular process through which it moved to the center of the political stage. This meant, in his words, the inspired frenzy of history. 7. This frenzied inspiration was eminently creative. Describing the transformation of the people into a political subject, Trotsky explained the way in which he himself, a leader, had been absorbed by a people who suggested the words of his speeches to him and transformed them into the willful expression of an unconscious collective process. I usually spoke in the circus in the evening, sometimes quite late at night. My audience was composed of workers, soldiers, hard-working mothers, street urchins, the oppressed underdogs of the capital. Every square inch was filled, every human body compressed to its limit. Young boys sat on their fathers' shoulders, infants were at their mothers' breasts. No one smoked. The balconies threatened to fall under the excessive weight of human bodies. I made my way to the platform through a narrow human trench, sometimes I was borne overhead. The air, intense with breathing and waiting, fairly exploded with shouts and with the passionate yell peculiar to the modern circus. Above and around me was a press of elbows, chests, and heads. I spoke from out of a warm cavern of human bodies. Whenever I stretched out my hands I would touch someone, and a grateful movement in response would give me to understand that I was not to worry about it, not to break off my speech, but keep on. No speaker, no matter how exhausted, could resist the electric tension of that impassioned human throng. They wanted to know, to understand, to find their way. At times it seemed as if I felt, with my lips, the stern inquisitiveness of this crowd that had become merged into a single whole. Then all the arguments and words thought out in advance would break and recede under the imperative pressure of sympathy, and other words, other arguments, utterly unexpected by the orator but needed by these people, would emerge in full array from my subconsciousness. On such occasions I felt as if I were listening to the speaker from the outside, trying to keep pace with his ideas, afraid that, like a somnambulist, he might fall off the edge of the roof at the sound of my conscious reasoning. 8. Instead of a charismatic leader who manipulates the masses by seducing and subjugating them with arguments, images, and myths, according to a model well described by Gustave Le Bon or Mussolini, Trotsky had the impression of having become a kind of somnambulist or ventriloquist who expressed, like a medium, the voice of the mass itself, a crowd that had metamorphosed into a single whole. 9. What Trotsky described was a revolutionary body, not a crowd. The portrait of the spontaneous birth of a multitude and its transformation into an acting body has been magisterially sketched by Elias Canetti in The Torch in My Ear, where he narrates his participation in the Vienna riots of 15 July 1927. 10. A verdict that acquitted the policeman accused of killing workers during a demonstration had provoked an indignant reaction. The Palace of Justice immediately became the target of collective anger. Flocking from the popular neighborhoods, Viennese workers poured into the heart of the city and burned it. Canetti perfectly captured the dynamic mobilization of the popular classes of the Austrian capital. He described the irresistible physical attraction that this crowd exerted around itself and on him, its excitement, its advancing, and the fluency of its movement, its swaying through the streets like a dance rhythmed by an internal, evil music, its egalitarian character and the incredible strength that allowed it to overcome all fear and to reaggregate after police gunshots littered the ground with corpses, the species of fire that animated it from within, as well as the throbbing in his head. He did not describe a mob with the scornful eye of Le Bon or Gabriel Tarde, who certainly recognized the contagious power and creative imagination of modern crowds but ultimately likened them to beasts, inferior races and savages. 11 Canetti was literally fascinated by the mass he had discovered that July 15. Upon evoking that brightly illuminated, dreadful day, 53 years later, he still felt the surging of the crowd in his bones. It was the closest thing to a revolution that I have physically experienced, he wrote. 12 However, Canetti was not interested in revolutions. The crowd that he fully dissolved in, as described in his powerful recollections, was the protagonist of a dramatic but ephemeral outburst. It burned the Palace of Justice, but did not overthrow the government. Tocqueville and Trotsky, on the contrary, depicted a people constituted as a unique collective body and acting consciously to change history. Revolution, one could summarize with the words of Martin Briot, is the plebeian experience that transforms the animal laborans into zoon icon. 13. Collective action, however, does not exhaust the diversity of revolution's fleshly experiences. The latter deal with both abstract, symbolic, or metaphoric bodies, like the organs of sovereignty, and physical bodies, which, in their turn, are both people in movement and biopolitical objects. Bodies are, simultaneously, subjects and objects of revolutions, subjects of their events and objects of their consequences, subjects of their dramas and objects of their representations. Considered as historical processes, revolutions appear and are felt by their actors as significant moments of corporeal liberation and regeneration, as well as the premises of new policies aimed at caring for and disciplining bodies. Since all these dimensions merge in the revolutionary maelstrom by creating kaleidoscopic configurations, conceptualizing this bodily experience is not an easy task. This chapter tries to explore and analyze these different dimensions in their reciprocal connections. Animalized bodies. Emancipatory violence never happens in isolation. The social and political break with the old regime requires a dramatic performance and a symbolic expression that affects the entire social body. There is an anthropological dimension to revolution which, at least for a while, appears as transgression. Its manifestation is usually ephemeral, but its impact on the collective imagination is durable and powerful. When Lenin defined revolutions as the festival of the oppressed and the exploited, he suggested a metaphor that could be interpreted almost literally. Revolutions display excesses as well as a spectacularized and often ritualized violence, both symbolic and real, that is reminiscent of the bacchanals of a carnival and the authorized infringements of a festival. Many observations that Roger Cale Lewis developed in comparing festivals and wars could be extended to revolutions. The overthrow of the old order produces a temporal interruption, a vacuum that is filled by a new social effervescence and the violation of all accepted conventions. 15. Insurrections are usually outbursts of joyful passion, with people pouring into the streets, hugging each other, tasting the pleasure of gathering and feeling united into a warm community. There is a sensuality in this eruption of rejoicing that suddenly dissolves inhibitions and customary forms of politeness and decency, so that kissing strangers in the midst of an unknown crowd becomes a natural and delightful thing. There is an ecstasy of liberation. This explains the tendency, typical of so many revolutions, to transform a liberated square into a theater where the historical events that have just occurred are replayed and fixed by the cameras, with men brandishing their weapons and girls carrying flags aloft like Delacroix's Marianne. Many testimonies have described the wild euphoria of those moments. But liberation may also show a different face, equally transgressive and sacred but much less pleasant. Extravagance, sarcasm, offense, fury, outrage, scandal, farce, mockery, and humiliation, up to and including killing, take on a religious resonance that relates them to the most ancient ceremonies of human sacrifice and inscribes them into popular memory as rituals instead of reprehensible acts, murders, or crimes. The more widespread and deep the social effervescence surrounding the revolution, the more impressive, if the old power shuts down, are these carnival transgressions. The enemy's body, an enemy as real as it is symbolic, is their prime target. This carnival of corporeal atrocities usually occurs in the intense short time of the suspension of law, when the power shift is still in the making, or during the transitional moments of the revolutionary process. The paradigm of this uncontrolled, extreme, spectacularized, and savage cruelty are the massacres of September 1792, a historiographic topos of the French Revolution, perpetrated by the Parisian sans-culottes after the proclamation of the Commune and the imprisonment of the king. As several authors observed, it was an outrageous sacrificial ceremony in which blood expiated the sins of the ancien regime, with corpses mutilated and exhibited, then paraded through the streets like trophies. The public executions by the guillotine were not enough to satisfy the Dionysian impulsions of the avenging crowds, they had to be involved in the accomplishment of justice. 16 Jules Michelet described with striking words the magnetic maelstrom that swept up the spectators of these spontaneous lynchings and pushed them to participate in the atrocities. Captured by dizziness, they followed the general movement and became actors of this awful Sabbath. 17 Revolutions are jumps into the future, where, as Walter Benjamin suggested, the past is reactivated, in a flash, it erupts into the present as an image and, as an ancestral drive, suddenly calls many conventions into question. 18. The Revolutionary Carnival of 1792 reappeared in the 20th century, with and without its paroxysmal forms of violence. Many historians of the Russian Revolution note the looting that took place in the Winter Palace after the October insurrection, when the soldiers of the Petrograd Soviet discovered, in the middle of a world war that had caused years of material privation, the tokens of aristocratic luxury, silver cutlery sets, crystal glasses, porcelain dishes, and reserves of French wines. But the seizure of the Winter Palace was No. 14 July. It was an action planned and managed by the Military Revolutionary Committee of the Petrograd Soviet, and the pillage was quickly stopped. 19. Murderous carnivals took place also during the Spanish Civil War, particularly after Franco's putsch in the summer of 1936, when the Republican authorities had not yet established their own military control in the cities conquered by popular insurrections. In this time of chaos, fear, and enormous social ebullience, the vacuum of central power was confirmed by the emotional and uncontrolled popular upsurge that combined joyful and awful moments. It was the time of mass execution of landowners, monks, and priests by improvised anarchist squads. In Catalonia, according to the reports of foreign correspondents, insurgent forces burned and sacked practically every church and convent. The mob, drunk with victory, afterwards paraded the streets of Barcelona attired in the robes of ecclesiastical authorities. Some priests had their heads and arms hacked off after death as a final vindictive act. 20. The Pazio stopped when the Republican government re-established its own order. At the end of the Second World War, popular uprisings organized by the resistance added further episodes to this gallery of atrocities. The most notorious is probably the exhibition of Mussolini's and his mistress Claretta Petacci's corpses, on April 29, 1945, in Piazza Loreto in Milan, hung by their feet after being booed and trampled. The myth of Il Duce's virility and overbearing sexuality turned against him. 21. In many Italian and French cities, the Liberation Days saw, at the margins of joyful parades, flags, and dances, the hideous carnival of shaven-headed women accused of horizontal collaboration. 22. The women were put up on a stage, often in the central square of a provincial town, and completely shaven, a spectacle of public humiliation amongst the insults and jeers of the audience. A newspaper from Lazare, in central France, commented on this unpleasant show, "The crowd is sheep-like, it can be childish and cruel. And yet it is the same crowd that, on the same morning, followed with dignity the coffins of our martyrs." 23. In all these episodes, the lightness and sensuality of the liberated bodies coexisted with the humiliation and offense of the injured ones in a single process which the uprising unfolded. These moments of uncontrolled violence originated from the vacuum of power, when the throne was empty and all usual rules had been broken. During the French Revolution, terror channeled and legalized violence by replacing anarchic crowd initiatives and, according to Robespierre and Danton, subjecting it to the sword of the law. 24. In the Spanish Civil War, the Pazios finished with the structuring of popular militias and the creation of a republican army. In many European countries, the establishment of new governments at the end of the Second World War put an end to extra-legal executions. These revolutionary carnivals powerfully affected collective imaginations. Between 1789 and 1794, the traumatism of the aristocracy was so profound and durable that it fed into the ideological and aesthetic representations of counter-revolution for more than a century. The lexicon of legitimism and reaction became zoological. Revolutionaries were depicted as wild beasts and their bodies regularly animalized, in both propaganda pamphlets and scholarly works. According to Hippolyte Taine, author of The Origins of Contemporary France, the revolution had been the outburst of the animal instinct of revolt. Portraying the ideal type of its actors, he described a savage driven by his desire to destroy civilization, a barbarian or, worse still, a primitive animal, a grimacing, bloodthirsty and lascivious monkey that kills with sneering laughter and cavorts over the destruction that it has produced. 25. In October 1871, the novelist Théophile Gautier compared the Paris Commune to a city suddenly conquered by wild animals escaped from a zoo. In all major towns there are lion pits, heavily barred caverns, designed to contain wild beasts, stinking animals, venomous creatures, all the refractory perversities that civilization has been unable to tame, those who love blood, those who are as amused by arson as by fireworks, those for whom theft is a delight, those for whom rape represents love, all those with the hearts of monsters, all those with deformed souls, a disgusting population, unknown in the light of day, pullulating in sinister fashion in the depths of subterranean darkness. One day it happens that a careless jailer leaves his keys in the doors of this menagerie, and the wild beasts rampage with savage roars through the horrified town. Out of the open cages leap the hyenas of 93 and the gorillas of the Commune. 26. For the playwright Ernest Feydeau, the Commune meant the triumph of pure bestiality, while Maxime Duchamp described it as a peculiar case of ferocious lycanthropy. 27 The women of the Paris Commune became the petroleuses, prostitutes and criminals, bodies that had forgotten their sex and participated in riots excited by the spectacle of wildfire. 28 According to Gautier, most commune women had an air of Styges and Lamias or looked like the mustachioed harpies of Shakespeare, by forming a hideous variety of hermaphrodites made with the ugliness of both sexes. 29 At the end of the century, the influence of positivism pushed a naturalist novelist like Émile Zola to narrate the Commune as an example of pathology in the social body. Its actors were people wasted by alcoholism and syphilis. In Criminal Man, Cesare Lombroso, the founder of criminal anthropology, elaborated a prototype of the born criminal, identified by a certain morphology: flat skull, hooked nose, protruding ears, heavy jaw, prominent cheekbones, shifty air, and assimilated to a savage, that is, an intermediate species between ape and human. In Lombroso's view, this type of born criminal was particularly frequent amongst regicides, terrorists, communards, and anarchists. 30. Anti-Bolshevik propaganda poster, Budapest, 1920. Bolshevism brings war, unemployment, and starvation. Poster of the League for the Struggle Against Bolshevism, Berlin. The animalization of revolutionary bodies reached its peak in the early 1920s, when the threat of an expansion of Bolshevism in Central Europe became concrete with the Spartacist uprising in Berlin, the Council Republics in Bavaria and Hungary, and the civil war in the Baltic countries. At that time, nationalist posters depicted Bolshevism as a monster whose blood was trickling into the waters of the Danube or as a gorilla threatening the viewer with his dagger. In 1920, Winston Churchill wrote a violent screed against the October Revolution, denouncing it as a catastrophic event that had thrown Russia into the hands of the enemies of the human race by installing in power an animal form of barbarism, embodied by swarms of typhus-bearing vermin or troops of ferocious baboons amid the ruins of cities and corpses of their victims. Their leader, Lenin, was a rampant monster atop a pile of skulls. 31 In 1918, before the foundation of the fascist movement, Mussolini presented Bolshevism in his newspaper, Il Popolo d'Italia, as an outburst of zoological instincts. 32 It was later, with the rise of National Socialism, that counter-revolution would replace animal metaphors with a biological racist discourse made of cancers, virus, diseases, cholera bacilli, etc. The people's two bodies. The body politics of revolutions also possesses a theological dimension whose understanding requires a historical excursus. If fleshly metaphors have characterized the political lexicon since antiquity, it was only in the 16th century that the analogy between natural body and political body was systematized and became a literary topos. The age of the great discoveries, which allowed the elaboration of world maps and the birth of modern cartography, was also that of a dramatic development in human anatomy. Both space and the body were carefully depicted in their components, space created by oceans, lands, and rivers, and body constituted as a structure of flesh, bones, nerves and blood. 1 century after De Humani Corporis Fabrica, Andreas Vesalius's anatomy treatise that offered the first complete representation of the human body as a complex structure of internal, hidden and interconnected organs, it became common to compare the state with the corpus naturalis, both of which were likened to Cartesian machines. It was Hobbes who, in the wake of John of Salisbury, Jean Bodin, and Machiavelli, supplied the archetypal definition of sovereignty as a human body. 33 This metaphor opens the introduction to Leviathan, where the English thinker established a set of analogies between the body and the state, sovereignty as soul, prosperity as strength, laws as reason, administration as limbs, punishments as nerves, sedition as sickness, and civil war as death. Finding visual expression in his book's famous frontispiece, a Leviathan formed from the concentrated human bodies of the state's subjects, the sovereign was presented by Hobbes as an artificial person that represents, through his own body, the state's strength and virtue, and possesses a power like the head over each member of the body. 34 Abandoning the old medieval doctrine of the divine right of kings, Hobbes defined the state as the result of a mutual contract by which everyone willingly alienated himself to a superior authority. The mortal God embodying sovereignty emanated from the people, which was transcended by absolute power. Thus, the Hobbesian anthropomorphic metaphor of power lay in a new definition of the source of sovereignty, lying not with God but with the people, the great multitude of the subjects. It merged a mythical representation, the biblical image of Leviathan, with a juridical construction that related the legitimacy of power to the consent of human beings. Cover illustration of the original edition of Thomas Hobbes, Leviathan. Division of Rare and Manuscript Collections, Cornell University Library. If Hobbes's Leviathan epitomizes the transition from medieval political theology to the modern theory of sovereignty, its powerful visual representation is still based upon a conceptual dualism between the people as the new source of power's legitimacy, and the sovereign as a mortal god. From this point of view, it does not call into question the doctrine of the king's two bodies which, as Ernst Kantorowicz pointed out in the introduction to his eponymous book, Mutatis Mutandis, was to remain valid until the 20th century. 35 According to this medieval principle, there is a corpus politicus, immortal and emanating from God, which acts within a corpus naturalis, the physical and mortal body of the king, as a sort of deus absconditus. 36 The king's death did not dissolve the kingdom, it merely announced the migration of the soul, the immortal part of kingship, from one incarnation to another, thus reaffirming its perennial character. From this point of view, the anthropomorphic representation of the Leviathan simply reformulated the theological idea of corpus mysticum, the ensemble of Christian community coalesced into an organic body with head and limbs. 37 The doctrine of the king's two bodies, Kantorowicz argues, found a dramatic and meaningful illustration in the liturgy of royal funerals, which he carefully depicts with reference to several medieval and early modern authors. The burials of French kings in the Abbey of Saint Denis followed a rigorous ritual. When the coffin slipped into the vault, accompanied by the audience's lament of "Leroy est mort," the royal banner was pulled down for a brief moment and immediately raised again, to cries of "Vive Leroy!" 38. Execution of Louis XVI, Paris, January 1793. It is interesting to observe that the actors of the two greatest revolutions of modern times performed similar rituals. In the case of the French Revolution, the comparison does not deal, of course, with the burial of Louis XVI but rather with his execution at the Place de la Révolution on January 21, 1793. Decided by the National Convention and accomplished by the guillotine, this execution revealed a paradoxical contradiction in the revolutionary process. On the one hand, this was its symbolic dimension, it was supposed to fulfill the secularization of political power and society, up to the procedures of capital punishment. There was no royal exception. The execution of Louis XVI, Louis Capet, did not differ from that of ordinary enemies of revolution. The guillotine, a mechanical, impersonal, silent, and extremely rapid killing apparatus, both sacralized and democratized the ritual of capital punishment. 39 On the other hand, the royal execution assumed the character of a sacred act, of a foundational sacrifice on the part of the nascent Republican power. The scaffold was surrounded by a rapturous crowd. The execution was announced by the beating of drums and, in a sort of parody of the medieval king's burials, the stewards shouted "Vive la République." When the executioner exhibited the severed head of the king. 40 Many excited onlookers jumped onto the scaffold to touch the royal blood, and soldiers dipped their swords in it. The square became a theater, writes Michelet, describing the public executions of the terror years. 41 The solemnity of this execution was implicitly recognized by Robespierre himself, who depicted it as the accomplishment of natural right's sacred duty. According to Camille Desmoulins, the king's blood sealed the decree that declared the French Republic. 42 Instead of acclaiming the permanence of the monarchy, the execution of the king established the immortality of the Republic by celebrating the advent of people's sovereignty, the new corpus politicus. The execution of the last Tsar, Nicholas II, with his entire family took place under different circumstances, completely devoid of solemn ceremony. The Bolsheviks had envisaged a public trial like that of Louis XVI, but the deepening of the Civil War, in the summer of 1918, did not allow them the time to prepare a spectacular legal action. Trotsky recalls learning of the Tsar's execution from Yakov Sverdlov, the USSR head of state, coming back to Moscow after the fall of Ekaterinburg. The survival of the Soviet government was at stake, and the Bolsheviks could not gift a live banner to their enemies. The execution of the Tsar, he explained in his diary in exile, aimed at depriving the whites of any hope of an eventual restoration. The historical break of the October Revolution was as radical as it was irreversible. The Bolsheviks would not accept any retreat or compromise. The imperial family, he concluded, had been the victim of the monarchic principle of dynastic succession. 43. Relieving Soviet power of a burden, the execution of Nicholas II was not performed as a public spectacle. It was accomplished without solemnity, exactly like the proclamation of the new Soviet government a few months earlier. The time to impose communist liturgies had not yet come. Emerging from 2 decades of underground struggle and a precarious life in exile, the Russian revolutionaries were still utter foreigners to any institutional rituals. The celebration of the immortality of socialism took place later, reaching its peak with Lenin's death. I will return later to the decision to embalm his corpse and exhibit it in a mausoleum, in the heart of Moscow. Here, it is worth merely emphasizing that his funeral was attended by huge crowds and that people did not stop visiting the coffin for weeks, thus pushing the Soviet leadership to transform the temporary tomb into a permanent and more majestic wooden mausoleum. The announcement of the death of the revolutionary leader marked the beginning of a vast campaign focusing on the immortality of his ideas and lessons. On January 27, when the funeral started on Red Square, the radio widely disseminated the message that dominated the entire ceremony: "Lenin has died, but Leninism lives." 44 The following day, this slogan resonated across the country through the Soviet newspapers. The headline in Izvestia clearly evoked the medieval doctrine of the king's 2 bodies: that which was mortal in Lenin has died, but his cause and his legacy will abide forever. 45 Pravda's editorial distinguished between Ilyich, who was no more, and Lenin, who remained an immortal presence amidst the Russian people and communists all over the world. Vladimir Mayakovsky devoted a poem to the immortality of Lenin that was reprinted many times: "Lenin and death, these words are enemies/Lenin and life, our comrades/Lenin lived/Lenin lives/Lenin will live." 46. Lenin's embalmed body, Moscow. Lenin's wooden mausoleum, Moscow. Already begun in previous years and de facto institutionalized in 1923, the cult of the Bolshevik leader found its most significant expression in a rich iconography that combined many variations on the same basic elements: Lenin with outstretched arm pointing his finger towards the future, surrounded by parading people, Red Army soldiers, peasants plowing fields, workers in their factories, etc. Some posters possess a Hobbesian flavor. A Rostov placard of 1927, created for the 10th anniversary of the October Revolution, portrays Lenin as a statesman, within an oval frame, toward whom exulting masses of workers and peasants converge from both sides of the picture. In the background, the rising sun illuminates an idyllic rural landscape juxtaposed with city buildings and factory chimneys. Less gigantic than in most other images of the 1920s, this poster represents Lenin, nevertheless, as a kind of Soviet Leviathan, a sovereign unifying in himself a multitude of bodies. 47. Celebration of October, Soviet poster by F. Chernosenko, Rostov. These analogies between the practices of modern revolutions and the rituals of the king's two bodies cast a new powerful light on the process of secularization. The dramatic shift of sovereignty from kingship to the people that took place during the French Revolution should not be interpreted exclusively as the destruction of a social and political order and the abandonment of previous beliefs and values. Of course, the struggle against religion radically put into question its institutions and, with the decline of traditional representations, engendered a general disenchantment of the world, but this dramatic change produced neither the extinction of sacredness nor its retreat from society and power. The shift of sovereignty meant rather a transfer of sacredness from religion and tradition to secular values, from the worship of God, the saints, the church, and the king, with their laws, institutions, and symbols, to the worship of secular values such as freedom, equality, humanity, nation, and reason, embodied by their own institutions. This transfer of sacredness, according to Mona Ozoev, resulted in the invention of new symbols and rituals, from the revolutionary calendar to the Republican festivals that celebrated the advent of a regenerated nation and humanity. 48 In the last analysis, this is the true meaning of the iconoclastic waves that shape most revolutionary changes, the dechristianization of France under the First Republic, when Robespierre introduced the cult of the Supreme Being, the closing of Orthodox churches in Russia after the October Revolution, and finally, the anarchistic explosion of anti-clerical violence during the Spanish Civil War. Burning churches, destroying icons, vandalizing relics, firing at Christian crosses, and killing priests announced the coming of freedom as a new sacred value. Thus, the new rituals of Jacobin France and Bolshevik Russia seem to confirm the famous assessment of Carl Schmitt in his Political Theology that all significant concepts of the modern theory of the state are secularized theological concepts. 49 Adopting this interpretive key, both the execution of Louis XVI and the funeral of Lenin appear, despite their ostensibly dissimilar meanings, as secularized versions of the principle of the king's two bodies, the people's two bodies. 50 The execution of the king celebrated the birth of the people's sovereign body, a new corpus politicus that could not exist without suppressing the corpus naturalis of the old monarch. The burial of Lenin already instituted the dualism of the people's body by distinguishing between the transient corporeal person of the leader and the immortality of socialism. The mummy of Lenin and the symbols of Leninism, however, could only play the role of a substitute for the impossible representation of the people, the new bearer of sovereign will. As we will see, the secularization of the political theology of royal sovereignty finally resulted in the installation of the people as a biopolitical object molded and built by the new power. The people's sovereign body is both an aporetic concept and an almost non-representable metaphor. 51 On the one hand, the real people, a multitude of bodies, that finds its unity in revolutionary action does not need any fictional representation. It exists by fighting against the state, and its victory means the death of both the old regime and its representatives. The revolutionary crowds have their own symbols, think of Delacroix's Liberty leading the people or Eisenstein's October, but do not act on behalf of an established power, simply because they are establishing it. On the other hand, the emergence of the symbols and institutions of a new sovereignty fatally corresponds with the retreat and invisibility of the multitude, the corpus politicus they supposedly represent. The sovereign body is a mythical and omnipotent entity, non est potestas super terram qui comparatur ei, one could say, repeating the biblical quotation of Leviathan's frontispiece, which exists exclusively by virtue of a constitutional charter or a fictive convention. Popular sovereignty is an oxymoron. Sovereignty only exists as a power over the people. Following the art historian T.J. Clark, Eric Santner suggests that this impossible incarnation was magisterially expressed by David in his famous painting Death of Marat. In this canvas, the spectral dead body of the French revolutionary, depicted lying in the bath, in a manner that breaks with all contemporary canons of the figuration of death, is overshadowed by the intense brown of the wall behind him, which fills most of the painting. According to Santner, the contrast between Marat's body and this empty yet overwhelming wall would perfectly illustrate the representational deadlock situated at the transition from royal to popular sovereignty. 52. Sovereign body. According to Claude Lefort, democracy is the locus in which power becomes an empty place, a place that the people, its legitimate source and supposed holder, cannot occupy, and therefore a place that those who exercise public authority can never claim to appropriate. 53. In this sense, democracy is the opposite of absolutism, a representable power whose place is occupied, a power that builds society as a homogeneous body and creates an otherwise inexistent political community. This is why Lefort grasps the main features of democracy in disincorporation, by emphasizing the emptiness and unrepresentability of power. 54. Thinkers of juridical positivism such as Hans Kelsen have pointed out that democracy based on representative institutions always supposes a silent and anonymous people that does not participate in the elaboration of law. There can be no doubt, he wrote, that none of the existing democracies called representative are really representative. 55. In other words, the installation of the people as a sovereign body, the declaration of the rights of man and of the citizen posits that the source of all sovereignty lies in the people, is a fiction that implies its dissolution as a concrete physical ensemble. Since the first years of the French Revolution, the idea of popular sovereignty appeared suspect not only to aristocratic conservatism but also, for very different reasons, to some enlightened observers. According to Gaspar Melchor de Jovellanos, a Spanish admirer of the Jacobins, to speak of national sovereignty was simply meaningless. As he argued, sovereignty always implies the distinction between the ruler and the subjects, and the people cannot be sovereign of itself. 56. Carl Schmitt, a political thinker who certainly did not like revolutions, stressed the ambiguity of the concept of the people in modern constitutional theory, whereas the sovereign people officially organized, that is, formed and defined by the law, was a fiction that existed exclusively through statesmen who acted on its behalf. The real people, the people ignored by the law, but the substance of common language, consisted precisely of those who do not rule, those who are excluded from power and can only say yes or no or acclaim. 57. Notoriously, CIs tried to find a solution to this contradiction first by assimilating the people to the nation, the great body of citizens as opposed to the aristocracy, an awful sickness that devoured the living flesh of France. 58, and then by reducing the nation to the third estate. Based on criteria of property and education, his distinction between active and passive citizenship excluded from political representation all manual workers, whom he elegantly called laboring machines and human instruments of production. 59. Thus he introduced a discriminating political principle that would become a topos of classical liberalism, from Benjamin Constant to John Stuart Mill, across the entire 19th century. And even further, François Furet considered the opposition of Robespierre to representative institutions based on property and tax qualification as the source of an idealization of the people that led to the Terror. 60. David, the Tennis Court Oath. Canvas. Musée Carnavalet, Paris. It is significant that one of the rare attempts to give a visual representation to the people's sovereign will, once again a painting by David, his sumptuous tennis court oath, is a corporeal metaphor excluding the people. The canvas shows an excited and enthusiastic crowd, the members of a collective body gathered around Bailey, the assembly president, as he reads out the establishment of the Constitution. Bailey, the body's head, dominates the scene, and three religious men are recognizable beneath him, Dom Girl, Abbé Grégoire, and Rabat Saint-Étienne, respectively a monk, a priest, and a Protestant father, who symbolize the new spirit of tolerance and the heart of the nation. This collective body, however, is composed of the Third Estate, the members of the Constituent Assembly, prosperous, respectable, well-dressed men whose gestures convey dignity and self-confidence despite the confused and excited general atmosphere. Recognizable on the top sides of the painting, ordinary people, including several women, are confined to two very high tribunes, far from the stage, and passively attend the historic ceremony. 61. The ambiguities of the concepts of people and sovereignty largely explain their absence from the lexicon of Marx and Marxism, not to mention of Bakunin and the anarchist tradition. Whereas anarchism wished to abolish the state, Marxism posited the proletarian conquest of power as the premise of human self-emancipation that would make the state useless, putting it, according to Friedrich Engels, into the Museum of Antiquity, by the side of the spinning wheel and the bronze axe. 62 Both anarchism and Marxism aimed to destroy sovereignties. In Marx's writings, corporeal metaphors are primarily used to describe the state, and at other times for the working class. This appalling parasitic body, he wrote in the 18th Brumaire, enmeshes the body of French society and chokes all its pores. It is by demolishing this gigantic bureaucratic and military machine that the proletariat could restore to the social body the forces and functions previously absorbed by this parasitic growth. 63 The measures adopted by the Paris Commune, he pointed out in the Civil War in France, simply made the concept of sovereignty superfluous. Universal suffrage, the revocability of the deputies, the abolition of the police, and public education were the first steps towards a stateless society, a political community in which the separation between rulers and subjects, the substance of sovereignty, no longer existed. As a working, not a parliamentary body, executive and legislative at the same time. 64 The Commune was not a controlled or ruled body, it was a self-managed body that could be established only by destroying the state's repressive apparatus. Marx defined revolution by two corporeal metaphors. A parasitic excrescence was amputated. 65 The goal of Guizot in 1848 as well as of Thiers in 1871 was to restore order by smashing this emancipatory potential of the proletarian body. Marx's organic metaphors dealt with political action and collective imagination rather than with juridical forms of power. The Commune had been a living experience beyond any institutional dimension, and its legacy was a realm of memory, a concept that he expressed again through a corporeal metaphor. Its martyrs, he wrote, are enshrined in the great heart of the working class. 66. Of course, there is a continuity in Marx's political writings between 1848 and 1871. They similarly define the state as a repressive apparatus and a parasitic excrescence that revolution tried to overthrow, in order to both constitute the proletariat as a new ruling class and transform the economic basis of the country by socializing the means of production. It was only after the experience of the Paris Commune, however, that Marx completely abandoned the model of the people's two bodies by elaborating a new conception of direct democracy, which he presented as synonymous with proletarian dictatorship, opposed to representative institutions and popular sovereignty. In 18th Brumaire, he vigorously denounced the suppression of universal suffrage by the Second Republic in May 1850 by means of a corporeal metaphor. By this measure, he wrote, the French bourgeoisie had cut in two the muscles which connected the parliamentary head with the body of the nation and had transformed itself from the freely elected representatives of the people into the usurping parliament of a class. 67 This dualism no longer existed with the Commune. In State and Revolution, the essay he wrote in the summer of 1917, Lenin tried to systematize Marx's ideas on the Paris Commune and the proletarian dictatorship. The purpose of his essay was to re-establish what Marx really taught on the subject of the state. 68 At that moment, Lenin's intellectual disposition was anti-authoritarian. His text dealt with Marx's writings on the revolutions of 1848 and the Paris Commune, but he reinterpreted them through the prism of the Russian Revolution, precisely when the Soviets were turning from organs of struggle to organs of power. In his view, the result of this transition was a new power acting from the beginning for its own extinction, a new ruling entity in which the people's two bodies, the cleavage between its concrete corpus naturalis and its abstract corpus politicus, had become meaningless. The state, he wrote, was a historically transitional institution. Since, in the past, many human communities had existed without a state, a stateless future was equally conceivable. According to Lenin, the state was a historical product of class society, and therefore a tool of the ruling class. This bourgeois state could not be transformed, it needed to be suppressed by a violent act. But this destruction was creative. The model of proletarian dictatorship was the Paris Commune, which had replaced the government of persons with the administration of things. 69 As a proletarian dictatorship, it was a state that created the premises of its own disappearance. In Anti-Düring, Engels mentioned the process of state extinction. The state is not abolished, it dies out. 70 Differently from many forms of utopian socialism that prefigured an ideal society, Marx depicted communism as the real movement which abolishes the present state of things. Antonio Negri has pertinently characterized this conception of revolution directed against sovereignty as an expansive constituent power, which is different from the idealization of insurgency as a purely destituent power. 71. This libertarian moment of Lenin's theory is amazingly different from the authoritarianism he expressed after the conquest of power. Reading State and Revolution is both refreshing, in that it unveils a thinker far away from many stereotypical representations, and problematic. In his view, the organs of the proletarian dictatorship were both legislative and executive, with elected delegates assuring the administration of things in a system without hierarchies. But how would democratic deliberation function and who would make decisions? In his essay, Lenin avoided any reflection on the centralization of power. He completely neglected to consider the legal framework of the revolutionary state. 72 Did it need the law? Should it have a constitution? Would it assure political pluralism? Would it preserve the conquest of individual and public liberties? What place was there for dissent within its institutions? Would it establish any form of censorship? The Bolsheviks would face these questions empirically, and the Soviet Constitution of 1918 was not the product of a constituent assembly, which they had dissolved in December 1917. A proletarian dictatorship, which cannot be the state of exception of an existing regime but rather a constituent power, had to suspend and abolish laws with the purpose of creating a new order. In a vacuum, everything became possible. If Giorgio Agamben is right in defining constituent as that figure of power in which a destituent potential is captured and neutralized. 73 The lack of a concept of sovereignty in revolutionary theory does not favor the preservation of an insurgent spirit, it instead creates the premises for an uncontrolled and extremely authoritarian constituent power. Leon Trotsky also carefully avoided the concept of sovereignty in its conventional juridical meaning. His History of the Russian Revolution devoted an impressive chapter to the question of the twofold power that, since the collapse of the Tsarist regime, had shaped the Russian crisis by opposing the Soviets to the provisional government. Twofold power, he observed, was a sort of regulative principle of all revolutions, as both the English and the French revolutions had eloquently shown. The confrontation between the Presbyterian Parliament of the English nascent bourgeoisie and Cromwell's plebeian New Model Army, as well as the opposition between the monarchy and the National Convention in France, had found their equivalent in Russia in 1917. In all these revolutionary experiences, he explained, civil war gave to this double sovereignty its most visible, because territorial, expression. 74 Both revolution and counter-revolution struggled to impose a unique authority. It is interesting to observe that the term dual power, which was originally used by Lenin in April 1917, comes from the Russian for power, vlast, an ancient Slavic word meaning authority, rule, control, and force. With a few exceptions, neither Lenin nor Trotsky used the modern Russian term sovereignty, probably derived from the German or the French, which designates power in the juridical sense. 75 It appeared a too legalistic concept to revolutionary thinkers who wished to destroy the state as a juridical and political superstructure and to break up the entire architecture of international relations through a world revolution. After seizing power, the Bolsheviks announced their intention to publish all secret agreements established by Tsarism with the Western great powers. In March 1918, at Brest-Litovsk, where the new Soviet government negotiated a separated peace with the Central Empires, the German and Austrian diplomats could not believe their eyes when Trotsky and Joffre, alighting from their train, started distributing leaflets to the enemy's soldiers agitating for mutiny and revolution. Sovereignty came back later, at the beginning of the 1920s, when Georgy Chicherin, the People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs, went to the Genoa Conference of 1922 to negotiate the recognition of the USSR by the great powers. In fact, this intellectual debate on revolution, twofold power, and the extinction of the state completely disappeared in just a few months with the outbreak of the Russian Civil War. Whereas in October 1917 the dualism of power affected the relationship between the Provisional Government and the Soviet Congress, in December it had shifted, albeit for an ephemeral moment, to the opposition between the newly elected Constituent Assembly, dominated by the right wing of the Socialist Revolutionary Party, and the Soviet government controlled by the Bolsheviks, in coalition initially with the left SRS. With the Civil War, however, the Soviets became an empty shell, the economy collapsed, industrial production fell dramatically and many factory workers, the social base of the Bolsheviks, joined the Red Army. With the organization of the counter-revolution and the birth of an international coalition against Soviet power, the latter reacted by setting in motion a quick and intense process of militarization. The people's two bodies reappeared as a proletarian dictatorship incarnated by the Bolshevik government. The immortal body of socialism had become a fiction and the physical body of the king corresponded now with a militarized party. In State and Revolution, after explaining that the proletariat needed state power, a centralized organization of force and an organization of violence in order to crush the resistance of the exploiters, Lenin pointed out the hegemonic role of the Communist Party in terms that already announced a party dictatorship. By educating the Workers' Party, Marxism educates the vanguard of the proletariat, capable of assuming power and leading the whole people to socialism, of directing and organizing the new system, of being the teacher, the guide, the leader of all the working and exploited people in organizing their social life without the bourgeoisie and against the bourgeoisie. 76. In a letter to Nikolai Bukharin of October 1920, Lenin expressed this view through a very simple syllogism: the proletarian class equals Russian Communist Party equals Soviet power. 77. From the armored train that he transformed into the general staff of the Russian Revolution, Trotsky wrote Terrorism and Communism, an incendiary essay where he asserted and theorized the dictatorship of the Bolshevik Party. We have more than once been accused of having substituted for the dictatorship of the Soviets the dictatorship of our party. Yet it can be said with complete justice that the dictatorship of the Soviets became possible only by means of the dictatorship of the party. It is thanks to the clarity of its theoretical vision and its strong revolutionary organization that the party has afforded to the Soviets the possibility of becoming transformed from shapeless parliaments of labor into the apparatus of the supremacy of labor. In this substitution of the power of the party for the power of the working class there is nothing accidental, and in reality, there is no substitution at all. The communists express the fundamental interests of the working class. It is quite natural that, in the period in which history brings up those interests, in all their magnitude, onto the order of the day, the communists have become the recognized representatives of the working class as a whole. 78. In the following pages, the chief of the Red Army emphasizes the advent of revolutionary terror against the counter-revolution as a kind of historical law. Claiming the virtues of the Bolshevik Party dictatorship, he justifies the suppression of political pluralism, censorship, the creation of the Cheka, the militarization of work and the trade unions, and even the introduction of forced labor, obligation, and, consequently, compulsion, are essential conditions in order to bind down the bourgeois anarchy, to secure socialization of the means of production and labor. 79. With similar arguments, 1 year later he would defend the forced Sovietization of Georgia, national self-determination sacrificed in defense of the Soviet regime, and the repression of the Kronstadt rebellion. In his eyes, revolutionary terror was teleologically inscribed into history. It was the terror of an ascending class, that embodied progress and the future, against a declining class that represented the past and did not wish to relinquish its power. The Bolsheviks simply accelerated the march of history. To the Menshevik leader Raphael Abramovich, who asked what the difference was between this kind of socialism and Egyptian slavery, Trotsky gave a scornful answer. Abramovich had forgotten that in Egypt there were pharaohs, there were slave owners and slaves. It was not the Egyptian peasants who decided through their Soviets to build the pyramids. The Soviet compulsion, on the contrary, was applied by a workers' and peasants' government, in the name of the interests of the laboring masses. 80 Reversing the criticism that 20 years earlier, at the Second Congress of the Russian Social Democracy, he had directed against Lenin's substitutionism. 81 Trotsky depicted the Soviet dictatorship as a kind of Hobbesian absolutism in which the people consented to complete submission to the sovereign in the name of a superior law of nature, a lex naturalis, replacing freedom with constriction, or, in the terms of the English philosopher, liberty with obligation. Translated into the theological political doctrine of the king's two bodies, this view corresponded with the medieval motto Rex Vicarius Dei, God was completely subsumed by the king. 82. Immortality. This brings us back to Lenin's body. The option of exhibiting it in a mausoleum began to be discussed by the Soviet government in the autumn of 1923, a few months before the death of the Bolshevik leader, when his health had dramatically worsened. 83 In an unofficial meeting of the Politburo attended by Kalinin, Bukharin, Trotsky, Kamina and Rykov, the new party secretary, Stalin, suggested the organization of an imposing funeral. Arguing that incineration, the choice of Engels 25 years earlier, did not belong in Russian tradition, he mentioned that several members of the party had suggested embalming the leader, at least for a short period, in order to accustom the population to such an incommensurable loss. This proposal horrified Trotsky and Bukharin, who objected to transforming Lenin's remains into a relic, like an Orthodox saint. As a Marxist and committed atheist, he himself never would have sanctioned such a step. In the following days, Nadezhda Krupskaya, Lenin's wife, joined her voice to their protest. This disagreement did not prevent the government from approving the principle of exhibiting Lenin's body during his funerals. Therefore, despite the public dissent of Krupskaya, Lenin's corpse was put on public view. The interminable queues of ordinary people that continued after the funeral pushed the party to preserve the body indefinitely. This required a permanent crypt, and a competition was held to design it. Meanwhile, as Lenin's body began to show signs of decay, a team of doctors, anatomists, and biochemists was urgently convened. The decision was taken to preserve the Bolshevik leader's body by injecting a special embalming liquid, abandoning the initial project of refrigeration. The result was a strange hybrid, not a relic made with biological remains but rather, according to the striking definition suggested by Alexei Yurchik, a sculpted portrait, a physical body made from 23% of Lenin's corpse. 84 In August, the crypt on Red Square was replaced by a wooden mausoleum created by the modernist architect Konstantin Melnikov, and 5 years later the sarcophagus found its final resting place in a granite mausoleum realized by Alexei Shchusev. This austere building had been preferred over more avant-garde projects like that presented by the constructivist artist Vladimir Tatlin, creator of the monument to the Third International. It is almost impossible to clearly indicate the inventor of the Lenin Mausoleum, which arose from a cumulative process of provisional decisions taken with contradictory motivations and purposes. The various steps of the process can be retrospectively enumerated, but this does not mean that they had been carefully planned. Considering a posteriori the chain of events, this paradoxical object undoubtedly crossed a threshold in building the aesthetic and liturgical features of a modern political religion. Lenin became an icon of worship. It signified a return, under the mantle of Leninism, to the Christian cult of saintly relics. Lenin's funeral was a religious ceremony, as the startling speech pronounced by Stalin on that occasion clearly implied. Enchaining the prescriptions of the dead leader, departing from us, Comrade Lenin enjoined us to hold high and guard the purity of the great title of member of the party, to remain faithful to the principle of the proletarian dictatorship, to guard the unity of the party as the apple of our eye, etc. He concluded each sentence with the same invocation: "We vow to you, Comrade Lenin, that this behest too, we shall fulfill with honor." 85. The Lenin Mausoleum, however, was more than the symbol of a new secular religion. Its walls echoed and merged with other, very different meanings, the utopian dreams of a revolution that sought to conquer the future. Rooted in an ancient belief of Christian eschatology, its quest for immortality was offered to the collective imagination as a myth translated into the language of modern science and technology. The decisive impulse to preserve Lenin's body indefinitely came from Leonid Kherson, the People's Commissar for Foreign Trade, who was appointed on January 29 to chair the funeral committee, subsequently transformed into the Commission for the Immortalization of Lenin's Memory. An old Bolshevik, Kherson joined the God-building movement created by Alexander Bogdanov and Anatoly Lunacharsky after the defeat of the First Russian Revolution of 1905. Deeply convinced that human beings needed a faith and a spiritual message in order to fulfill their potential, the God-builders regarded Marxism as a new humanist religion founded on the principles of historical materialism and the Promethean promises of modern science. According to Lunacharsky, scientific socialism was the most religious of all religions. The God-builders believed in immortality, which they portrayed as the final accomplishment of human liberation in a socialist future. Creating a synthesis between Marx's historical materialism, Darwin's evolutionism, Mach's empirio-criticism, and Fedorov's Christian philosophy, they interpreted socialism as a sort of deification of man. In 1921, Kherson explicitly defended his belief in immortality in a speech at the funeral of the Russian physicist Lev Karpov. "I am certain that the time will come when science will become all-powerful, that it will be able to recreate a deceased organism. I am certain that the time will come when one will be able to use the elements of a person's life to recreate the physical person. And I am certain that when that time will come, when the liberation of mankind, using all the might of science and technology, the strength and capacity of which we cannot now imagine, will be able to resurrect great historical figures, and I am certain that when that time will come, among the great figures will be our comrade, Lev Yakovlevich. 86. Given the circumstances, Kherson accepted the embalming of Lenin's body through the injection of liquids that preserved its exterior shape and allowed its exhibition in a sarcophagus, but he would have preferred to freeze it. Iced over and thus conserved in a state close to anabiosis, neither life nor complete death, Lenin's body would await his eventual resurrection. And Kherson was not isolated in his belief. In the early USSR, many advocates of immortality were neither Lenin worshippers nor former God-builders. They included radical atheists such as Alexander Agienko, founder of the League of Militant Godless, or the group of biocosmists for whom death was logically absurd, ethically incomprehensible, and aesthetically ugly. 87 If revolution aimed to create a new world, this meant not only new forms of production and social life, a new art and a new culture, it meant a new life whose inexhaustible potentialities could be accomplished through immortality. The tired and disenchanted gaze of Ahasuerus, the wandering Jew condemned to ceaselessly travel through ages and continents, was unknown to a society suddenly infused with messianic, futuristic, and Promethean expectations. Regeneration. Without becoming part of the ideological canon of Leninism, the quest for immortality was a widely discussed topic in the USSR of the 1920s, where it existed, despite its extravagant, not to say delirious, aspects, as one among many other utopian tendencies. In fact, this belief in resurrection was the paroxysmal expression of a project of human, social, and political regeneration that shaped most revolutionary experiences. Regeneration was a keyword of the French Revolution. 1789 saw the blossoming of innumerable reform projects, state, administration, education, etc. that quickly merged into a single process encapsulated by the noun regeneration. According to Mona Ozoev, regeneration meant a limitless program, at the same time physical, political, moral, and social, which claimed nothing less than the creation of a new people. 88 Like other words of our political lexicon, regeneration achieved a new meaning. Antoine de Beek points out that, until the middle of the 18th century, the use of this concept was mostly confined to the realms of morality, religion, and medicine. With the Revolution, regeneration became a therapy for both society and humanity. 89 As the linguist André-Pierre Reinhardt observed in 1796, the Jacobins claimed to be the regenerators of the human race. They proposed regenerative laws, and their final goal was a regenerative republic of the universe. 90 As for the Abbé Grégoire, in a famous essay published in 1788 he explained the advantages of the physical, moral, and political regeneration of the Jews for French society as a whole. After tearing down the walls of the ghettos and breaking from isolation, the Jews would lose their prejudices and become useful for society. 91 With respect to CIs, he viewed the elections as a procedure to periodically regenerate the body of the nation's representatives. Revolutionary iconography depicted the degenerated bodies of the aristocracy and clergy through the images of parasitic, fat, sometimes animal-like monsters, hydras and harpies. In his newspaper El Ami du Peuple, Marat portrayed the aristocrat as the man who has fattened himself by starving the people. 92 In 1791, after his unsuccessful flight to Varennes, Louis XVI began to be caricatured as the Pig King or the Swine King. 93 This gallery of animalized bodies faced the colossi of a regenerated nation engaged in a patriotic hunt. During the Terror, when the Committee of Public Safety set the goal of regenerating the nation, its task was fulfilled by the guillotine. Both its language and its images were pervaded with body metaphors, as this statement of 1794 eloquently illustrates. Chasse patriotique à la grosse bête. Engraving. Musée Carnavalet, Paris. The French people will take up Hercules' posture. It was waiting for this robust government to strengthen all its parts, spread revolutionary vitality through its veins, immerse it in energy and complete its strength by the lightning of action. Laws, which are the soul of the national body, are immediately transmitted, and travel through it, circulating swiftly through all its veins, reaching from the heart to the extremities in an instant. 94. The image of revolution as a surgical operation, however, preceded the Terror. In his above-mentioned programmatic essay, What is the Third Estate?, CIs developed the metaphor of surgically cutting off a limb, comparing the regenerative task of revolution to an excision of the oppressors from the body, a most desirable amputation. Nobility was a morbid excrescence that threatened the health of the nation and needed to be removed. It is impossible to say what place the privileged body should occupy in the social order, that is to ask what place we want to assign in the body of an invalid to the malignant humor that eats it away and torments it. It must be neutralized. The health and interplay of all the organs must be re-established so thoroughly that the body no longer forms these morbid processes that are capable of polluting the most essential principles of vitality. 95. The Russian Revolution produced a very similar corporeal symbolism, expressed through the codes of modern propaganda. In Soviet posters, the Tsarist aristocracy, white guards, bourgeois classes, and leaders of the great powers were systematically represented as deformed, swollen, monstrous bodies, either ridiculous or frightening, and possessed by egoism and hatred. The placards of Victor Denis, one of the most skillful and popular graphic artists of the USSR in the 1920s, were particularly effective in translating Bolshevik ideas into images and promoting mass mobilization against the enemies of the Soviets. 96 Capital appears today as a satirical prefiguration of the cartoons of Scrooge McDuck. It shows an obese bourgeois, smirking with satisfaction, immersed in a pool of coins. His watch fob is a gold heart, suggesting that for him love means the transformation of time into money. In the background, his factories are enveloped by a spider web. The picture had an exceptional print run of 100,000. In the same year, as the Civil War reached its climax, Denis realized Entente, where the three white generals, Denikin, Kolchak, and Ayudanik, were presented as rabid dogs kept on a leash by the agents of U.S., British and French imperialism. In Capital & Co., strikingly symmetrical in its satirical composition to the contemporary representations of the Communist International. Nikolai Kochurgin portrayed capitalism, imperialism, militarism, aristocracy, and the church as a fraternal community gathered under the gigantic body of a naked monster that protected them with its ermine cape. Flanked by Clemenceau and Lloyd George, Wilson dominated the company, as the true leader of a motley gang including white generals, landowners, speculators, pogromists, and representatives of all the traditional religions. The hyenas, hydras, and dogs of the French Revolution reappeared in Russia, during the 1920s, as hideous beasts against which the trenchant, liberating actions of the people were to be directed. They enriched the revolutionary iconographic canon of the interwar years in the anti-fascist photomontages of John Hartfield, as rabid dogs and menacing orcs. In step with these counter-revolutionary monsters, the Herculean colossi also returned, ready to decapitate them. Like Lenin stretching his arm towards the future, insurgent workers were mostly depicted as imposing figures. In Bolshevik, a famous painting by Boris Kustadiev, a proletarian giant best rides a throng across the streets of a Russian city and his red banner flows out of sight behind him. The posters of the Communist International showed energetic workers who either destroyed capitalist snakes and octopuses or liberated the world by breaking the chains that imprisoned it. Originating in the French Revolution, this image passed through many variations in the USSR and finally entered the Spanish Civil War, where it inspired anarchist posters. Despite a clear propensity to allegize revolutionary struggle through highly gendered images, naked bodies of male workers whose muscles were strengthened by their moral virtues and political ideals, these liberating Hercules could also take a more affable form. One of the most popular early Soviet posters, Mikhail Cheremnik's and Viktor Denis's Comrade Lenin Cleanses the Earth of Scum, shows the Bolshevik leader up on a globe sweeping away bankers, kings, and popes. These textual and visual metaphors of cleansing and amputation clearly expressed, in Jacobin France and Bolshevik Russia alike, the idea that the social body could be regenerated by violence. In times of civil war, violence was no longer a choice but rather an inescapable necessity. It was the premise for displaying the revitalizing work of revolution. Viktor Denis, Capital, Soviet poster. Viktor Denis, The Dogs of the Entente, Denikin, Kolchak, Yudenik, Soviet poster. Nikolai Mikhailovich Kochurgin, Capital, and Co., Soviet poster. Boris Mikhailovich Kustadiev, Bolshevik. The Tretyakov Gallery, Moscow. The Communist International. Just as the idea of regeneration in 1789 had been prepared by a century of enlightenment, in the early USSR it was pervaded by the promises of modern science. The turn of the 20th century saw the birth of new disciplines such as endocrinology, genetics, hematology, immunology, biochemistry, and eugenics. Blood transfusion was significantly developed and the improvement of surgery allowed the first successful organ transplants. This is the context in which Alexander Bogdanov, a former Bolshevik leader opposed to Lenin after the 1905 revolution, reinterpreted the concept of regeneration by shifting it from the social and political to the biological realm. In his view, regeneration meant more than equality, social justice, new institutions, new educational policies, new forms of production and a new public sphere. Regeneration meant the rejuvenation of living bodies through blood transfusion. 97. Mikhail Cheremnik and Viktor Denis, Comrade Lenin Cleanses the Earth of Scum. Soviet poster. Lenin playing chess with Alexander Bogdanov during a visit to Maxim Gorky in Capri, 1908. Bogdanov was an original although eclectic thinker who had studied medicine, natural sciences, and philosophy. His theory of organization, which he called techtology, was a synthesis of Spencer's positivism, Haeckel's monism, Darwin's evolutionism, and Marx's historical materialism. It set out to offer a coherent project for organizing a socialist society grounded in science and technology. One of the founders of the God-building movement, with Kresin and Lunacharsky, Bogdanov merged religious eschatological expectations with utopian plans that found a literary dimension in his science fiction novels, particularly Red Star, in which he imagined a communist society on Mars, a planet whose inhabitants had achieved the condition of permanent youth thanks to regular blood transfusions. Distanced from the Bolshevik leadership in the 1920s, Bogdanov supported proletkult, a literary and aesthetic movement that found in him one of its intellectual inspirations. Proletkult's claim of a new culture, based on a tabula rasa of all previous traditions, corresponded with his radical idea of futurity. Impelled by the achievements of medical science and the development of transplants, he became the Russian harbinger of the rejuvenation movement. Bogdanov's efforts were rewarded in 1926, when the People's Commissariat of Health Protection announced the creation of an institute of blood transfusion under his direction. 2 years later, he died during a blood transfusion with a student suffering from a passive form of tuberculosis. The student survived. Bogdanov was afflicted by extensive hemolysis and passed away. The Soviet government organized state funerals, and Pravda published an obituary written by his friend Lunacharsky. Many medical scholars were skeptical about Bogdanov's theories. Some, alarmed by his resurrectionist ideas, accused him of obscurantism and irrationalism. Bogdanov, they wrote, wished to bring us back to ancient and medieval times. 98 His utopianism, however, was at home in the spirit and imagination of the early USSR. He could create his Institute of Blood Transfusion thanks to the support he received from the Soviet government, notably from Lunacharsky and Kherson, despite the reticence or open opposition of most medical scholars and institutions. In the 1920s, Soviet newspapers and magazines frequently published articles on rejuvenation. 99. Leon Trotsky never wrote about rejuvenation and was a severe critic of proletkult. In Literature and Revolution, he radically rejected the idea of a proletarian culture, which he considered both simplistic and unrealistic. Faithful to a certain Marxist prescription, he thought that socialism could not be built on a tabula rasa, just as a socialist economy could exist only on the ground of the productive forces developed by capitalism. A socialist culture could not appear without thoroughly assimilating the cultural achievements of previous ages. Socialism did not mean just a negation but rather a dialectical sublation of capitalism and its civilization. Trotsky's conception of literature and art was cumulative, not iconoclastic. Despite their radicalism, the Russian futurists appeared to him as a mirror of the rebellious naivete and immaturity of the circles of Russian Bohemia. His interpretation of Marxism therefore differed considerably from that of Bogdanov, the God-builders and other biocosmists. Nevertheless, they shared a common vision of socialism as the edification of a new world and, in the last analysis, a Promethean spirit based on a symbiosis of science and utopia. Some pages of Literature and Revolution sketch an impressive image of a future nature completely reshaped by technology and leading to a redefinition of human life itself. Socialism, Trotsky wrote, will realize titanic constructions. In a socialist future, man will be accustomed to look at the world as submissive clay for sculpting the most perfect forms of life. The boundaries that separate art and industry will be broken down, as well as the current cleavage between art and nature. According to the principles of functionalism, art will be formative rather than ornamental and will achieve a new harmonic relationship with nature, not in a Rousseauian sense, a romantic return to a primal and idyllic state of nature, but rather through the complete submission of the planet to the needs of a superior civilization. This would bring significant changes in distribution of mountains and rivers, forests and seashores. Thanks to the conquests of technology, human beings would be able to move mountains and transform the map of nature. In the end, he predicted, man will have rebuilt the earth. In his anthropocentric view, the relationship between human beings and nature had to be hierarchical. Through the machine, man in socialist society will command nature in its entirety. Endorsing a kind of technological utopianism not so distant from Bogdanov's techtology, Trotsky affirmed his conviction that the machine is the instrument of modern man in every field of life. 100. After reshaping nature, socialism would reshape human life itself by accomplishing a biopolitical plan that would ultimately take a eugenic form. Man at last will begin to harmonize himself in earnest. He will make it his business to achieve beauty by giving the movement of his own limbs the utmost precision, purposefulness, and economy in his work, his walk and his play. He will try to master first the semi-conscious and then the subconscious processes in his own organism, such as breathing, the circulation of the blood, digestion, reproduction, and, within necessary limits, he will try to subordinate them to the control of reason and will. Even purely physiologic life will become subject to collective experiments. The human species, the coagulated Homo sapiens, will once more enter into a state of radical transformation, and, in his own hands, will become an object of the most complicated methods of artificial selection and psychophysical training. 101. The emancipated humanity of a socialist society would definitively supersede the dark laws of heredity and a blind sexual selection. It would be able to overcome its morbid and hysterical fear of death and put an end to the extreme anatomical and physiological disharmony in a class society. In other words, socialism would create a higher social biologic type, or, if you please, a Superman. 102. The features of such a superior being would merge the heights of an Aristotle, a Goethe, or a Marx. He would be immeasurably stronger, wiser, and subtler, and his body would become more harmonized, his movements more rhythmic, his voice more musical. 103. Trotsky was not alone in his eugenic and anti-ecological fantasies. In the same years, the filmmaker Gigi Vertov hailed the potential of cinema, an aesthetic creation based on the principles of montage, to prefigure the new man of the future. In his essay Kino I, A Revolution, he saw its role in this way. I am the cine I create a man more perfected than Adam was created. I take the strongest and most agile hands from one man, the fastest and best proportioned legs from another, the most handsome and expressive head from a third, and through montage I create a new, perfect man. 104. Although frightening, Trotsky's and Vertov's Übermensch was not altogether Nietzschean, insofar as he was not selected through the social inequalities of a class society, and his superiority was to be measured with respect to the backwardness of his ancestors, not to the supposed inferiority of his contemporaries. More than to the Nazi new man whose triumph was planned in a world of slaves, this socialist Superman should be compared to other utopian fantasies, like Fourier's Phalansteries, Esperanto, a new artificial universal language, or Marx and Engels's glimpse, in the 1840s, of an impending obsolescence of nations in a world transformed by cosmopolitanism. It is true, however, that this vision of a technological and eugenic socialist future echoes some of the totalitarian temptations of the interwar years and could easily be inscribed into the colorful but ominous ideas that Ernst Bloch dubbed the cold streams of utopian thought. 105. Liberated bodies. The regenerating policies and myths of revolutions should not be separated from their liberating dimensions. Revolutions destroy authorities and hierarchies, invent new social and political institutions, and create new forms of life. They condense historical changes in short, abrupt upheavals. As many scholars have observed, the culture of enlightenment elaborated a new idea of freedom and equality that took slavery as a symbol of oppression. This rhetorical topos, however, was radically divided from the historical experience to which it referred. Slaves were discursive figures located in an imaginary realm, seldom pictured as really existing people who lived and worked in the European colonies. Several of the thinkers of classical liberalism engaged in the struggle for constitutional rights and individual liberties against absolutism were themselves slave owners or involved in the slave trade. It was only in 1788 that the first societies for the abolition of slavery were created in France and the United Kingdom. The following year, a representative of the French pro-slavery lobby, requesting a bigger Antillean representation at the Constituent Assembly, was answered sarcastically by Mirabeau that in metropolitan France horses and mules did not vote. 106 The contradiction between the universal character of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and the persistence of slavery in the colonies was usually ignored in the debates of the Constituent Assembly and the Convention. The vision of black slaves as the victims of a natural condition of racial inferiority remained a powerful mental habit. The abolition of slavery, decreed by the convention in 1794 and inscribed in the Constitution the following year, was a product of the slave revolution of Saint-Domingue that led in 1804 to the independence of Haiti, the first republic of liberated black slaves. This change was so enormous that, for at least a century, European thought was unable to integrate it into its philosophical and political categories. The event was silenced. 107 Old representations, however, began to disappear. In the collective imagination, slavery ceased to mean an abstract, timeless oppression, and black bodies no longer appeared as ornamental figures of Orientalist paintings, they became a figure of rebellion. The transformation of slaves, trembling in hundreds before a single white man, into a people able to organize themselves and defeat the most powerful European nations of their day, C.L.R. James wrote in The Black Jacobins, is one of the great epics of revolutionary struggle and achievement. 108. The Atlantic revolutions of the end of the 18th century, the American, French and Haitian revolutions, were an unequal and heterogeneous process. They brought the independence of Haiti and the abolition of slavery in France, but none of them liberated women. The French Revolution showed some isolated signs of future change by giving a political dimension to the Enlightenment debates on female emancipation. The most significant expressions of this new sensibility were two famous texts that developed a critical reflection on the blind spots of the Universal Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen. Both grounded on the principles of natural law, Condorcet's on the admission of women to the rights of citizenship and Olympe de Gouges' Declaration of the Rights of Woman and the Female Citizen denounced the exclusion or restriction of women from citizenship as a tyrannical act and called for the extension of suffrage. Marital despotism, they argued, was the equivalent of aristocratic oppression in the realm of the family. 109 But revolutionary equality still meant the hierarchical submission of female bodies. Both Condorcet and de Gouges, who were close to the Girondins, were executed under the Terror. Enlightenment philosophers did not share the same views about the oppression of women. Unlike Brissault, Condorcet, Diderot, Helvetius, and d'Holbach, who favored complete citizenship and the end of any discrimination, Rousseau and Kant theorized the natural inferiority of women. 110 As with racism and colonialism, the women question revealed the aporias of enlightenment. During the French Revolution, the highest conquest of women was, at the beginning of the convention, in September 1792, a divorce law which established equal rights for husbands and wives. Claimed by revolutionary women like Olympe de Gouges, Sophie Condorcet, and Madame de Staël, female suffrage was never considered. In 1804, with the proclamation of empire, all the advances of the convention were dismantled by Napoleon, who regarded women as machines for making babies. 111. Most historians of the French Revolution point out the active involvement of women in all its significant events. Many mention a women's cult of the guillotine, which resulted in the creation of a number of clubs like the Paris Society of Revolutionary Republican Women. 112 Particularly rooted in the urban popular classes, the tricoteuses, the female sans-culottes, they combined social and political demands without separating the struggle for bread from that for citizenship. If the people's sovereign body was a constitutional fiction, female bodies were legally excluded from it. Thus, the distinction between active and passive citizenship was deepened by an additional gender discrimination which revolutionary power simply codified. In the autumn of 1793, the Jacobin Convention outlawed all women's clubs, aiming to neutralize one of the main sources of social agitation. The final exclusion of women from the revolutionary process as autonomous actors took place with the violent repression of their Paris uprising of 1795, when they marched on the National Convention to demand food, as well as a return to the Constitution of 1793 and to the democratic institutions of the Commune. The convention issued several decrees that banned women from the public sphere and any political activity. Based as it was on the philosophy of natural right, the French Revolution posited a universal concept of humankind that was unable to include the diversity of human beings. The rights of man were, in fact, the rights of men as opposed to those of women. Mirroring a tendency that had emerged in the 18th century, the political discourse of revolution biologized old inequalities and gender hierarchies by reformulating them in the language of anatomy and physiology. Medical scholars explain that the location of genital organs, inside in women, outside in men, predisposed the former to domesticity and the latter to public life. 113 Pierre Gaspard Chaumet, the enraged president of the Commune and an ardent defender of the Terror, complained that women were abandoning the pious cares of their households and the cribs of their children in order to come to public places, to harangues in the galleries, and at the bar of the Senate. He concluded by asking rhetorically if it was to men that nature had entrusted domestic tasks, has she given us breasts to feed our children, and denouncing the impudent women who wait to become men. 114 As Joan W. Scott points out, the French Revolution did not question a set of binary oppositions that would shape the entire 19th century. Men were identified with active citizenship, liberty, autonomy, public life, and voice. Women were relegated to passive citizenship, duty, dependency, domestic life, and silence. 115 In 1904, Scott observes, Olympe de Gouges was still upheld by medical scholars as a typical example of revolutionary hysteria, a mental pathology due to abnormal sexuality, narcissism and immoral behavior. It was the Russian Revolution that, 1 century later, achieved the greatest progress for women. It not only abolished all discriminatory laws by instituting complete equality of rights between men and women and recognizing the right of divorce and abortion, it also tried to abolish the legacy of patriarchy and create the premises of a social life whose organization would no longer be built upon the nuclear family. The Soviet Family Code of 1918 promoted the unlimited freedom of women to study and work and enshrined their right to choose a way of life and a profession in a completely independent way. 116 In the public debate engendered by these emancipatory laws, the definition of family as a burden and a cross, on a par with oppressive institutions such as slavery and serfdom, was quite common. The family had to be demolished for a new social order to be built. In 1919, the Soviet regime adopted policies that favored the collective education of children and the socialization of domestic tasks. Designated as the fundamental sources of women's enslavement, family and marriage had to be progressively eradicated. In the Bolshevik view, women's liberation could not be dissociated from the struggle for socialism. Since capitalism had transformed women into an object of property and ownership codified by tyrannical laws, the liberated woman could only arise from the end of reified and alienated social relations. In 1922, homosexuality was decriminalized by abolishing the laws that punished sodomy. It was generally considered a pathology, but viewed neither as a perversion nor as an offense to public morality. 117 It was less discussed in the USSR than in Weimar Germany, where the struggle against the infamous paragraph 175 of the Criminal Code was spearheaded by the League for Sexual Reform. Its inspirer, the physician Magnus Hirschfeld, founder of the Institute of Sexual Science, was invited to lecture in Moscow, where he established official contacts with the People's Commissariat of Public Health. 118. This ebullient time of deep transformations in everyday life lasted for more than 10 years. In the middle of the 1930s, the Stalinist sexual thermometer restored the primacy of the nuclear family and re-established the illegality of both abortion and homosexuality. 119 During a decade of sexual revolution, however, the USSR experienced red love. 120 Alexandra Kollontai, the Bolshevik leader who coined the slogan, elaborated the most advanced ideas on the new woman, a topic to which she devoted a seminal essay in 1918. The emergence of a socially independent and emancipated woman, she pointed out, was a product of the Great War, which sent an entire generation of young males to the front lines. This rocked the traditional relegation of women to domestic life and opened to them the doors of many professions previously reserved for men. In the post-war years, women became industrial workers, employees, clerks, technicians and managers. Female artists, writers, and creators ceased to be exceptional figures. According to Kollontai, the birth of the new woman implied a deep psychological transformation, a radical re-education of our psyche, Many traditional female virtues such as passivity, devotion, submissiveness, and gentleness, an image of women imposed by patriarchal society, were replaced by activity, resistance, determination, and toughness, self-discipline instead of emotional rapture. 121. This metamorphosis also affected sexuality. The new woman did not hide her natural physical drives, which signified not only an act of self-assertion as a personality, but also as a representative of her sex. The rebellion of women against a one-sided, sexual morality, Kalontai explained, is one of the most sharply delineated traits of the new heroine. 122. This permitted any kind of sexual relationships, no matter how unusual, provided they were neither harmful to the human race nor based on economic calculation. She did not reject the ideal of great love, but this was rare and its quest should not exclude other forms of erotic friendship. In sexual matters, socialist freedom meant an understanding of the whole gamut of joyful love experience that enriches life and makes for greater happiness. The greater the intellectual and emotional development of the individual, the less place will there be in his or her relationship for the bare physiological side of love, and the brighter will be the love experience. 123. Considered as a form of proprietary attitude, jealousy was not admitted by a communist morality that advocated a comradely understanding of the other and an acceptance of his or her freedom. 124. Free love was exigent and demanded not only reciprocal sympathy and attraction, but also mutual respect. The autonomy of any loved partner was paramount. The ideal was winged eros based on a sexually and emotionally fulfilled encounter between loving partners and attracting bodies, but the harshness of life, Kalontai wrote in 1923 regarding the years of civil war, had to leave room for wingless eros, a purely biological although consensual sexual relationship. 125. Alexandra Kalontai. Kalantai's writings on sexuality never mention Freud, despite the fact that the new woman extensively quotes Grete Meisel Hess, who had been a disciple of Freud in Vienna and became an outstanding figure of German left-wing feminism at the end of the Great War. 126. In the 1920s, psychoanalysis was the object of sharp debates in Russia, where it was supported by the Soviet government. Trotsky had discovered psychoanalysis during his exile in Vienna, between 1907 and the First World War, where he established a fruitful relationship with Alfred Adler, the first Marxist psychoanalyst. Despite reservations about psychoanalysis as a political doctrine, the chief of the Red Army believed in its virtues as a clinical practice and emphasized its complementarity with Marxism for developing a materialist psychology. 127. Thus, he sponsored the State Psychoanalytic Institute based in Moscow, as well as other currents of Russian psychology such as psychotechnique and pedology. In the second half of the 1920s, Zalkind moved away from psychoanalysis, accusing it of biologism and of overemphasizing the role of sexuality in human agency at the expense of class consciousness. Even without quoting Freud, Kalantai's acceptance of a substantial connection between sexual and social liberation in many respects anticipated the ideas of Wilhelm Reich, the thinker of Freudian Marxism. But they never met. She was the Soviet ambassador in Norway when Reich went to Moscow in 1929 to give a lecture on psychoanalysis as a natural science. 128. Since capitalism repressed sexual instincts and produced alienated social relations, Reich argued, the task of socialist revolution consisted in liberating the sexual energies which were suffocated by bourgeois morality. This was the premise for a socialist happiness maintained by fulfilling orgasms. Winged eros certainly did not mean a normative separation between love and sex, but this new approach to sexuality disturbed the sensitivities of some more Victorian or ascetic spirits. Lenin, who did not hide his extramarital relationship with Inessa Armand, has often been classified in this category because of his rejection of the so-called glass of water theory. To suppose that in a communist society the satisfaction of sexual desires would be as simple and trivial as drinking a glass of water, he complained in 1920, was a complete misunderstanding. Far from being Marxist, this assumption appeared to him as purely bourgeois, practically an extension of bourgeois brothels, and he deplored its popularity among the youth. This glass of water theory has made our young people mad, quite mad. 129 Clara Zetkin, who recalls this assessment in her recollections on Lenin, also quotes other, more nuanced passages. After rejecting any grief over monastic asceticism, he emphasized that communism ought to bring with it not asceticism but joy of life and good cheer, called forth, among other things, by a life replete with love. 130. Sexual liberation had to be combined with health and production, whose relevance was dramatically emphasized with the outbreak of the Russian Civil War. Free love could not ignore the necessity of stopping the endemic growth of poverty, unemployment, prostitution, venereal disease, child abandonment and, in some cases, true famine. The fulfillment of sexual desire was not so easy in a state of malnutrition. Since its foundation in 1918, the People's Commissariat of Health had promoted a campaign for sexual enlightenment that often conflicted with the socialist goal of dissolving the nuclear family. 131 Economic, social, and cultural recovery passed through new life customs and new individual and collective hygienic practices. The struggle against alcoholism, tobacco, and dirt demanded a regulated and healthy life. Physical and intellectual activities had to be harmoniously combined in order to participate in the conscious work of building a new civilization. In this perspective, bodily practices had to be disciplined. Sexual activities could become inimical to both health and productivity. Sex outside of marriage began to be discouraged and socialism started to be identified with virtuous, productive, and healthy bodies. Bodies had to be as clean as the houses they inhabited. Sexual abstinence and asceticism, moderation in food and fun, rejection of alcohol and smoking, became the virtues of these new men and women. Asceticism was opposed to the bourgeois decadence that embraced vice, excess, parasitism, and degenerate customs. In Soviet iconography, both kulaks and NEP beneficiaries were depicted as fat, corrupt and despicable. Conscious Soviet citizens should clean their houses just as Lenin cleansed the planet of capitalist and imperialist scum. As Nikolai Semashko, director of Narkomzdrav, explained, physical culture destroys the psychological basis for sexual anomalies. 132 One of the numerous educational pamphlets of his commissariat, Workers Take Hold of Your Health, gave essential advice to Soviet citizens: labor, correct leisure, adequate food intake, normal sex life for adults, and sport for all ages. These are the foundations of a healthy life. Socialism meant hygiene. In the words of Lenin himself, the fight for socialism is at the same time the fight for health. 133 As Tricia Stark suggests, following the NEP years, a new rhetoric based on antipodal bodily metaphors, pure/polluted, healthy/diseased, overlapped with the traditional Bolshevik rhetoric grounded on the dichotomy between socialism and capitalism as the new world against the old regime. In short, sexual revolution and puritanical asceticism coexisted during the 1920s. In 1926, the psychiatrist Aaron Zalkind published an astonishing essay that prescribed 12 sexual commandments, the indispensable rules for a healthy and collectively beneficial communist life. They include monogamous love, sexual abstinence until marriage, and sexual acts permitted only at the end of a chain of profound and complex experiences uniting lovers and not often repeated. Since sexuality must be subordinated to class interests, flirtation, courtship, coquetry, and other methods of specifically sexual conquest should be rigorously banned. 134 In other words, socialism was a severe and monastic workhouse. In the late 1920s, however, Zalkind's essay was available in Soviet bookshops side by side with Alexandra Kolontais' books depicting socialism as an erotic accomplishment. Nikolai Bukharin, one of the defenders of the NEP before being defeated by Stalin in 1928, stigmatized Zalkind's views as nonsense and Philistine scum, and Semashko criticized them as trashy literature that wrapped itself in the mantle of enlightenment. 135 Fourier and Cabet had reappeared in Soviet Russia. 136 Adolf Strikhov, Emancipated Woman, Builds Socialism. Liberation and the regeneration of bodies were progressively replaced by corporeal discipline. In this way, socialism was redefined as a biopolitical power that, in Foucauldian terms, applied the tools of sovereignty to human life itself, by protecting, caring for, controlling, disciplining, and managing human beings considered not only as citizens but also as physical lives. The people's two bodies began to combine the purity of the political body, Leninism, and a biopolitical natural body, not immortal yet, but regenerated and rejuvenated as much as possible. Granted, from this point of view Stalin's sexual thermometer was prepared and heralded during the 1920s, but the utopian streams of revolution run through the entire decade in a permanent tension with the authoritarian tendencies related to the necessity of reorganizing the USSR in the middle of a military and economic catastrophe. Productive bodies. Lenin's writings are a meaningful mirror of this shift of the Russian Revolution towards a new form of biopower that coexisted with sexual liberation. During the years of the Russian Civil War, he discovered the virtues of Taylorism. In 1913, on the brink of the Great War, he published an article in Pravda titled A Scientific System of Sweating, in which he criticized Frederick W. Taylor's scientific management as the latest method of exploiting the workers. It was, the Bolshevik leader frowned, sweating in strict accordance with all the precepts of science. 137 By March 1918, however, he had revised his judgment. In a programmatic intervention titled The Immediate Tasks of Soviet Government, he pointed out the twofold nature of Taylorism. Under capitalism, it was the harshest form of enslavement, since its purpose was wringing out of the working people surplus amounts of labor, strength, blood, and nerves. Under socialism, it would fulfill a different goal. As the last word in the scientific organization of production, it could be adopted in the USSR to obtain an immediate increase in the efficiency of human labor. 138 He therefore recommended its introduction in Soviet industry. In conditions of civil war and an almost total collapse of the economy, when production had fallen to one-third of its pre-war levels, the most advanced art of the extortion of sweat appeared to him extremely beneficial. In fact, Lenin suggested the adoption of an even more authoritarian form of Taylorism. Unlike in the American factories of Henry Ford, where piecework linked wages to productivity, in the USSR it took the form of compulsory labor service whose transgression had to be punished as a criminal offense. 139 Here, the rationalization of production was not only a necessity due to the extreme disorganization of the economy, it was a promising way of transitioning from a backward, rural country to a modern society. Constrained by discipline and efficiency, the Russian workers would gradually abandon the laziness, tardiness, and unreliability inherited from their peasant ancestors. Highly prized by Lenin, J. Erminsky's The Taylor System distinguished American scientific management, exclusively devoted to intensifying the process of labor, from a Soviet industrial rationalization that did not pursue purely quantitative goals by increasing workers' exploitation but sought to integrate the workers themselves into the management system. 140 At the end of the Civil War, Trotsky organized a national conference on scientific management in which both partisans and opponents of Taylorism expressed their views. The question remained open. 1 decade later, the outcome of this debate was Stakhanovism. Alexei Stakhanov, the hero of labor and symbol of the Soviet New Man, was not simply a tireless, enthusiastic, Promethean worker who had mined a record 100+ metric tons of coal in 4 hours and 45 minutes. He was a producer who merged his incredible capacity for work with technical competence and a high level of professionalism. Stakhanovism integrated the workers into the management system as executors and planners as well. 141 It epitomized the fusion of physical strength with modern technology. Stakhanovist workers benefited from high salaries and a welfare system that included leisure, sport, and cultural activities like concerts, lectures, museums and exhibition visits. In The Revolution Betrayed, Trotsky's critique of Stakhanovism focused essentially on its abandonment of the principles of socialist egalitarianism. Stakhanovism should not be confused with forced labor, a practice reserved for the Gulag, but it did introduce a new, anti-socialist work ethic. 142. Futuristic drawing of Alexei Gastev by Tolkachev. In the 1920s, the harbinger of scientific management in the USSR was Alexei Gastev, the Russian tailor. An original figure, teacher, journalist, essayist, factory worker, poet, and autodidact engineer, Gastev belonged to the generation of the founders of Bolshevism, with whom he had shared the experience of revolution and exile. Before 1917 he had been a close friend of Bogdanov, and, at the beginning of the 1920s, he became one of the representatives of the proletkult, a movement which he depicted as the essence of the philosophy of the industrial proletariat. 143 In 1920, Gastev created in Moscow the Central Institute of Labor, which received support from the Soviet government and promoted the introduction of scientific management into Russian factories. Expounding a messianic view of machines and theorizing the transformation of human bodies into mechanical entities, he celebrated the advent of socialism as the triumph of technology. Already before the Russian Revolution, he had filled his poems with iron metaphors that glorified industrial work. In We Grow Out of Iron, he announced the advent of a new age of producers pumped with iron blood and boasting steel arms and shoulders, who finally coalesced into an iron form. 144 In the 1920s, he described communism as the metamorphosis of flesh into metal, a new society based on iron discipline and iron will, made of iron nerves and iron faces. Claiming his filiation with the great utopian thinkers and writers of the 19th century, from Fourier to Jules Verne and H.G. Wells, Gastev imagined socialism as a world of self-regulated machines. The future society, he wrote, will be managed by production complexes wherein the will of the machines and the force of human consciousness will merge in an unbreakable world. 145 Gradually, human choices and deliberations by voting would be replaced by self-managed machines. These innovations would create a new humankind adapted to the rule of technology, that is, reshaped by the standardization of its language, gestures, and thought. Human beings, he wrote, will be soulless and devoid of personality, emotion, and lyricism. 146 In short, they would become mechanical entities. From being objects of control, machines would become subjects. Going beyond Bogdanov's techtology, this vision of an ideal socialist world took the form of a negative ontology with a vaguely Heideggerian taste avant la lettre. It also prefigured the fascist idealization of the work militiaman depicted by Ernst Jünger in his eponymous essay of 1932, where he announced the mechanization of work, the disappearance of all boundaries between art and technology, and finally the emergence of a new human type with a metallic body. 147 Rather than a creation of socialist revolution, Jünger's work militiaman was a product of the Great War, the industrialized conflict that opened the 20th century, but his features scarcely differed from those of Gastev's socialist Ironman. The analogies between We Grow Out of Iron and a nationalist pamphlet like Battle as Inner Experience, written respectively at the beginning and at the end of the Great War, are astonishing. The poem by Gastev idealizes the workers forged by the machines. They are impetuous, they are bold, they are strong. They demand even greater strength. I look at them and stand up straight. Into my veins flows new iron blood. I have grown still higher. I myself grow steel shoulders and arms immeasurably strong. I have merged with the building's iron. I have risen. My shoulders force out trusses, upper girders, roof. My feet are still on the earth, but my head is above the building. I still gasp for breath from these inhuman/superhuman efforts. 148. Jünger, meanwhile, celebrates the new race born from the outbreak of modern war, the industrial battle that springs from eternal nature upon whose ground every civilization grows and into which it must sink if it is not sufficiently hard before the iron ordeal. The battle was a cathartic moment that gave birth to a new elite of heroes. It hammered, engraved, hardened us and transformed us into what we are today. We will remain warriors for the rest of our lives. 149. Gastev's ideas were highly influential in the Soviet aesthetic avant-garde, where they were supported by the constructivist movement of the new LEF. According to artists such as the graphist and photographer Alexander Rodchenko, the playwright Sergei Tretiakov, and the theater director Vsevolod Meyerhold, the October Revolution had to be extended to the domain of aesthetic creation by overcoming any separation between art and production. Meyerhold, in particular, tried to apply Taylorism to the stage by inventing a new way of performing in which actors would control all the expressive resources of their bodies. The correlation between bodies, movements, and time had to change. Whereas the traditional theater asked actors to display emotions, Meyerhold's pieces showed the potentialities of biomechanics, a science based on the principle that the body is a machine, and the person working is a machine operator. 150 He formulated this rule through a mathematical formula, n equals a1 plus a2, in which n resulted from the addition of a1 and a2.151. Meyerhold, n equals a1 plus a2. Rooted in a messianic view of the proletariat as the redeemer of history, a proletariat redefined as an industrial working class at the beginning of the Fordist age, this idea of revolutionary corporeal discipline obviously transcended the Russian experience. In 1919–20, the years of the occupation of the auto plants in Turin, Italy, Antonio Gramsci elaborated an impressive theory of socialism as redemption of labor. His articles for L'Ordine Nuovo, the socialist newspaper of the Piedmont capital, significantly resonated with the Soviet debates, which the Italian Marxist thinker did not know yet. According to Gramsci, the factory councils created by the workers in the occupied Fiat plants were the potential organs of proletarian dictatorship. Socialism expressed the intrinsic rationality of industrial production and should be organized as a factory system. Industrial labor had forged the peculiar psychology of the worker, a being who could not live without order, discipline, organization, and rationality. Shaped by his labor experience, this psychology was eminently collectivistic. As a producer, Gramsci wrote, the worker was the revolutionary force who embodied the mission of renewing human society and was a founder of new states. 152 Therefore, socialism meant the conquest of power by the producers who were to manage society along the lines of a factory model. Whereas the citizen was the abstract subject of sovereignty in the bourgeois state, socialism would replace him with the producer himself. The communist society would be structured on the model of a large engineering work, and its core would be the factory council, the organ of its worker brain. In Gramsci's terms, the factory was the realm in which the working class became a specific organic body, and its natural organization, the factory council, had to replace the representative institutions of ancient sovereignty. This was his own interpretation of Marx's theory of the dissolution of the state. Extended to the ensemble of society, the factory was building the new proletarian state that would replace the old bourgeois state. Socialism was a community of producers organized into a gigantic factory. Furthermore, this model could be extended on a global scale. Gramsci imagined a kind of universal factory council that would manage the wealth of the whole world in the name of the whole of humanity. 153. A fragment on Taylorism from Gramsci's prison notebooks echoes the Soviet debates of the 1920s by emphasizing both the necessity of overcoming the limits of capitalist labor management and the incompatibility of free sexuality with the ethic of industrial work. Whereas Taylorism transformed workers into trained guerrillas by breaking the psychophysical nexus of qualified professional work, socialism would re-establish such a nexus on a superior level, by creating a new type of conscious worker, able to control and manage the labor process in which he was involved. This superior kind of producer and human being, Gramsci stressed, was the outcome of an almost eugenic plan. A forced selection will ineluctably take place, a part of the old working class will be pitilessly eliminated from the world of labor, and perhaps from the world. Tout Court 154. This regenerated, superior anthropological specimen would possess some corporeal features and ascetic habits forged by his role as producer. It is worth insisting on the fact that in the sexual field, he wrote, the most depraving and regressive ideological factor is the enlightened and libertarian conception proper to those classes which are not tightly bound to productive work. 155. A proletarian elite should show to its class the most suitable style of life for a conscious producer. Proletarian power, he explained, meant self-coercion and self-discipline. 156. This biopolitical reshaping of human beings as productive and disciplined bodies fetishized both the homo faber and the development of productive forces. The advent of the new man as an ascetic producer was incompatible with the hedonism of the socialist winged eros. Chapter 3. Concepts, Symbols, Realms of Memory. In revolution, everything happens incredibly quickly, just like in dreams in which people seem to be freed from gravity. During revolution, people are filled by spirit and differ completely from those without spirit. During revolution, everyone is filled with the spirit that is otherwise reserved for exemplary individuals. Everyone is courageous, wild and fanatic, and caring and loving at the same time. Gustav Landauer, Revolution. Fixing a paradigm. Revolutions have changed the face of history but have rarely created realms of memory shared on a global scale. Of course, some of their events have become universal metaphors, like the storming of the Bastille or the Winter Palace, but they remain projections of national events. The Atlantic revolutions of the last quarter of the 18th century, a cycle of uprisings that swept from America to France to Saint-Domingue, establishing the ideological and political basis of our modernity, are deposited in essentially national memories. They were obviously correlated in the consciousness of their actors, but their entanglement did not produce supranational memories, whereas the American and French revolutions are frequently opposed as two antipodal paradigms. The Black Jacobins have been silenced for a century and a half and therefore excluded from an essentially Western revolutionary canon. In 1848, the springtime of peoples was a virtually synchronous wave stretching from Palermo to Paris, from Frankfurt to Vienna, but its traces are national. The 5 days of Milan do not mean anything outside of Italy, nor does the Frankfurt National Assembly outside of Germany. The 1960s were street fighting years from Prague to Mexico, from Berlin to Tokyo, but the catchword May 68 limits the event within national borders, the barricades of Paris's Latin Quarter. This seems to confirm Pierre Nora's observation that the only European incarnations are negative, like Verdun and Auschwitz, a battle of the Great War that involved French, British, and German armies, and a Nazi camp where Jews and resistance fighters from a dozen European countries were deported and exterminated. 1 At once an omnipresent heritage and an ungraspable memorial object, revolutions have today again become, to use Edmund Burke's famous phrase exhumed by Marx and Engels, specters. Haunting Europe. They speak to us of the past, but perhaps they are still announcing the future. Their universal legacy is, first of all, a concept. If the word revolution is old, it is only after 1789 that it takes on, in all languages, its modern significance. Borrowed from astronomy, it was previously used to designate a rotation, meaning the re-establishment of stable institutions after a period of troubles. This is how the British defined their glorious revolution of 1688, the peaceful restoration of monarchy on a constitutional basis, while the upheaval led by Cromwell in the 1640s was considered a civil war. And it was retrospectively, after 1789, that the French Revolution re-signified the birth of the United States. Relieved of an unjust and oppressive domination, the colonials wished to recover their legitimate rights, not to repeat Cromwell's gesture. Their rebellion was a war of independence, and one would have to wait 2 decades for it to become the American Revolution. 2 In 1789, history did not retrace its path, but made an enormous forward leap. 3 According to Marx, the Jacobins performed the task of their time, that of unchanging and establishing modern bourgeois society, in Roman costumes and with Roman phrases. 4 They thought they were reenacting an ancient piece, but they were inventing the future. Revolution had become a political caesura that created new institutions by affirming the sovereignty of the people. On a terrain fertilized by the thinkers of the Enlightenment, the idea of progress was embodied by social forces that ensured its double consummation, at once material and moral. History had a telos and revolutions were the locomotives that allowed human beings to reach it. They shattered the linearity of history, introducing a powerful acceleration that threw the world into a new and ascendant temporality, in which nothing remained in its place, where, by virtue of a secret emancipatory truism, everything seemed to be turning towards a utopian horizon. 5. Everyone, from its defenders to its detractors, agrees upon seeing revolution as a social and political rupture, even if their appreciations diverge radically. This is the meaning with which this concept was finally inscribed in our historical consciousness. From the beginning, a symbiotic link intermingled revolution and counter-revolution. Throughout the 19th century, revolution appeared to the eyes of its contemporaries as a singular amalgam of innovation and chaos, the upsurge of a new power and the fall of society into disorder and violence. This double perception fixed the political horizon of modernity. At once topological and ontological, the distinction between left and right six determined during a fateful meeting of the National Assembly in August 1789, spread beyond French borders to redefine the political map, first of Europe and then of the world. From the 1790s onwards, Jacobinism became a European insurgent movement against the old regime. Threatened from within by the Vendéan War, and from without by an aristocratic coalition of monarchies, the French Revolution was exported, or, to use the words of Arnaud J. Meyer, externalized. It disseminated its values and its social conquests, becoming first a model to be followed, and then a new despotism to be torn down. Innovation and chaos, the promise of the future and barbarism, these are the poles between which the interpretations of the French Revolution oscillated for more than a century. Though Kant and Hegel condemned the terror, they recognized in this event a great historical turning point. First of all, it was the signum prognosticum of an emancipated world regulated by reason, the premise of cosmopolitan law and the proof that humanity had finally reached adulthood. It remained therefore, despite its violence, a decisive step in moral progress that had given a juridical form to its general values. In the conflict of the faculties, a work written at the end of his life, when many of the first enthusiastic supporters of Jacobinism in Germany had become disappointed and turned to romantic conservatism, Kant emphasizes the universal dimension of the French Revolution. Such a phenomenon in human history, he points out, is not to be forgotten, because it has revealed a tendency and faculty in human nature for improvement that nobody could ignore. That event is too important, too much interwoven with the interest of humanity, and its influence too widely propagated in all areas of the world, he adds, for its lessons not to be assimilated by the minds of all men. 8. Hegel, in his lectures on the philosophy of history, defines the French Revolution as nothing less than the accomplishment of philosophy, the passage from abstract thought to its fulfillment in reality. This was a glorious mental dawn, he concludes, stressing the jubilation and the spiritual enthusiasm that thrilled through the world, as if the reconciliation between the divine and the secular was now first accomplished. 9. In his Jena lectures, Hegel had already stressed his view of the French Revolution as a powerful step forward in the march of history, despite his criticism of the tyrannical features of the Jacobin dictatorship of Robespierre and Napoleon's empire. He disliked them, nevertheless he regarded them as the expression of the dialectic of history and, therefore, as the embodiment of the absolute spirit. 10. Herbert Marcuse pertinently observed that Hegel idealized the Restoration state, but he looked upon it as embodying the lasting achievements of modernity, from the German Reformation to the French Revolution. 11. In 1848, the year of the springtime of peoples, the emancipatory promise of the French Revolution became democratic, national, and, for some of its actors such as Marx and Blanqui, already socialist. Others, like the Italian patriot Giuseppe Mazzini, leader of the ephemeral Roman Republic, saw in the uprisings of 1848 the confirmation of a federalist European project whose lines they had drawn in the previous decade. For all these Republican, democratic, and socialist revolutionaries, violence was an inevitable dimension of liberating action, and the concept of dictatorship often featured in their political debates. It was in reassessing the wave of 1848 revolutions that Marx theorized the dictatorship of the proletariat, the political form of the insurgent people capable of creating a new power and defending it against the threat of restoration by the old ruling classes. In 1848, revolution was no longer a signum prognosticum of the accomplishment of philosophy, it had become a political theory grounded in half a century of historical experience. Writing in 1850, Marx defined the class dictatorship of the proletariat as the expression of the permanence of the revolution, acting as the necessary transition point to the abolition of class distinctions generally and to the abolition of all the social relations of production on which they rest. Point 12. It was in the cataclysmic context of the European crisis at the end of the Great War, at the edge of the collapse of the dynastic empires and amid the Russian Revolution, that Lenin codified the theory of Marx in State and Revolution. He wrote his text in the summer, during a moment of rest and recovery, and his purpose was eminently practical, since he wished to rearm the Bolshevik party and prepare it for insurrection. He aimed at re-establishing Marx's authentic doctrine of the state by systematizing many ideas that the author of the Communist Manifesto had expounded in fragmentary form 13, so revealing an irresistible temptation to build a Marxist canon. Now, Marx did not elaborate a complete theory of the state, even less a doctrine of proletarian dictatorship. His writings outline some general ideas and formulate some hypotheses based on the experience of the revolutions of the 19th century. He mentioned again the proletarian dictatorship in a letter of 1852 to Joseph Wade Meyer, where he defined it as the political form of the transition to a classless society. Point 14. The Paris Commune, which he depicted as a workers' state, the political form at last discovered under which to work out the economic emancipation of labor. 15, was rather for him a kind of anti-dictatorship, destruction of the centralized state apparatus, dismantlement of its repressive organs and creation of a popular militia, suppression of the state bureaucracy and replacement of parliamentarism by new legislative and executive elected organs, universal suffrage, imperative mandate of the elected, paid with workers' wages, and self-management of the producers themselves. It was Friedrich Engels who, in his preface to the second edition of Marx's Civil War in France, defined the Paris Commune as the supreme example of proletarian dictatorship. Of late, the German Philistine has once more been filled with wholesome terror at the words, dictatorship of the proletariat. Well and good, gentlemen, do you want to know what this dictatorship looks like? Look at the Paris Commune. That was the dictatorship of the proletariat. Point 16. Marx's concept of dictatorship is not clearly codified and swings between a definition of the social content of a proletarian power and its political form, that is, an absolute power installing a new class rule which, according to the circumstances, can or cannot be framed by democratically elected institutions. Point 17. In his view, revolution was a product of the collision between the forces of production and the property relations of a given society, but neither did its outbreak depend exclusively on this conflict nor were its political forms pre-established. This is why the Civil War in France analyzed the Paris Commune as a workers' state without characterizing it as a dictatorship. Marx's idea of revolution clearly implied the overthrow of capitalism, but he left its phases and modalities to the creative invention of the insurgents themselves. This was a question of historical phenomenology rather than of political ontology. Neither the time nor the form of revolutions can be foreseen, one might rather think that they always surprise their actors. Furthermore, Marx's allusions to proletarian dictatorship exclusively referred to continental Europe. Some interpreters suggest that he did not exclude the possibility of a peaceful transition to socialism in both the United Kingdom and the United States. Point 18. As for Friedrich Engels, at the end of his life he openly dismissed any insurrectionary model of revolution. One of his last texts, A New Introduction to Marx's The Class Struggles in France, drew this balance sheet. The time of surprise attacks, of revolutions carried through by small conscious minorities at the head of masses lacking consciousness is past. Where it is a question of a complete transformation of the social organization, the masses themselves must also be in on it, must themselves already have grasped what is at stake, what they are fighting for, body and soul. The history of the last 50 years has taught us that. Point 19. This was the time in which, despite the archaic and discriminatory institutions of the Prussian Empire, Engels interpreted the growth of German social democracy as an almost natural process that unfolded spontaneously, steadily, and irresistibly. By 1917, the Great War had swept away the optimistic prognostics of the older Engels, and revolutions had once again become military uprisings. In the Russian turmoil of that crucial year, Lenin resolved Marx's questions by extracting some ideas from his writings and fixing them into a coherent doctrine based on four basic assumptions. 1. The state is a transitional institution. In the past, human communities could exist without a state, and therefore we can imagine a future emancipated community without a state. The state is a historical product of the class society and results from the irreconcilability of class antagonisms. 20. In a capitalist society, it is inevitably a bourgeois state, i.e., a tool conceived and used in order to defend the interests of the ruling class. 2. Revolution is a mass uprising of the oppressed that reverses the bourgeois state and establishes a revolutionary power. A bourgeois state cannot be transformed, it has to be destroyed by a violent action. This confirms the role of violence as midwife of every old society pregnant with a new one, according to Marx and Engels' words. 21. At the end of the First World War, the idea of a peaceful transition to socialism struck Lenin as simply unrealistic and laughable. 3. Revolution is a creative destruction. Dismantling the old oppressive state, the proletarian classes establish a new power, a proletarian dictatorship. This new power is democratic, its organs are elected by universal suffrage, and repressive at the same time. It aims at consolidating proletarian rule against any attempt by the old ruling classes to restore their power. The model of proletarian dictatorship is the Paris Commune, which abolished the old army and police and replaced them with a workers' militia. As a proletarian dictatorship, the Commune did not build representative but rather working institutions. It replaced the government of persons with the administration of things. The elected representatives of the Commune were executives, they were permanently replaceable and did not have any privileges. 4. Because of its own nature, structure, and function, the proletarian dictatorship is doomed to disappear. It is a state that creates the premises of its own extinction. When society becomes able to conduct a complete form of self-management, the state will become useless, superfluous, and will start to vanish. According to Engels' formula, the state dies out of itself. 22. And its vestiges will be placed into the Museum of Antiquity, by the side of the spinning wheel and the bronze axe. 23. Having established the principles of orthodox Marxism, Lenin emphasized the cleavage that separates them from both social democratic reformism and anarchism. Whereas the former simply renounced destroying the state, as was proven in 1914 by their vote for war credits, the latter had not abandoned the illusion of abolishing the state. The discrepancy between Marxism and anarchism does not concern the final goal, communism as a society without classes or state. Their divergence lay in the means for achieving this goal. In contrast to the anarchists who wished to abolish the state and rejected the principle of the proletarian dictatorship in name of their anti-authoritarianism, Lenin considered revolution as an extremely authoritarian act. However relevant their differences might be, Marxism and anarchism share the same final objective, a stateless society. This is why, considering this teleological homogeneity, an advocate of juridical positivism like Hans Kelsen held Marx for one of the greatest thinkers of anarchism. 24. Writing in the middle of a revolution, Lenin did not depict the proletarian dictatorship as a coercive power acting during a civil war but rather identified it with Soviet democracy. Despite its utopian approach to the question of the state, positing its extinction in a self-emancipated human community, Lenin's essay presents many aporetic aspects. Depicting the organs of proletarian dictatorship as purely executive, its elected representatives assure the administration of things, it does not clearly explain how democratic deliberation would work and how its elected executive agents can be controlled. Lenin completely neglects the political juridical dimension, the legal framework, of the revolutionary state and gives no clue regarding fundamental issues such as political pluralism, individual and public liberties, the place for dissidents, and censorship. 25 Classical dictatorship may suspend laws, but it is legally allowed to do so and it acts in order to re-establish them. In a vacuum, however, everything becomes possible. In its most naive formulation, the Marxist depiction of a communist future simply confirms the most pessimistic Weberian assessments about the iron cage of cold rationalization and bureaucratization as the ineluctable destiny of Western modernity. Think of Nikolai Bukharin's and Evgeny Preobrazhensky's words in the ABC of Communism, where they anticipated the functioning of a classless and stateless society. In their views, the skeptics' objections, who is going to supervise the whole affair, did not deserve to be seriously considered. It is not difficult to answer these questions. The main direction will be entrusted to various kinds of bookkeeping offices or statistical bureaus. 26 read today. Such a naive trust in governance by numbers is quite baffling. A few years later, Lenin defended the idea of a necessary party dictatorship during the Civil War. In 1921, he not only claimed a party dictatorship but even called for the suppression of all tendencies within the Bolshevik Party. 27 His views had changed empirically. During the Civil War, when the Bolsheviks felt isolated and the Soviets were virtually emptied because of the disorganization of the economy and the transformation of workers into soldiers. There is a significant discrepancy between Lenin's theory of revolution and his empirical management of power, between his concept of proletarian dictatorship and the phenomenological form that it took under his rule, a gap which he never tried to fill. Nor was his attempt to codify Marx's ideas as a coherent doctrine situated in a political theory of dictatorship. For the classical tradition of political thought, dictatorship is a state of exception that, as Giorgio Agamben has convincingly explained, is a state of indeterminacy both external and internal to the domain of law. 28 Through this concept, law tries to include in itself its own suspension. In other words, the state of exception is the interruption of law permitted by the law itself. It separates the norm from its application and therefore introduces, and recognizes, a zone of anomie inside the law, a force of law without law. Roman law, Agamben argues, distinguished between auctoritas and potestas, the first embodied by a personal, physical, one could say biopolitical authority, the second by a juridical and representative body. The state of exception was the junction of auctoritas and potestas, two heterogeneous yet coordinated elements. 29 In the figure of the dictator. This distinction is the source of two opposed currents in the history of juridical thought, on the one hand, the thinkers of political sovereignty and, on the other, those of juridical positivism, decisionism versus normativism, two traditions embodied in the 20th century by Carl Schmitt and Hans Kelsen. Schmitt thinks of the state as forged and shaped by an existential and political will, Kelsen, on the contrary, as a structure of formalized norms. The former posits the priority of power, the latter that of law. For decisionism, it is power that determines the norm, as the original source of any juridical system. For normativism, on the contrary, it is the law that determines power, which exists only thanks to a system of rules that structure it. In fact, power is usually the result of a combination of force and law. As Norberto Bobbio points out, power without law is blind, but law without power is meaningless and ineffective. In other words, power not framed by a system of juridical constraints becomes illegitimate, but norms without content are an empty shell. This is why Weber did not wish to dissociate force and legitimacy. For Schmitt, norms simply followed decisions. For Kelsen, norms fixed the meaning and content of power. Claiming the Hobbesian matrix of his political thought, Schmitt emphasized that authority makes the law, auctoritas facit legem, whereas Kelsen tended to replace the concept of sovereignty with that of fundamental norm. 30. When this precarious and delicate articulation between power and law, decision and norms, is broken, and power completely emancipates itself from the constraint of norms, the state of exception becomes structural, permanent, and destroys the law itself. In this case, the state of exception can become the source of a totalitarian power. That is the experience of the 20th century. In juridical terms, Hitler and Mussolini were charismatic leaders that embodied auctoritas, a total power, but they were not dictators. Their power expressed a state of exception as iustidium, not as dictatorship. 31 With them, the meaning of dictatorship changed. In the past, it was a form of power distinct from despotism or tyranny. Far from being antipodal to democracy, it was a form of democracy in exceptional historical circumstances. Its archetype was Cincinnatus who, called by the Roman Senate to defend the Republic in 458 and 439 BC, became a dictator for a temporary period and then, after liberating the city, went back to his farm. Undoubtedly, a normativist conception of the state cannot be of great help in analyzing the establishment of proletarian dictatorship. In dictatorship, Carl Schmitt distinguished between classical dictatorship, a state of exception that suspended law but was authorized by a legal power, which he called commissarial dictatorship, and sovereign dictatorship, which emanated from a revolutionary, constituent power. The Soviet government belonged to this second category, like the Jacobin power during the French Revolution and Cromwell's absolute power during the English Revolution. The source on which the Comite de Salut Public and the Chayka, the organs of terror in the French and Russian revolutions, ultimately depended were the National Convention in 1793 and the Soviet government between 1918 and 1921. From the perspective of a general theory of the state, Schmitt stressed, the dictatorship of a proletariat identified with the people at large, in transition to an economic situation in which the state is withering away, presupposes the concept of a sovereign dictatorship, just in the form it stands at the root of the theory and practice of the National Convention 32. In short, it was Schmitt, not Lenin or Trotsky, who inscribed the dictatorship of the proletariat within a general theory of dictatorship. The main reason for this doctrinal aporia lies in the Marxist conception of revolution as destruction of sovereignty, as democracy against the state. While it was initially depicted as a force of destitution, an authoritarian power acting to eliminate any form of authoritarianism, during the Russian Civil War the Bolsheviks reformulated the doctrine of proletarian dictatorship as a new theory of sovereignty. Revolutionary potentia became the potestas of a revolutionary state, revolutionary Gewalt was replaced by state-Macht. Counter-revolution. Like Kant and Hegel, the greatest thinkers of legitimism clearly recognized the historical and universal significance of the French Revolution. Counter-revolution does not exist without revolution, and the two are deeply entwined. Scholars are used to distinguishing between two main ideological currents of counter-revolution, reaction and conservatism. Reaction is a radical refusal of modernity and the values introduced by the Enlightenment, first among them the rights of man, in the name of an idealized past embodied by the old regime. This was the posture of Joseph de Maistre and Louis de Bonald. Conservatism is a defense of tradition and an attempt to adapt it to the historical circumstances created by the revolution itself. In 1814, restoration did not mean a simple return to absolutism, it was rather the establishment of constitutional monarchies that found a compromise between a dynastic order and the transformations introduced by the French Revolution. The Indian summer of aristocracy after 1814 accompanied the rise of industrial capitalism. In the 19th century, conservatism kept the balance between the gentry and the bourgeoisie, the former outdated but still hegemonic as a cultural model and ruling over the persistent dynastic states, the latter controlling the financial and industrial elements of still largely agrarian economies but not yet equipped with a worldview, a style of life, and its own institutions. René de Chateaubriand and Edmund Burke were its main representatives in France and the United Kingdom. Burke's hatred for Jacobinism was as radical as his convinced endorsement of the market economy. During the great upheavals, however, reaction and conservatism converged in counter-revolution. In the 1790s, Burke and Maistre inspired the international military coalition opposed to revolutionary France. A similar convergence took place again half a century later, when both an absolutist like Juan Donoso Cortés and a partisan of classical liberalism like Tocqueville could welcome the massacre of the Parisian workers in June 1848. In the 1790s, the philosophical background of counter-revolution was irrationalism, which considered the idea of a world regulated by reason as downright nonsensical. Created by God, the world of legitimism was organized by providence, not reason. Rejecting the doctrine of natural law, Burke opposed the historic rights of the British aristocracy to the rights of man and citizen proclaimed by the French Revolution, which were in his eyes the expression of an abstract and artificial rationality. 33 Burke, however, represented the moderate current of counter-revolution. He was attached to the juridical framework of the British monarchy, had approved of American independence and looked positively on the development of market society. In continental Europe, counter-revolution was far more radical and sometimes took on an almost apocalyptic flavor. Its thinkers considered social and political inequalities to be just as natural as the vocation of human beings to obey their superiors. Contemptible and despicable, mankind deserved only to be chastised. History was a torrent of blood, a perpetual massacre, a slaughter in which human beings were punished for their sins. Authority, hierarchy, discipline, tradition, submission, and honor, these were the values of counter-revolution. For Maistre, the reversal of absolutism and the execution of Louis XVI were events as preposterous as the instantaneous fructification of a tree in the month of January. 34 His providential vision of history drove him to even accept the terror as a sort of divine punishment against a sinful humanity and as the annunciation of an apocalyptic vengeance. If the vilest instruments are employed, punishment is for the sake of regeneration, and consequently, each drop of Louis XVI's blood will cost France torrents. 35. The darkest and most colorful figure of counter-revolution, Maistre was depicted by Émile Faguet as a fierce absolutist, a furious theocrat, an intransigent legitimist, apostle of a monstrous trinity composed of pope, king, and hangman. 36 Maistre denounced the French Revolution as an attack on the metaphysical foundation of a divine political order. Unlike Burke, who considered counter-revolution as a social and political process whose climax was a necessary war against Republican France, Maistre viewed it as the imponderable result of Providence itself. Whereas Burke developed a conservative criticism of Enlightenment, Maistre rejected it in the name of an apocalyptic form of irrationalism. Since the French Revolution was radically bad and possessed a satanic character, counter-revolution was more than a political strategy accomplished by human actors. It was a divine, providential, and almost metaphysical accomplishment. The restoration of the monarchy will be not a contrary revolution, but the contrary of revolution. 37. According to Isaiah Berlin, Maistre's counter-revolution prefigured, behind this anachronistic and obscurantist facade, the modernity of fascism and totalitarianism. He postulated a political order based on terror and theologically conceived as total rule. Literally fascinated by violence, Maistre idealized the executioner, the sacred agent of this divine order. The violence that he administered possessed the seal of sacredness. In his St. Petersburg dialogues, written during the years of Restoration, he depicted the hangman as the pillar of his own political theology. All greatness, all power, all subordination, he wrote, rests on the executioner, whom he presented as both the horror and the bond of human association. Remove this incomprehensible agent from the world, and in a moment, order gives way to chaos, thrones fall, and society disappears. God, who is the author of sovereignty, is therefore the author of punishment. 38. Donoso Cortés, whom Carl Schmitt considered one of his main inspirations, embodied the connection between classical counter-revolution and modern fascism. This Spanish philosopher, essayist, and statesman, Schmitt pointed out, was one of the greatest political thinkers of the 19th century. 39 In whom he found a peculiar fusion between an eschatological prophet and an ambitious professional diplomat. 40 In the age of classical liberalism, Donoso Cortés had perfectly understood the dilemma of 1848, a historical confrontation between Catholic absolutism and atheistic socialism, which prefigured the crucial alternative of the 20th century: revolution or counter-revolution, Bolshevism or fascism, anarchism or authoritarianism. In the wake of Maistre, Donoso Cortés was the most radical of the counter-revolutionaries, an extreme reactionary and a conservative of almost medieval fanaticism. 41 But these were the features that so irresistibly attracted Schmitt himself. Donoso's writings, Notably his discourse on Catholicism, liberalism, and socialism, had helped his German admirer to build some of his own fundamental concepts, decision, sovereignty, and dictatorship, as secularized political theological concepts rather than abstract juridical norms. It is Donoso who, 1 century earlier, had stigmatized liberalism as the mirror of an impotent class discutidora and asserted the legitimacy of a dictator against the impersonal rule of law. Like Hobbes, Donoso knew that law does not establish any political order, but can become effective only when based upon a concrete authority. Embodied by worshipping soldiers, Catholic absolutism was a spiritual power incomparably superior to liberalism, a legal and mechanical order based upon the market and rational law. In 1849, Donoso welcomed the repression of the aborted insurrection in Barcelona, Sevilla, and Valencia with an energetic speech that clearly proposed a dictatorship against revolution, when legality is enough to save society, legality, when it does not suffice, dictatorship. Under certain circumstances, he thought, dictatorship is a legitimate government. 2 years later, he explained that revolutions were a sickness of both rich and free countries, the opposite of a world full of slaves, where religion taught charity to the rich and patience to the poor, taught the poor to be resigned and the rich to be merciful. 43 Schmidt was fascinated by Donoso Cortes's allegorical style, his descriptions of history as a gigantic labyrinth in which sinful human beings were lost, or as a boat piloted by a crew of drunk sailors in the middle of a tempest. Schmidt also liked Donoso's aristocratic contempt for human beings, depicted as a rabble of corrupted sinners who only deserved to be crushed to death. He appreciated this forceful imagination and certainly agreed with Donoso's plea for an authoritarian leadership. Human beings needed to be ruled, that was their destiny. The clash between revolution and counter-revolution lasted until the Great War, reinforced and exacerbated by the traumatic experience of the Paris Commune. In the second book of The Origins of Contemporary France, Hippolyte Taine analyzed the French Revolution with the help of the sciences then in vogue, from zoology to race theory to heredity. The Jacobins were madmen, as were the Communards. At the origin of the uprisings of 1789 and 1791, there was a pathological seed which, penetrating the blood of a suffering and profoundly ill society, had caused the fever, the delirium, and the convulsions of revolution. 45 Similarly, Cesare Lombroso, the famous Italian criminologist, distinguished between revolution and revolt as profoundly different social phenomena, the one physiological and the other pathological. 46 Despite its name, the French Revolution belonged to this second category, and offered an inexhaustible reservoir of objects of study for the criminal sciences. 1917 opened a new cycle in the history of revolutions. For millions of people across the world, the October Revolution constituted, like 1789, the signum prognosticum of the emancipated humanity of the future. The Bolsheviks recognized in the Jacobins their precursors, in the framework of a historical continuity which Albert Mathis had pointed out in 1920.47. Unlike its French ancestor, however, the Russian Revolution never succeeded in projecting itself across the continent. The attempts to follow its example failed everywhere, from Germany to Hungary, from the Baltic countries to Italy, where the Biennio Rosso of 1919-20 just preceded Mussolini's rise to power. Instead of being externalized, a task for which the Bolsheviks had created the Communist International in 1919, the Russian Revolution had to fall back and defend itself tooth and nail during a bloody civil war, against an international coalition entirely comparable to that of 1792. Stalinism resulted from this retreat, but the revolution's call was vigorous and ran throughout the 20th century, an epoch during which, despite conflicts and ruptures, the words revolution and communism became near synonyms. In 1920, Bertrand Russell defined Bolshevism as a synthesis of the French Revolution and original Islam. The attraction of its messianism appeared as irresistible as that of Muhammad in the 7th century Arab world. 48. Like legitimism after 1814, in the 1920s the profile of counter-revolution also changed. The collapse of the European dynastic order fixed by the Congress of Vienna, what Karl Polanyi defined as the 100 Years' Peace, had rendered obsolete that philosophy which, for a century, had inspired the partisans of order and found its pillars in Catholicism, anti-republicanism, and conservatism. As many historians have observed in the wake of Zeev Sternhell and George L. Moss, from the end of the 19th century the right became revolutionary and conquered a mass support that it did not have, except for very short periods of time, in the previous century. 49 With the Great War, the nationalization of the masses took a great step forward. Nationalism acquired symbols and rituals borrowed from a Jacobin model, the people in arms, previously abhorred. Its leaders, often of plebeian origin, had discovered politics in street fights, and the revolutionary lexicon suited them better than parliamentary rhetoric. It was in Germany that, in the aftermath of the war, an ideological constellation called conservative revolution took form, whose most popular figure was the writer Ernst Jünger, alongside respected essayists and scholars such as Oswald Spengler, Moeller van den Broek and Werner Sombart. 50 They were no longer nostalgic for the old regime, and had ceased to vituperate modernity in the name of cultural pessimism. They wanted to find a synthesis between the inherited values of anti-enlightenment and a technological modernity that fascinated them. Across the 1920s, the conservative revolutionaries converged progressively towards fascism. They wanted to erect a new order, indeed a new civilization, opposed at once to liberalism, seen as a heritage of the 19th century, and to communism. This new order was resolutely modern, for the ambition of fascism was to create a new man, representative of the new dominant race forged in the trenches. In 1932, Mussolini celebrated the 10th anniversary of the fascist revolution which, in imitation of its French ancestor, invented its own secular liturgy. Through symbols, rites, images, and slogans, it created its own cult of the Supreme Being, one now incarnated by a charismatic, living leader. 51 In the case of National Socialism, this revolutionary rhetoric was equally strong, whereas it was utterly absent from Francoism, which came to power by crushing the left during a civil war. In Spain, any fascist revolutionary discourse belonged to the early Phalangism, which nonetheless was quickly absorbed by National Catholicism. All fascist movements or regimes transcended the legacy of legitimism. Kate Chan. As we saw above, Carl Schmitt was the first political thinker to accomplish the conceptual transition from classical counter-revolution to fascism. Fascism claimed its modernity, and Mussolini denied being a disciple of Joseph de Maistre in a famous article written in 1932 for the Enciclopedia Italiana Treccani. He did not look at the old regime, he looked to the future. Fascism has not chosen de Maistre for its prophet, he wrote, adding that monarchical absolutism is a thing of the past, and so is the worship of the Church. 52 Schmitt, however, did not suggest the restoration of the past. He looked at new forms of absolute power, the total state, which he considered to be secularized versions of classical absolutism. As he explained in his Political Theology, the entire lexicon of modern political theory was composed of secularized theological categories. 53. This assessment brings us back to the relationship between Schmitt and Cortés. As Reinhard Mehring suggests, the German juridical thinker transformed the Spanish reactionary into a kind of autobiographical mask. 54 This mimicry reveals an intellectual background that was unusual for the Weimar years, when the harbingers of the conservative revolution came either from folkish nationalism or from a cultural pessimism alien to the Catholic tradition. The names of Paul de Lagarde, Julius Langben, and Arthur Moeller van der Broek are neglected in Schmitt's writings, whereas he was an ardent admirer of Joseph de Maistre, Charles Maurras, and Léon Bloy, the representatives of French legitimism and Catholic nationalism. And, despite its reactionary features, his radicalism exposed him to the influence of the aesthetic transgressions of Dadaist writers like Theodore Dobler and Hugo Ball, a constellation that put him far beyond the Zentrum's political conformism. Like Donoso Cortés, Schmitt always considered himself as a Catholic outsider. According to Schmitt, Donoso Cortez's political theology had one fatal limitation: he did not know the Katechon.55. This concept, which he discovered in 1932 in Paul's second letter to the Thessalonians, became a pillar of Schmidt's own political theology insofar as it offered a spiritual foundation for his ideological choices. The idea of a restraining force that delays the advent of the Antichrist and prevents the world from falling into complete impiety was embodied in the Middle Ages by the Christian emperors. Schmidt theorized this category for the first time in the Nomos of the Earth, but he had used it in many letters and occasional texts since the beginning of the 1930s. 56 Fundamentally, he thought the Katechon could also find a secularized form, and the search for its modern equivalent became the secret truism of his political commitment. In 1919, this overpowering religious force inspired the Bavarian Free Corps. After 1930, Schmidt claimed this role for the president, whom he suggested apply Article 48 of the Constitution, and after 1933 he attributed the same role to Hitler, whom he saw as a national redeemer. In 1944, in a lecture on Donoso Cortez he delivered at the University of Madrid, Schmidt implicitly compared the catechontic role of the German troops defending the Third Reich against the advance of the Red Army with the struggle the European counter-revolution waged in 1848 against atheistic socialism. In his eyes, the entire European Civil War opened in 1914 became understandable through this great world historical parallel. 57 Any historical time, Schmidt argued in Glossarium, had its own Katechon. Once the era of Christian emperors was exhausted, new temporary, transient, splinter-like, and fragmentary holders appeared to fulfill their historical task. Sometimes, the secular aspect of this spiritual force was less than beautiful. From 1789 until the Battle of Stalingrad, nevertheless, the Katechon had recognizable enemies: atheism, socialism and Bolshevism. Whatever form it took, the Katechon showed a heroic dimension and displayed Promethean strength. Revolution and counter-revolution were radically opposed, they could neither converge nor find a compromise. They were neither similar nor equivalent, against a conventional wisdom that tends to place them in the same category of totalitarianism by focusing exclusively on their shared hostility to classical liberalism. They did not converge, but their trajectories revealed a striking symmetry. Socialist revolution and national or fascist revolution rejected the traditional ideas and practices of both reformism and parliamentarism, social democracy and liberalism. Bolshevism and fascism claimed a state of exception, proletarian dictatorship or fascist total state, able to adopt radical measures and change the established order. They radically disagreed on the means: mass mobilization from below or charismatic leadership, but neither saw any alternative to a violent break with the past. Both looked to the future by mobilizing a political imagination inhabited by utopias or myths. The rare attempts at finding a synthesis between these antipodal options were ambiguous. Think of the passion of the late Georges Sorel for both Mussolini and Lenin 58, or the ephemeral experience of National Bolshevism in Germany 59, and invariably failed. Overcoming the opposition between revolution and counter-revolution was simply inconceivable. Their symmetry deserves to be analyzed, nonetheless. An emblematic mirror of the impossibility of a dialogue between Marxism and fascism is a letter sent by Walter Benjamin to Carl Schmitt in 1930, in which he stressed how much his book The German Tragic Drama owed to political theology and dictatorship, two works that exposed Schmitt's theory of sovereignty. His own working methods as a philosopher of art, Benjamin wrote, significantly corresponded with the approach to the philosophy of the state developed by the conservative juridical thinker. 60 10 years later, Benjamin mentioned again both the Antichrist, fascism, and the state of exception of the oppressed in his famous Theses on the Concept of History, a powerful text that mingled Marxism and messianic hopes, secular and theological categories. The sixth thesis evokes the Messiah who comes not only as the Redeemer but also as the victor over the Antichrist, and the eighth thesis argues that, according to the tradition of the oppressed, the state of emergency in which we live is not the exception but the rule. 61 In 1930, Schmitt did not answer Benjamin's letter, but he carefully read the book and, years later, noted in the margins of the second edition of the German tragic drama these significant words: an insuperable intensity of the arguments and an insurmountable distance from the interlocutor. 62. Impossible under the Weimar Republic, because of Benjamin's communism and Jewishness. This dialogue was reattempted, after the Second World War, by the Jewish anarchist and nihilist theologian Jacob Taubes. Banned from German universities, Schmid had retired in Plettenberg and no longer played any public role in the Federal Republic or elsewhere. When he died, in 1985, Taubes wrote an obituary that was a remarkable tribute to him. Without trying to overcome the gap that separated the secularized messianic dart of Marxism from the political thought of an apocalyptic prophet of the counter-revolution, he recognized that he himself was an apocalyptic spirit who felt close to the German thinker, despite their radical political antagonism. 63. Remembering this shipwrecked dialogue which took place during the Weimar Republic points out the complexity of German political culture in the 1920s and the dangerous liaisons between a Jewish Marxist critic like Walter Benjamin and a Catholic conservative thinker like Carl Schmitt. 64. Transcending the boundaries of its original realm, it is also meaningful insofar as its proper realm, political theology, casts a light on a broader ensemble of structural symmetries between revolution and counter-revolution that could be summarized this way. Walter Benjamin revolution. Carl Schmitt counter-revolution. Destruction of juridical and political order. Decisionism. Anarchy. Leviathan as total state. Proletariat. Dictator. Proletarian dictatorship. Fascism. Jewish Messianism. Catholic theology. Antichrist equals fascism. Antichrist equals Bolshevism. Messiah against Antichrist. Kate Chan against Antichrist. Communism as secularized Messianism. Fascism as secularized absolutism. Vanquished. Sovereign. Remembrance. Tradition. Uprising from below. Decision from above. Revolutionary left. Extreme right. Iconoclasm. Revolutions wish to erect a new order and create their own system of values, but they always begin by destroying the symbols of prior domination. Iconoclasm is consubstantial with them, and it explains their antinomic relation with the materiality of the realms of memory. 65. To triumph, revolutions must destroy not only the established order with its institutions but also their symbols and emblems, sometimes their buildings and their sites. In most cases, their pars const ruins transcends and escapes this disruptive moment and does not belong to it even if this iconoclastic fury is one of its premises. The conventional assessment, that the French Revolution introduced irreversible transformations into European societies, is undoubtedly true, but this was the accomplishment of the revolutionary process, not the immediate result of the revolutionary uprising. In other words, without the French Revolution feudalism would not have been abolished in Central Europe and the civil code would not have been established, but this task fell to Napoleon. The Napoleonic Wars were of course inscribed in a mutation that began in 1789, but the 9th of Thermidor had marked a break, and the empire had turned the page on the First Republic. The Parisian Arc de Triomphe belongs to the history of the French Revolution in the same way that the Stalinist Constitution of 1936 belongs to that of the Russian Revolution. The two are inscribed in the longue durée of the revolutionary process, but they no longer belong to, they even contradict, the radiance of the revolution as an event, as a break in the historical continuum, as a violent passage from one social and political order to another. They rather symbolize the transformation of revolution into a new despotic order. The revolutionary spirit cannot be bottled and displayed in museums. The Carnavalet Museum reifies the French Revolution as a historical object that finds its place in a national heritage, and inscribes it into the state annals rather than in a collective memory of emancipation. In a different register, the iconography showing the aligned profiles of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin illustrates the history of the USSR rather than transmitting a revolutionary memory. It would no doubt be easier to find counter-revolutionary sites of memory, such as the Saint Michel Fountain, where the archangel killing the serpent symbolizes the repression of June 1848-66, or the Basilica of Sacré-Cœur in Montmartre, erected to sanctify the destruction of the Paris Commune. 67 Unlike these monuments, revolutionary realms of memory possess an essentially symbolic and immaterial character. Their deepest meaning lies in the void left by the destructive force of revolution itself. Much evidence illustrates this simple fact. When in 1880 the Third Republic instituted July 14 as a national holiday, 68, today an occasion for military parades, the very nature of the revolutionary event that inspired this celebration was completely eclipsed. And similar considerations could be extended to other sites, symbols, or cultural practices institutionalized by the Third Republic. Think of the Pantheon or the Marseillaise, which transformed the memory of the French Revolution into a national patrimony not very different from the Palace of Versailles. Once domesticated, the revolutionary legacy could coexist with both the bourgeois order and the colonial empire. For the rioters of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, the taking of the Bastille was originally just a practical necessity, to obtain powder for their weapons, but it quickly turned into an act of symbolic destruction. 69 The fortress only held 7 prisoners, but it had been a materialization of aristocratic rule since the Middle Ages. In his History of the French Revolution, a historiographical monument that could also be read as a mirror of 1789 in the 19th century French collective memory, Jules Michelet describes the magnitude of the task accomplished by the Parisian people. The Bastille, though an old fortress, was nevertheless impregnable, unless besieged for several days and with an abundance of artillery. The people had, in that crisis, neither the time nor the means to make a regular siege. Had they done so, the Bastille had no cause for fear, having enough provisions to wait for succor so near at hand, and an immense supply of ammunition. Its walls, 10 feet thick at the top of the towers and 30 or 40 at the base, might long laugh at cannon balls, and its batteries firing down upon Paris, could, in the meantime, demolish the whole of the Marais and the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. Its towers, pierced with windows and loopholes, protected by double and triple gratings, enabled the garrison, in full security, to make a dreadful carnage of its assailants. 70. Thus, Michelet concludes, the seizure of the Bastille was an act inspired and allowed by the irresistible strength of the insurgent people, not based on a calculated assessment of the balance of forces. Far from being reasonable, he emphasizes, it was an act of faith. 71 How to explain this successful attack? The answer, Michelet suggests, lies in the symbolic dimension of this building. The Bastille was known and detested by the whole world. Bastille and tyranny were, in every language, synonymous terms. Thus, the Bastille was not taken, it surrendered. Troubled by a bad conscience, it went mad, and lost all presence of mind. 72. Commenced the day after its capture, its demolition would not be completed until 1806. The assault on the Bastille became an example that would largely be followed across the country, with innumerable destructions of churches and castles. As Hans-Jürgen Lesprink and Rolf Reichart emphasize, the impact of this event pertained to its collective and anonymous character, tied to the action of crowds rather than to the charismatic influence of revolutionary leaders. The most significant features of the storming of the Bastille are its iconicity, its theatricality, and its emotivity, which made of it an example to be followed. 73. The iconoclasm of the French Revolution, paradigmatic of all modern revolutions, would become the object of fierce controversies beginning in the 1790s, with the Republican tradition seeing in it the outlet of a popular anger at once legitimate and irrepressible, and conservative opinion stigmatizing it as the expression of vandalism. The destruction of ecclesiastical and noble property often took on a ludic character, and played out like a people's festival in which, according to popular recollection, social hierarchies were mocked and overthrown. Trying to channel and contain this popular wave, on August 14, 1792 the National Assembly enacted a decree that prescribed the systematic destruction of all monuments erected to prejudice, to tyranny, and to feudality. The Abbé Grégoire explicitly forged the concept of revolutionary vandalism in 1794, in the period of the systematic destruction of the edifices of the old regime, by emphasizing its peculiar strength. Its destructiveness was inseparable from a regenerative task. 74. Jean Testard, The Fall of the Bastille. Château de Versailles, France. As well as scornfully belittling the manifestations of revolutionary iconoclasm, the concept of vandalism fails to grasp its methodical and conscious dimension. Unlike the ritual pillages of pre-modern times, such as the traditional lootings that took place in Rome after the announcement of a pope's death 75, the iconoclastic moments of modern insurrections not only carefully select their targets but also follow a rational procedure that cannot be reduced to a spontaneous outburst. Of course, they ritualize and give spectacular form to a powerful collective emotion that is released by the fall of a hated order. In February 1848, many portraits of Louis Philippe were destroyed or disfigured, and processions headed by the bust of the overthrown king, with a rope around his neck, swept through several French cities in a sort of mimetic repetition of the ceremonies that had established his power. In most cases, however, revolutionary iconoclasm resulted from an ensemble of extremely precise and carefully planned initiatives that Emmanuel Furieux depicts as surgical gestures. 76. In May 1871, the Paris Commune decided to demolish the private home of Adolphe Thiers, the chief of the Versailles government that was laying siege to the insurgent French capital. Located in the affluent area of Place Saint-Georges, it contained a collection of antique art pieces that were transferred to a museum while its furniture was donated to widows and orphans. Antoine Mathieu Demy, the craftsman who directed the demolition, pointed out that this measure had nothing to do with vandalism. These art objects, he declared in a public meeting of the Commune, belong to the history of humankind, and we wish to conserve the intelligence of the past in order to build the future. We are not barbarians. 77. The same division was inevitably reproduced when the Paris Commune, by a decree of April 12, 1871, decided to demolish the Vendôme column. This Napoleonic memorial, the decree says, was a monument of barbarism, a symbol of brute force and of false glory, an affirmation of militarism, a negation of international law, a permanent insult from the vanquishers to the vanquished, a perpetual attack on one of the three great principles of the French Republic, fraternity. Prosper Olivier Lissagaray, the first historian of the Paris Commune, described the ceremonial demolition. On the May 16, at 2 o'clock, an immense crowd thronged all the neighboring streets, rather anxious as to the result of the operation. A rope attached to the summit of the column was twisted round a capstan fixed at the entrance of the street. The place was crowded with National Guards, the windows, the roofs were filled with curious spectators. The bands played the Marseillaise, the capstan turned about, the pulley broke and a man was wounded. Already rumors of treason circulated among the crowd, but a second pulley was soon supplied. At 5:30 the capstan again turned, and a few minutes after the extremity of the column slowly displaced itself, the shaft little by little gave way, then, suddenly reeling to and fro, broke and fell with a low moan. The head of Bonaparte rolled on the ground, and his parricidal arm lay detached from the trunk. An immense acclamation, as that of a people freed from a yoke, burst forth. The ruins were climbed upon and saluted by enthusiastic cries, and the red flag floated from the purified pedestal, which on that day had become the altar of the human race. 78. After the military suppression of the Commune, the painter Gustave Courbet, president of its Fine Arts Commission, was considered responsible for this act of vandalism. He was imprisoned for several months in Saint-Pélagie and condemned to pay enormous reparations. In fact, Courbet had not determined the column's demolition. For all that he considered it an unhappily pretentious work of art which makes the foreigner laugh, a monument devoid of any artistic value, and one which perpetuates the ideals of war and conquest espoused by the imperial dynasty, he had suggested its relocation, notably by installing its bas-reliefs as a museum display at the Invalides. 79. In April, however, as events unfolded, the Council of the Commune decided to demolish the column in a public and spectacular ceremony, and Courbet, as one of its members, endorsed this choice. During the trial, he played the role of scapegoat in the symbolic war that opposed the iconoclasm of revolution to the charge of vandalism made by the restored moral and political order. Bruno Brockhuis, the Vendôme column demolished. Musée d'Orsay, Paris. Erected in 1810 to commemorate the Napoleonic Grande Armée on a site that had hosted a statue of Louis XIV, the column was modified several times under the Restoration, the July Monarchy and the Second Empire, topped first by an equestrian statue of Henry IV, then by a new statue of Napoleon I dressed as a Roman emperor, before being demolished under the Commune. It would be reconstructed at the beginning of the Third Republic, between 1873 and 1875. Once more, a monument became the target of the iconoclastic wave carried by a revolution that wanted to smash temporal continuity and mark a rupture with the history of the victors. In May 1871, the demolition of the Vendôme column fulfilled several purposes. It sought to mobilize the Parisians in defense of the Commune. It sent a clear message to the government in Versailles, signaling that the workers of Paris would not surrender without a fight, and finally, it accompanied an appeal to the major French cities for help. 80. St. Petersburg, Peter and Paul Fortress. 19th century anonymous photograph. The Russian Revolution, during which the destruction of Orthodox churches and Tsarist palaces was just as systematic as in 1790s France, worked out an interesting theoretical reflection on its own iconoclasm. The occasion came in 1924, when the Soviet regime decided to transform the Peter and Paul Fortress into a museum of the revolution. Originally, this building had been the imperial family tomb before becoming a Tsarist prison. After 1917, it was successively a penitentiary for counter-revolutionary officers, a Bolshevik party office, and finally, during the Civil War, the site of a military garrison. The transformation into a museum of so charged a site of memory strongly posed the question of the relationship of the revolution to Russia's past, at the moment when the former capital changed its name to become Leningrad, when the remains of the charismatic leader of October 1917, who had only just died, were to be embalmed in a mausoleum in Moscow, and when Trotsky, leader of the Red Army, was ousted from power. 81. It was the moment when a transition took place between the eruptive temporality of the revolutionary event, the caesura of October and of the Civil War, and the temporality of a consolidated Soviet regime that finally led to Stalinism. One could interpret such a transition, through Trotsky's lens, as a Soviet thermidor. But this transition was not only political, it was also a shift towards a new regime of historicity. The passage from one temporality to the other was not ineluctable and implied a modification of the relationship between the revolution and the past. For the Russian avant-garde, notably for the supporters of futurism and suprematism, the revolutionary spirit was, by its own nature, incompatible with museums. The revolution should not create museums, it should destroy them. Museums conserve what is dead, whereas the revolution wanted to break with the past and project human beings toward the future. It must pursue its force, not take a step backwards by freezing itself as history. The debate was vibrant and the transition was not without tensions. On the one hand, the premises of the Soviet regime had been posed by the revolution itself and, on the other hand, its spirit was perpetuated until the end of the 1920s. Petr Stolpianskij, the tour guide of the museum during this period, did not want to tell a linear history of the revolution, but rather to transmit its message by placing the visitors before a succession of dialectical images articulated by Sergei Eisenstein's idea of montage. Burned Church in Barcelona, 1936. Anonymous photograph. Other revolutions deployed a similar iconoclastic fury. Arriving in Barcelona in December 1936, at the beginning of the Civil War, when the city still displayed its revolutionary medal, George Orwell observed that every church had been gutted and its images burnt. In several places in the city, he saw churches being systematically demolished by gangs of workmen. 82 In most regions seized by the anarchists, churches were wrecked and the priests driven out or killed. 83 In what resembled spontaneous carnivals, militiamen damaged relics, dressed up in soutanes, pantomimed benedictions, and fired on effigies of Christ. When Republican troops occupied a village, churches were frequently used as latrines. Deeply impressed by this spectacle of impious savagery, Orwell interpreted it as the manifestation of an ersatz belief that conferred a sacred character to its own violence. Some of the foreign anti-fascist papers even descended to the pitiful lie of pretending that churches were only attacked when they were used as fascist fortresses. Actually, churches were pillaged everywhere, and as a matter of course, because it was perfectly well understood that the Spanish church was part of the capitalist racket. In 6 months in Spain I only saw 2 undamaged churches, and until about July 1937 no churches were allowed to reopen and hold services, except for 1 or 2 Protestant churches in Madrid. 84. In October 1956, the Hungarian insurgents destroyed the statue of Stalin that stood in the city park of Budapest. 40 years later, it was the Berlin Wall that was torn down. But the revolutions of 1989, as we have seen, did not have the ambition of constructing a new order. In Berlin, the former palace of the Republic of the GDR, unanimously judged to be atrocious, was demolished to reconstruct the former Hohenzollern Castle. As for the Vendôme column, history was turning back to the past. Not far away, near Nikolai Viertel, there remained a statue of Marx and Engels on whose pedestal someone had graffitied, "We are not guilty." Symbols. For Ernst Bloch, the author of The Principle of Hope, the dreams of a better world arise from the tensions of a non-synchronic world, in which different and sometimes antipodal temporalities, belonging to different eras, coexist in the same social space. In his view, this heterogeneous structure of historical time, he called it Ungleichzeitigkeit, is the source of utopian thinking and imagination, in which the past and the future merge to invent new aesthetic and intellectual configurations. Thus, his work consisted primarily in excavating the past as an inexhaustible reservoir of experiences, ideas, and objects that bear witness to the search for a liberated future, imprints, vestiges, traces of collective dreams, the images that portray a desired community of free and equal human beings. The Principle of Hope, a 3-volume book like an impressive encyclopedia of utopias, from antiquity to the 20th century, is paradoxically devoid of any prediction of a future world. 85 It is rather a historical investigation of future pasts, a critical inventory of the innumerable ways in which people have imagined or anticipated the future down the ages. This dialectical journey into the past looking for the future transforms Bloch into a kind of archaeologist who, with incredible erudition, patiently unearths and recomposes the daydreams of our ancestors, exhibitions, circuses, dancing, travel literature, novels, folklore, tales, poetry, paintings, operas, popular songs, movies and more. Bloch analyses utopias inscribed into the entire spectrum of human knowledge, from medicine to architecture, via aesthetics and technology. However, this collector is far from being a naive humanist. He neither believes in automatic progress nor idealizes the results of science. He does not simply classify utopias, distinguishing between technical, geographical, social, and political utopias, insofar as his historical reconstruction is as empathically selective as it is analytically critical. On the one hand, there is the cold stream of utopias prefiguring a hierarchical, authoritarian, and oppressive order like Plato's Republic, Saint Simon's New Industrial Order, and Etienne Cabet's Icaria, a frightening pre-totalitarian microcosm. On the other hand, the warm stream of libertarian and communist utopias well represented by Thomas More, Charles Fourier, and Karl Marx, respectively, the most inspired Renaissance humanist, the inventor of the phalansteries as realms of harmonious coexistence between nature and technology, and the thinker of human emancipation through class struggle. In the 20th century, the apocalyptic age of wars and revolutions, utopias had become both concrete and possible, abandoning their previous character of abstract fantasy. By the end of the Great War, when Bloch wrote The Spirit of Utopia, utopian hopes corresponded with political projects and were condensed into new revolutionary symbols. 86. After 1917, among the most powerful symbols of revolution were certainly Sergei Eisenstein's movies. In 1927, the 10th anniversary of Soviet power, October created a synthesis between iconoclasm and memory of the revolution, between its signification of a historical caesura and its invention of a new tradition. The film opens with the destruction of the statue of the Tsar in February 1917 and concludes with the taking of the Winter Palace in November. In both sequences, the protagonist is the masses in movement. Eisenstein shot them in a lyrical and heroic spirit that saw the events through a collective rather than individual lens. In depositing themselves in the collective unconscious of at least 2 generations, these scenes have forged and canonized an image of revolution that transformed it into a symbol and a realm of memory. Born as a propaganda work commissioned by Sovkino, the Soviet State Film Agency, and inspired by John Reed's chronicle 10 Days That Shook the World, Eisenstein's movie did not set out to depict the fateful October days as a realistic historical reconstruction. Its goal was to represent their historical meaning, by showing through imagery the Bolshevik conception of revolution, a mass insurrection led by a vanguard party and taking the form of a military action. In this spirit, he also planned to shoot a movie of Marx's Capital. As he wrote in 1930, his cinema was a form of art that accomplished a synthesis between experience, emotions, and thought by giving it a dynamic character. In the early times, the times of magic and religion, science was simultaneously an element of emotion and an element of collective knowledge. With the advent of dualism, things became separated, and we have, on the one hand, speculative philosophy, and, on the other, the element of pure emotion. We must now go back, not to the primitive stage of the religious state but towards a similar synthesis of the emotional element and the intellectual element. 87. Movies are privileged devices able to dynamize abstract ideas by transforming and condensing thoughts into images. This corresponds quite well to what Walter Benjamin called thought images or figures of thought, images that transcend words and condense in themselves ideas, experiences, and emotions. 88. This is why certain sequences of October, like the teeming masses in the Nevsky Prospect during the July insurrection or the storming of the Winter Palace, have achieved the iconic status of a metaphor and a symbol. 89. They catch the meaning of a historical event by showing its dynamism, its emotional dimension, and simultaneously fix a military paradigm of revolution as armed insurrection. We know that the Winter Palace was not stormed by mass action. Both chronicles and historical accounts, including those of the Bolsheviks, emphasize this point, but peacefully surrendered. Still, the revolution required its symbol, its own seizure of the Bastille. And this is also the reason why certain photograms from October have become a metaphor of revolution as a timeless event. According to Siegfried Kracauer, in October Eisenstein takes some incidents, the drawbridge episode, or the assault on the Winter Palace, out of the time of action and dilates them to magnify an emotion or drive home a thought. 90. This is the secret of Eisenstein's pathos that grasps the climactic moment of revolution and turns it into a thoughtful and timeless constellation of images, a procedure that Benjamin called dialectics at a standstill. 91. In his History of the Russian Revolution, Trotsky captured this moment as the boiling point of the dialectic of revolution, the critical point when accumulating quantity turns with an explosion into quality. 92. The symbol, metaphor, or Denkbild has nourished the revolutionary imagination of the short 20th century. Sergei Eisenstein, The Storming of the Winter Palace, October. The transformation of an event into a symbol passes through multiple mediations which can modify its meaning. Despite their manifest universalism and global dimension, revolutions often end by inscribing themselves into a national heritage. If July 14 was originally a revolutionary event, today it has become above all else a French national holiday. No similar metamorphosis has taken place in the case of the Paris Commune, which continues to symbolize revolution in the collective imaginary, well beyond French borders. 93 Its memory remains singularly refractory to all forms of institutionalization or semantic reinterpretation. It is hard to imagine a military parade in memory of the Paris Commune. There are practices and objects, ephemeral and transitory though they are, which commemorate revolution as a transhistorical and transnational experience, sometimes turning into common objects, practices, or rituals. Here, I will consider some symbols, the barricade, the red flag, and songs, before addressing visual traces. The origins of the barricade are uncertain, but it had its first deployment in 1588, in Paris, in a France decimated by religious wars, when the population rose up against the entry of Henry II's troops. It reappeared during the Fronde, 60 years later, to then be eclipsed until the French Revolution, during which it resurfaced for a brief moment in May 1795, during the riots against the Thermidorian Convention. 94 The barricade is made of heterogeneous objects, overturned carts, furniture, barrels, paving stones, that the population piles up in the street to stop military forces that wish to take back control of the city. An invention of crowds, it dominated the revolutions of the 19th century. It reappeared in Paris in 1830, during the July Revolution, as well as in Belgium, then throughout Europe in 1848. It attained its apogee during the Paris Commune, before experiencing a progressive decline. But it manifested again in Russia in 1905 and 1917, in Berlin in 1919, in Barcelona in 1936 and 1937, in many European cities in 1944 and 1945, and back to Paris in May 1968, when its nature had changed and, largely deprived of its practical and military functions, it only preserved a symbolic dimension. If the barricade has so profoundly impacted the spirit and is enduringly engraved in collective memory, this was always by virtue of its both anonymous and spectacular character. It has no leaders and is not determined from above. It is the spontaneous creation of crowds who draw, in emergency, on a capacity for self-organization unsuspected by observers who see in them only a naturally subjugated population. In his recollections, Tocqueville describes the careful procedure of building a barricade in the streets of Paris adjacent to the Hôtel de Ville, during the days of June 1848. His social, psychological, and existential distance from the insurgent workers gives his words the taste of an entomological account. I resolved to go and assure myself of the real state of things, and repaired to the neighborhood of the Hôtel de Ville. In all the little streets surrounding that building, I found the people engaged in making barricades. They proceeded in their work with the cunning and regularity of an engineer, not unpaving more stones than were necessary to lay the foundations of a very thick, solid, and even neatly built wall, in which they generally left a small opening by the side of the houses to permit of ingress and egress. 95. Another hostile observer, Gustave Flaubert, depicted the Paris barricades of February 1848 as follows in Sentimental Education. The railings of the convent of the Assumption had been torn away. A little further on he noticed 3 paving stones in the middle of the street, the beginning of a barricade no doubt, then fragments of bottles and coils of wire, to obstruct the cavalry. Men endowed with a kind of frenetic eloquence were haranguing the populace at the street corners, others were in the churches ringing the tocsin as loudly as ever they could. Lead was being cast for bullets, cartridges were being rolled, the trees on the boulevards, urinals, benches, railings, gas burners, everything was torn off and thrown down. Paris, that morning, was covered with barricades. The resistance which was offered was of short duration. The National Guard was everywhere, so that at 8 o'clock the people, by voluntary surrender or by force, had got possession of 5 barracks, nearly all the town halls, the most favorable strategic points. Of its own accord, without any effort, the monarchy was melting away in rapid dissolution. 96. The barricade is spectacular, as it paralyzes the city and redraws its landscape. These are the subaltern classes that, with a sudden overthrow of social hierarchies, reorganize urban space. but the barricade transcends strictly sociological divisions and takes on an authentically popular character. Alongside workers, it includes women and children as well as other social groups, from students to artists. Its function is double, both practical and symbolic. It gives a form to revolt in protecting insurgents, in controlling neighborhoods, in neutralizing the intervention of repressive forces, in imposing relations of force, and it forges, in its welding, the revolutionary crowd. The barricade, writes Alain Corbin, is a machine to produce the people which, across the 19th century, never ceases to come upon insurrection. 97 A side of action, it creates an emotionally intense sociability which is proper to it and which can shift, very quickly, from festival, order upended, to sacrifice, during combat. To perish on the barricade is thereby charged with a sacred aura, the revolutionary equivalent of dying on the field of honor for the patriotic narrative. This is why, notwithstanding or perhaps in virtue of its ontologically ephemeral character, it has engendered an enduring visual tradition, from painting to photography and cinema. There are two daguerreotypes of the Paris barricades of June 1848 that depict the same street, Rue Saint-Maur-Popincourt, on 25 and June 26, before and after the attack by the troops of General Lamoricière, one of the bloodiest days of the insurrection. Their author is an amateur photographer, M. Thibault, who took the scene from a distance, giving it a pictorial character. We know the date of these daguerreotypes because they were published in July by the magazine L'Illustration and later included in a special issue on the insurrection. They are regarded as the first examples of photographic illustration in the press. 98 and possess the aura of history. Phantoms. 99 The trace of an inaugural wave of insurgent battles. In the history of art, the best-known barricade is Ernest Meissonier's canvas of the same name exhibited at the Salon of 1851, which depicts the victims of military repression on Rue de la Mortellerie, near the Hôtel de Ville. The barricade has been destroyed and the dead bodies of young men are sprawled over its scattered cobbles, their torn clothes evoke the colors of the French flag. Meissonier was an artillery captain in the National Guard who had participated in the massacre of the insurgents and had been traumatized by the magnitude of the bloodshed. Thibault, barricade of the Rue Saint-Maur-Popincourt before the army assault, June 25, 1848. Thibault, barricade of the Rue Saint-Maur-Popincourt after the army assault, June 26, 1848. Ernest Meissonier, La Barricade. Canvas. Musée du Louvre, Paris. When the barricade of the Rue de la Mortellerie was taken, he witnessed, I realized all the horror of such warfare. I saw the defenders shot down, hurled out of windows, the ground strewn with corpses, the earth red with the blood it had not yet drunk. 100. Despite expressing his unease and even compassion for the victims, his painting was conceived, T.J. Clark suggests, as a warning to the laboring classes, revolutions will be pitilessly crushed. Lying on the streets, the corpses are anonymous, faceless, and overwhelmed by the halo of death that surrounds them. In this image where, according to a Fourierist critic, the flesh and the clothes are confused with the paving stones, the barricade has become an omelette of men. 101 For the conservative Augustin Thierry, Meissonier's canvas expressed a guilty ambiguity. Unarmed, the corpses risked appearing as innocent victims. One does not counsel peace, he admonished, by insulting the victors and speaking in anger to the vanquished. One does not persuade men of the horror of civil war by calling vengeance. 102 This episode proves that any conservative appropriation of the image of the barricade is almost impossible. Pictures of the barricades would become current during the Paris Commune. The most famous are those of the Place de la Concorde. 103, particularly before the attack by the Versailles troops. They reappeared with the revolutions that followed the end of the Great War. In 1919, images of the Spartacist uprising in Berlin saw a wide diffusion in the form of postcards immortalizing the barricades. 104 After its national unification in 1871, Germany had become the European capital of publishers and the press, with dozens of newspapers and illustrated magazines. Each press agency possessed its own teams of photographers. During the January 1919 uprising, the armed workers came to the press district and occupied its heart, the Moss building, where they used the imprint to publish the Spartacus League's newspaper, the Rotfani. With their cumbersome cameras standing at strategic points on streets and squares, photographers had become familiar to the insurgents and their presence lent solemnity to the events they shot. Sometimes, barricades were erected expressly for the cameras, with workers and soldiers repeating the gestures of the battle. This is the case for the many pictures of executions, which were staged after the event in order to show the courage of the insurrectionists and celebrate their sacrifice. What this proves is that the actors possessed a clear awareness, not only of the historical dimension of the events in which they were involved, but also of their symbolism. In 1919, tens of thousands of freedom postcards were already circulating in Germany with the portraits of the martyrs of the Spartacist uprising and the Munich Soviet Republic. Willy Romer, Berlin, January 11, 1919. The Berlin insurrection was doomed to failure. The Social Democrats still controlled the majority of the labor movement and the insurgent workers were isolated. Born in the middle of this turmoil, the Spartacus League was far from being hegemonic. When Rosa Luxemburg's and Karl Liebknecht's attempt at stopping the insurrection failed, they took its leadership, willingly sacrificing themselves. In both Berlin and Munich, barricades did not prove very effective. The symbolic shift from the 19th-century barricades to the storming of the Winter Palace summarizes a significant change of paradigm in representing revolution. It is no longer the insurgent people but rather an organized army that seizes power. From this point of view, the Bolsheviks answered some questions put forward by Auguste Blanqui in his reflections on the defeat of June 1848. In his instructions for an armed insurrection, he strongly emphasized the ineffectiveness of the barricades, even pointing at them as the main cause of the debacle. In July 1830 and February 1848, he stressed, the successful tactics of erecting barricades had been nothing but a stroke of luck. In June, they proved to be useless, not to say calamitous. His charge was severe. As soon as the uprising broke out, barricades were erected here and there in the workers' districts, haphazardly, at many different locations. 5, 10, 20, 30, 50 men, assembled at random, the majority unarmed, started to overturn carriages, dig up paving stones and pile them up, sometimes in the middle of the street, more often at intersections, in order to block the roads. Many of these barriers would hardly present an obstacle to the cavalry. Sometimes, after making a rough start on the construction of their defenses, those building a barricade left it to set off in search of rifles and ammunition. In June there were more than 600 barricades, 30 at most bore the brunt of the fighting. Of the others, at 19 out of every 20 not a single shot was fired. Hence those glorious reports relating the sensational capture of 50 barricades where not a soul was to be found. While some dug up paving stones, others went in small groups to disarm the corps de garde or to seize gunpowder and weapons from the gunsmiths. All of this was done neither in unison nor under leadership but according to individual whim. Meanwhile, a certain number of barricades that were higher, stronger, and better constructed gradually started to attract defenders, who gathered around them. The location of these principal fortifications was determined not by careful calculation but by chance. Only a few, as a result of rudimentary military inspiration, were designed to block the openings of important roads. 105. The alternative to these mistakenly conceived and badly made barricades that wasted time, encumbered the streets, and blocked circulation, was the creation of a military organization made of experienced revolutionaries, both motivated and disciplined, able to act with the strength and effectiveness of a government army. 106 As a pure, ecstatic moment of fraternity and collective action, the constitution of the people by erecting barricades, revolution was ineluctably defeated, it could not win. Except as an armed insurrection. According to Trotsky, this reflection was pertinent. Blanqui had misunderstood the social and political conditions for triggering insurrection, but his critical observations on the causes of the revolution's defeat in June 1848 were lucid and valuable. 107. Since 1848, the barricade has been inseparable from the red flag. The latter had already been used, during the French Revolution, as a warning device by authorities against the troubles menacing public order, and had been the object of a dispute, beginning in 1791, between Royalists and Republicans. In the words of Jors, there was in the history of the red flag an ambiguous period in which its meaning oscillated between the past and the future. 108. It seems that it takes its current significance from a sort of semiotic reversal, deployed by the royal authorities during the executions of sans-culottes. The latter appropriated it and began to make of it their emblem. It reappeared in 1830 and, like the barricade, became the symbol of the insurgents in all the revolutions of 1848. During the springtime of peoples, it was evidently not opposed to national flags, but it distinguished the socialist movements that fought, beyond liberal and democratic demands, for a social republic. From 1848 to the Cold War, the red flag represented, for conservative forces, a symbol of blood and hate, brandished by Bolsheviks with a knife between their teeth. For left-wing movements, it was a symbol of the combat for an egalitarian society. According to Marc Aingenot, in 1848 the red flag became the metaphor of a radical break with the ruling order that announced a counter-society with its own laws and rituals. On the barricades, it appeared as the sign of the metamorphosis of the ordinary world into a new, utopian reality. 109. From 1848 to the age of decolonization, red flags and national flags coexisted within a complex and often conflicting relationship. They mingled in national liberation struggles and clashed in imperial countries. The Russian Revolution proclaimed the right to self-determination for the nations of the Tsarist Empire, but the outbreak of the Civil War frequently produced a conflict between the defense of Soviet power and the recognition of national independence. During the Second World War, the Red Army converged with the resistance movements that, both in Europe and Asia, took a strong national character. In August 1944, tricolor flags decked the streets of Paris as a symbol of liberation. 1 year later, they had already become a symbol of colonial oppression in Algeria. After the bloody repression of the national movements in Sétif and Guelma, the population was forced to parade and bow in front of the French flag. 110. This symbolic conflict between red and national flags was already apparent in 1848, even if it was clearly softened by the socialist support for national liberation. In France, this crucial year saw the defeat of the Red Republic by the Tricolor Republic in June. On February 25, when the insurgent forces raised red flags over the main entrance of the Hôtel de Ville and nearby rooftops in Paris, anti-socialist Republicans vehemently protested. Lamartine, their most charismatic representative, pronounced a passionate speech against the banner of terror that we can see as summarizing the arguments of a coming century of Red Scare. Spurning this bloody flag that had been dragged through the terror of 1793, he defended the tricolor, the flag of Republic and Empire, which was known the world over as a symbol of France, of French glory, and of French liberty. 111 He won, and it was from an Hôtel de Ville decorated with tricolores that he proclaimed the Second Republic. The following day, Auguste Blanqui retorted that the tricolor flag was no longer the flag of the Republic but rather that of Louis Philippe and the monarchy. It was the flag that had been bathed 20 times in the blood of the workers, whereas the red flag had received the double consecration of defeat and victory and had become the symbol of the laboring classes. From this day forward, Blanqui explained, this banner is theirs. Yes, it was the flag of blood, as Lamartine had claimed, but only because it was colored with the blood of the martyrs who made it the standard of the Republic. Its removal from the Hôtel de Ville was therefore an insult to the people, a profanation of its dead. 112. In 1871, however, there was no Lamartine to stand up for the tricolor when the Paris Commune raised the red flag again. On May 4, the soldiers of the National Guard paraded at the Hôtel de Ville swearing an oath of loyalty to the red flag. They were ready to die by defending the red banner. 113 Le Père Duchesne, a newspaper that borrowed its title from Jacques Hébert's homonymous journal during the French Revolution, explained in similarly passionate words why the tricolor and the red standard had become incompatible. "We want nothing more to do with the fraudulent flag of your shameful, allegedly moderate and respectable, republics. We want nothing more to do with a flag under which Louis Philippe's paunchy confederates gabbed and guzzled and under which December's soldiers feasted and massacred. When a nation's standard has been dragged through such shameful quagmires, its fabric has to be changed and so its color. The red flag, which is red only because it is drenched in the blood of the people spilled by the forces of reaction, must replace the flag on which Hoki's blood has been covered up by the spattered brains of Le Crosat's miners." 114. After the violent repression of June 1848 and the bloody week that crushed the Paris Commune in May 1871, counter-revolution made the red color an object of fetishistic demonization. Nothing red could be tolerated, and burning red fabrics became a ritual of purification and a practice of public safety. In 1849, Leon Faucher, the state secretary of the first conservative Republican government, issued a circular letter directed to the prefects that contained very precise instructions. "The red flag is a plea for insurrection, the red cap recalls blood and mourning, bearing these sad marks means provoking disobedience. Therefore the government ordered the immediate banishment of those seditious emblems." 115. After the Paris Commune, a witness wrote in his memoirs that the city was seized by a crazy rage against all that was red: clothes, flags, ideas, and language itself. The color red, he explained, had become a mortal disease whose return should be avoided absolutely, as we do the plague and the cholera. 116. This symbolic war of colors restarted in 1917, when the Soviet Republic almost naturally adopted the red flag. During the Russian Civil War, the Revolutionary Terror became the Red Terror and an anti-Bolshevik wave swept the world, from Europe to the United States, as a Red Scare. The Soviet avant-garde took over the color red as a revolutionary symbol and used it on a large scale in their aesthetic creations. In Beat the Whites with the Red Wedge, a lithograph by the suprematist painter L. Lissitzky, the clash between revolution and counter-revolution becomes a confrontation of abstract forms and colors. A red triangle breaks, arrow-like, into a white circle. Revolutionary memory also possesses a sonic dimension. It is transmitted through songs which, created as incitation to struggle, subsequently become identity markers, and go on to change their meaning. The universally known example is that of the Marseillaise. 117, composed by Joseph Rouget de Lisle during the night of April 25, 1792, the day following the declaration of war, originally under the title War Song for the Army of the Rhine. This simultaneously revolutionary and patriotic marching song rapidly spread far and wide. It was prohibited under the Restoration and made its great return in 1848, and then under the Paris Commune. It was again the Marseillaise that would accompany the Russian Revolution of 1917, even if, in the socialist version of Petr Lavrov, a Russian Narodnik philosopher who had participated in the Paris Commune, the patrie has disappeared to be replaced by the laboring people and the famished people. 118. L. Lissitzky, Hit the Whites with the Red Wedge. Canvas. Tate Gallery, London. When he returned to Russia from his Swiss exile in April 1917, Lenin was welcomed by an orchestra that played first the Marseillaise, then the Internationale. The two hymns coexisted during the revolution and the first years of Soviet power, which opted finally for the second at the beginning of the 1920s. It was while hiding in Paris, in June 1871, in the aftermath of the bloody week during which he had fought with the Commune, that the poet Eugene Potier wrote the words of this socialist anthem. But its diffusion would not really begin until 20 years later, when the Flemish composer Pierre de Geyter gave it a new musical score, charging it with a pathos that the words themselves could not attain. It was thus chanted during the conferences of the Socialist International and anarchist demonstrations, before becoming the official hymn of the Communist International. 119, endowed with a strong messianic connotation. This is the final conflict: the earth shall rise on new foundations, we have been naught, we shall be all, decree the common salvation, the International will be the human race. This song exalts struggle as an emancipatory, indeed redemptive act, in a nearly religious sense, and gives lyrical form to the utopia that steeps the socialist culture of the 19th and 20th centuries. Its ritualization in the demonstrations of the workers' movement, the singing of the Internationale remained an essential component of the communist liturgy, from the procession to the partisan congress, makes of it a realm of memory which, unlike other symbols, more successfully escapes the disenchanting forces of institutionalization and bureaucratization. During the 1960s and 70s, the notes of the Internationale resounded not only amid the austere decor of communist regimes, but also in the marches of youthful revolt in the Western world. Whatever the prism through which we observe them, as a terrible rupture or as a process spread out across time, revolutions are not reducible to their intense and jubilant moments, they end, in most cases, in defeat. Their memory is steeped in mourning. The commemoration of fallen combatants and the sacralization of martyrs is what maintains the reminiscence of revolutions, the same as of wars. Unlike wars, however, for revolutions it is not always a matter of official memory, engraved in the stone of monuments. Far more often it takes the form of a Murano memory, hidden or forbidden, cultivated like a counter-memory held up against the narrative of power. The mausoleums of Lenin and Mao are, from this point of view, both macroscopic and misleading examples. Beside them, we should also pay attention to the underground memory of the subaltern classes, like that illustrated by Diego Rivera in his fresco The Blood of the Revolutionary Martyrs Fertilizing the Earth. Discreet, anonymous flowers are left at the foot of the Communards Wall, in the Père Lachaise Cemetery, every year since the massacre of May 1871. The first public commemoration took place in 1878, in the form of a fraternal banquet organized by Illegalite, Jules Guesde's newspaper, before becoming a tradition following the amnesty of the Communards in 1880. Imposing marches took place in 1936, during the Popular Front. On that occasion, left-wing newspapers pointed out the meaning of such a ritual. There is in this cemetery a great joy which does not profane the dead, but defies death, wrote El Humanite, while for Le Populaire, before death, life marched 120. However, the commemoration of Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg in the cemetery of Friedrichsfelde in Berlin shows that the political signification of the ritual can vary. A privileged site for large communist meetings under the Weimar Republic, this revolutionary memorial was created in 1926. Its designer, the architect Ludwig Mies van der Rohe, future director of the Bauhaus, had chosen a sober installation, modernist in its geometric lines devoid of any ornamental decoration. 121 This communist memorial featured a symbol, sickle and hammer inside a star, and an inscription of the 48 poet Ferdinand Freiligrath popularized by Rosa Luxemburg in the German workers' movement, which evoked the perennial character of the socialist ideal, I was, I am, I will be. It goes without saying that this monument was destroyed under the Nazi regime. 122 Luxemburg's death then was turned into a Murano memory that Paul Celan celebrated in a lyric poem where the legacy of the Spartacist insurrection becomes a meaningful silence, the Landwehr Canal makes no murmur. Nothing stops. 123 When it was rebuilt in the 1950s after the founding of the GDR, the profile of the memorial had changed. Much larger, monumental, and imposing, it was now called the Memorial of the Socialists. Its name no longer evoked revolution and had taken on a purely commemorative connotation, and the Luxembourg's inscription had been replaced by a new aphorism, "The dead exhort us." The meetings of a subversive movement had given way to celebrations of a regime that enlisted ancestors to legitimize its authority. 124. Thought images, man at the crossroads. One of the most powerful thought images of the interwar years is undoubtedly Diego Rivera's mural titled Man, Controller of the Universe, installed in the Palace of Fine Arts of Mexico City in 1934. Impressive for its magnitude, 4.80 x 11.45 m, this extraordinary fresco illustrates in a single scene a Marxist conception of history, a vision of socialism and a revolutionary paradigm that merit careful scrutiny. Conceived as a work of art for the masses, the purpose of this magnificent painting, according to Rivera, was to develop a language that could be understood by the workers and the peasants of all lands. 125 It aimed at transmitting ideas and values through a unity of correlated images, exactly like the paintings that cover the walls of medieval and Renaissance cathedrals, even if the Mexican muralist painted in the 20th century and had thoroughly assimilated the lessons of Cubism, Expressionism, and the Russian avant-garde. Deeply convinced that in a troubled age of wars and revolutions, art and thought and feeling must be hostile to the bourgeoisie, he wished to use art as a weapon. 126 Mingling concepts, history, and political messages, his images were a vigorous plea for socialist revolution. Before attempting an analytical description of this fresco, a few words on its highly emblematic genesis are indispensable. In November 1932, Diego Rivera was commissioned to realize a gigantic mural that would decorate the lobby of the new Rockefeller Center in New York, in the heart of Manhattan. This skyscraper was meant to become a city in the city, hosting the offices of banks, companies, trade institutions from different countries, philanthropic associations, shopping malls, and multiple cultural activities, including the Radio Corporation of America. Frequented daily by tens of thousands of people, this Rockefeller City was to celebrate both the accomplishments of its owners and those of their nation. According to Merle Crowell's guidelines, which explicitly referred to the myth of the American frontier, celebrated by Frederick Jackson Turner's canonical work a few decades earlier. 127, the Rockefeller Building's ambition was to be a symbol of American economic and social progress. Titled New Frontiers, this text mentioned the spirit of a new understanding between the economic and social forces of American capitalism and the labor movement, a new understanding that prefigured the New Deal. In this spirit, John Rockefeller Jr. and his wife, Abby, a philanthropist and patron of the arts, commissioned Diego Rivera to create a fresco that, without illustrating events or portraying personalities, would depict, the guidelines went on, man at the crossroads and looking with uncertainty but with hope and high vision to the choosing of a course leading to a new and better future. 128. Diego Rivera, man, controller of the universe. Mural. Palacio de Bellas Artes, Mexico City. What happened is well known. In November 1932, Rivera signed a contract. In March 1933 he started working, and, with the support of a team of expert assistants including artists Lucien Bloch and Ben Shahn, less than 2 months later 2/3 of the fresco was completed. On April 24, the World Telegraph published an article announcing that John Rockefeller Jr. had financed a work of communist propaganda in his own building. On May 1, a portrait of Lenin appeared in the mural. Nelson, John Rockefeller's son, wrote to Rivera complaining that this image would shock most of the American visitors and asking him to replace Lenin with some unknown man. The artist refused, and suggested by way of compromise to include Abraham Lincoln, symbol of American unification and the abolition of slavery, as a kind of symmetrical counterpoint to the Bolshevik leader, but no agreement was found. 9 days later, Rivera was paid and fired, and the fresco was covered, waiting for an alternative solution. After the failure of the tentative plan by Nelson and Abbey to transfer it to the Museum of Modern Art that had recently been opened in New York, John Rockefeller Jr., the legal owner of the mural, decided to have it destroyed. By February 9, 1934, Diego Rivera's fresco no longer existed. The news aroused a wave of protests among intellectuals and artists in the United States, who stigmatized a deplorable expression of bourgeois vandalism. Could an American billionaire buy the Sistine Chapel and destroy it? Particularly vociferous were the artists who were then painting the walls of the Coy Tower in San Francisco, and included this episode in their murals. 129 With the money he had received, Rivera paid his assistants and realized 2 political murals, Portrait of America and the Fourth International, for 2 New York buildings belonging to communist dissident organizations. In June he signed a contract with the Mexican government to repaint the fresco just destroyed in New York, and by the end of the year man, controller of the universe was installed in the Palace of Fine Arts in Mexico City. Relieved from any constraint, Rivera radicalized his political positions. Despite its changed title, the fresco faithfully reproduced its original version, but several significant details had changed. Of course, one could observe that this clash between a revolutionary artist like Rivera and the Rockefeller family was more than predictable. The Mexican painter had never concealed his political convictions. 1 year before the Rockefeller proposal, he had clearly expressed his relationship with entrepreneurial patronage by explaining in the Modern Quarterly that revolutionary artists had to use the most advanced technical achievements of the bourgeois art but must adapt them to the needs of the proletarian revolution, and that he considered himself a kind of guerrilla fighter who took the munitions from the hands of the bourgeoisie. The examples he gave were eloquent. The guerrilla fighter can sometimes derail a train, sometimes blow up a bridge, but sometimes he can only cut a few telegraph wires, repeating that it was in the quality of a guerrilla fighter that he had come to the United States. 130 With such premises, it was perfectly obvious that his mural at the Rockefeller Building would not be a celebration of capitalism and Wall Street philanthropy. Nonetheless, between November 1932, when he signed the contract, and the end of 1934, when the repainted mural was exhibited in Mexico City, several historical changes occurred that certainly contributed to the radicalization of his convictions and behavior. A simple reminder of the most significant events of that crucial biennium will suffice as explanation. At the end of January 1933, Hitler was appointed German Chancellor. 1 month later, the Reichstag burned and the Nazi regime was installed. In May, the Gleichschaltung was achieved and the Weimar Republic had been destroyed. Fascism was spreading in Europe. From his Turkish exile, Leon Trotsky wrote that this meant a historical defeat for the German labor movement and proved the failure of Stalinism. As a consequence of this severe assessment, he launched an appeal for a new communist international, a Fourth International. As we will see, this political turn left some traces in Rivera's fresco. In the United States, Franklin Roosevelt embarked on his presidency at the darkest and most dramatic moment of the economic depression and took energetic, almost dictatorial measures that announced the advent of the New Deal. In the springtime of 1934, the Battle of Toledo saw 10,000 striking workers of the electric auto light opposed by the National Guard in Ohio, and a few weeks later a general strike took place in Minneapolis, both actions led by left-wing radical organizations. These strikes created the premises for the foundation of the CIO 1 year later. In February 1934, Vienna became the stage of a defeated workers' uprising led by the Schutzbund, the militia of the Austrian Socialist Party facing a fascist reaction. In France, on February 6, a far-right demonstration that threatened to turn into a coup d'état resulted in 15 killed and produced a spontaneous anti-fascist mass reaction. This was the beginning of the Popular Front that won the elections 2 years later. In Spain, a violent strike of Asturian miners broke out in October 1934. In China, Mao Zedong started on the Long March that lasted 3 years and moved the army of his China Soviet Republic from Jiangxi to Shaanxi. And finally, in Mexico, the left-wing nationalist leader Lázaro Cárdenas was elected president in 1934. He defended an almost socialist 6-year plan, conceived along a Soviet model, that promoted the creation of peasant cooperatives against the latifundia, a national system of public education, and the nationalization of key industries. In short, these world events pushed Diego Rivera to give an even stronger revolutionary dimension to his ambitious mural. This is the explosive context in which he realized man, controller of the universe. In his autobiography, he describes that mural as a warning: if the United States wished to preserve its democratic forms, it would ally itself with Russia against fascism. 131 This post-World War II interpretation is probably tinged with hindsight, but it is obvious that his fresco announced a tremendous clash between fascism and socialism. The mural itself depicts a monumental landscape whose multiple components are symmetrically disposed. Epic scenes of mass action and conceptual representations combine in a complex but remarkably ordered ensemble by creating a sort of regulated dynamism. 132 The man at the crossroads stands in almost perfect equilibrium between the past and the future, evil and happiness, egoism and fraternity, disease and health, prejudice and enlightenment, obscurantism and progress, capitalism and socialism. He looks grave, conscious that the future depends on his choice. His central position as well as his jacket and gloves show him to be a skilled worker, a technician, or a pilot, since he is located at the crux of a complex machine with two crossed ellipses, like the propellers of an aircraft ready to start. The piston engine and wheels that surround him are reminiscent of a factory. They irresistibly evoke the photographs of Louis Hines' men at work and even the industrial work depicted by Rivera himself in Detroit during the previous years, which is organically connected with a natural foundation made of a variety of tropical shrubs and crops, located at the bottom of the fresco. These luxuriant plants seem doomed, rationally cultivated as though in a greenhouse, since they are related to the mechanical engine that absorbs their vital juices and distributes them through an elaborate system of measurements and clocks. According to Anita Brenner, the New York Times journalist who interviewed Rivera in April 1933, this natural foundation was a representation of the Earth as an open book, with the chief elements of organic life in geological strata on its pages and plants sprouting on the soil surface. 133. The meaning of the ellipses is suggested by the painter himself in a detailed verbal description carefully recorded by his friend Bertram Wolfe, the American Marxist historian who devoted a book to the Mexican artist in 1939. In the first project for the Rockefeller Building, the telescope, located to the right of the man at the crossroads, brought to the vision and understanding of man the most distant celestial bodies, whereas the microscope, located to his left, made visible and comprehensible to man infinitesimal living organisms, connecting atoms and cells with the astral system. 134 As for the two inferior ellipses, they illustrated how the machinery controlled by the worker, Wolfe reproduced. Rivera's word in capitalized form, transformed the cosmic energy captured by its antennae into a productive energy. 135 In the final version of the fresco painted in 1934, however, the cosmic energy of natural life only appears in the two inferior ellipses. The telescope showing planets and stars is contained within the ellipse directed towards the revolutionary masses, whereas the microscope, which reveals cells and bacteria including diseased and cancer-causing cells, is located within the ellipse directed towards the forces of war. Illuminated by two gigantic lenses installed symmetrically on either side of the machinery, the ellipses bear the metaphorical embodiments of decadence and progress. On the left, just under the disease cells, a high society reception takes place, with elegant ladies and gentlemen dancing, smoking, playing cards and sipping cocktails. Beside them, but outside of the machinery frame, a mass demonstration of workers is violently repressed by mounted policemen. Displayed as a horizontal row along the fresco, these images of street protests show readable signs: "We want bread," or "We want jobs, not charity," a slogan that scornfully alludes to Rockefeller's philanthropy. On the right, framed by the ellipses of stars and cosmic energies that, irradiating the vital forces of nature, shift to a maternal image of breastfeeding, is Lenin. In solemn posture, he grasps the hands of a worker, a peasant, and a soldier, thus sealing their alliance. Beyond the iron wall of the machine, symmetrical with respect to the street demonstration, young female athletes symbolize healthy life. 136 According to Rivera's 1932 indications, the peasant produces the fundamental riches of mankind, the urban worker transforms and distributes the raw materials given by the earth, and the soldier represents sacrifice in a world subordinated to the forces of religion and war. 137 Belonging to different races, the worker is black, they also embody a universal spirit of human fraternity. In 1934, their alliance is realized by Lenin, the architect of the October Revolution who gave power to the Soviets of workers, peasants, and soldiers. The extreme poles of the fresco, in which an audience of students and workers watch the lens screens, are equally charged with symbolic value. On the left, a teacher explains Darwin's theory of evolution as a plea for harmonious relationships between animals and human beings, in front of a humanized monkey who, like a father, looks at the screen and gives his hand to a child. Next to Darwin, an electric plant and a radiograph illustrate the human capacity to domesticate nature through the instruments of science, while a multiracial audience of students conscientiously attends the lesson. On the right, a red flag appeals for a new communist movement, Workers of the World Unite in the Fourth International. The flag is held by Leon Trotsky, Friedrich Engels and Karl Marx. Behind Trotsky stands a black worker and someone resembling J. Lovestone, the American dissident communist leader. Behind Marx, with a teacher's bearing, stands Wolf, who was then the director of the New York Workers' School. This image, one may observe, expressed Rivera's augury. Marx and Engels play the role of theoretical inspirers of Trotsky's movement. Marx holds a scroll of his doctrine, but both Lovestone and Wolf belonged to Bukharin's communist dissident movement and criticized the creation of a new international. The two classical statues towering over the extreme poles of the fresco are distinctly allegorical figures. The one on the right, just behind Trotsky and Marx, represents a decapitated Caesar. His head has fallen on the ground where the spectating workers use it as a seat. His hand holds a bundle of sticks, a symbol of Italian fascism, onto which a Nazi swastika has been added. According to Rivera's explanation, this headless statue represents the liquidation of tyranny. 138 The statue on the left is a strange Zeus or Jupiter with a Christian cross around his neck, whose hands have been cut off by lightning, a natural force which human intelligence has transformed into useful electricity. The epic dimension of the fresco, which also unveils its historical context, spreads out from the upper layer. A threatening army of soldiers with guns, bayonets and gas masks, supported by flamethrowers, planes, and tanks, faces the ordered parade of a proletarian movement bearing red flags. Behind this Red Sea, we catch a glimpse of the Kremlin towers and Lenin's mausoleum. Whereas the socialist revolution is symbolized by Trotsky and his appeals for a new international, the socialist stronghold still remains the USSR. In this titanic clash between revolution and counter-revolution, the soldiers who represent the latter are clearly evocative of the First World War. Their dehumanized bodies, hidden by helmets and gas masks, evoke the industrial massacre of total war, and their weapons reveal the transformation of science and technology into means of mass destruction. These figures were common in the 1920s and 1930s, think of many expressionist canvases, and Jupiter's statue, whose towering bust merges with them, probably represents the synthesis of mythology and technology that so deeply shaped many forms of reactionary modernism in those years. 139 From this point of view, the worker driving the machine at the core of the fresco inevitably smacks of Junger, Der Arbeiter, and corresponds with the famous Moloch scene in Fritz Lang's Metropolis. 140 If inscribed into the general worldview of the fresco, however, it appears as a powerful illustration of the Marxist conception of technique. This man at the crossroads possesses the secret to control the universe and is facing a tremendous choice. In Walter Benjamin's words, he can use technology as a key to happiness or transform it into a fetish of doom. 141 In other words, the antagonistic forces of revolution and counter-revolution, fascism and communism, are struggling to conquer the machinery, modern technology, that will give them the capacity to decide the future. 142 Whereas images of men and women at work are recurrent in Rivera's murals, the worker of the Museum of Fine Arts fresco takes on a much more profound metaphorical significance. The painter himself described him as a kind of collective hero, a man and machine who would rule the society of the future, where he would be as important as air, water, and the light of the sun. 143 This Promethean figure that merges humanity and technology can certainly scare us, but he does not look like an anonymous Heideggerian Gestal. Rivera frequently depicted capitalism as a source of oppression and alienation. Think of Frozen Assets, where the skyscrapers of New York tower over a subterranean guarded dormitory in which sleeping men lie like corpses in ordered rows, but usually tended to celebrate both technology and factory work as creative forces. As Terry Smith has convincingly argued, in Rivera's paintings, and particularly in his Detroit murals, workers never appear as robots or dehumanized figures. Unlike in Fritz Lang's Metropolis, where they are modern slaves, in Rivera's murals they maintain the air of peasants, while the machines themselves often take an anthropomorphic dimension. In the mural cycle Detroit industry, the stamping presses of the Ford automotive plant almost become an Aztec goddess. 144 His factories are cubist and futurist, sometimes reminiscent of Vertov cinema, but they do not appear as Fordist plants with assembly lines. The vision of history suggested by Rivera's mural is undoubtedly evolutionistic, as evidenced by the portrait of Darwin at its left pole, but it does not lead to a linear historical time, nor does it join with the peaceful and cumulative idea of progress defended by social democracy. It rather results in a vision of historical discontinuities and political bifurcations. Humankind is at the crossroads. Of course, the technique represented in this fresco is neutral, it can be used indiscriminately by both fascism and communism, and Rivera's philosophical horizon is far from any kind of Heideggerian Marxism. 145 Only fascism will transform technology into an iron cage of total rule, mastered by liberating, proletarian forces. It will neither alienate human beings nor destroy nature. Facing the alternative between romantic anti-capitalism and Promethean socialism, the Mexican painter did not hesitate to choose the latter. He had defended the former in many murals and canvases where he celebrated the harmonious and organic relationship of indigenous peasants with their earth/time mother, but the future at stake in the 1930s depends entirely on the mastering of technology. Like in Marx's Grundrisse and Capital, the development of the productive forces, including science and technology, was the premise for the passage from the realm of necessity to the realm of liberty. 146 Socialism as the accomplishment of the right to be lazy, according to the striking formula of Paul Lafargue. 147 did not fit with this age of modernization, 5-year plans and the battles of the Red Army in defense of socialism. Rivera recognized that fascism could be modern and based on technical and scientific foundations, but he did not abandon the idea of progress, which he identified with technology and industrial civilization, a gigantic machine that socialism should domesticate according to its ethical and social purposes. This was probably the premise for the misunderstanding between the revolutionary painter and the Rockefellers. Both believed in progress, even if they radically disagreed over the means to achieve it. Rivera thought progress to be an egalitarian community of self-emancipated producers. The Rockefellers saw it as capitalism moderated by philanthropy. In Man, Controller of the Universe, socialism appears as a gigantic machine, like in Alexei Gustaf's Futurism or Antonio Gramsci's Prison Notebooks. In this sense, Diego Rivera's imposing fresco magisterially illustrates a vision of history and socialism, as well as a model of communist revolution. Today, this powerful thought image has become a fascinating realm of memory of the 20th century. ******* Reciprocally attracted and related to each other, concepts, experiences, symbols and memory constitute the multiple poles of a single revolutionary magnetic field. Revolutions give concepts a concrete dimension and their translation into reality transforms them into symbols and creates political paradigms that finally become realms of memory. Insofar as, unlike spontaneous rebellions, they consciously change the course of history, revolutions are concepts converted into action, that is to say, performative concepts that possess an élan and a dynamic strength. They also create figures of thought, ideas that, more than merely being expressed in words, condense into images. Thus, the French Revolution became a revolutionary model in the 19th century and the October Revolution forged a new paradigm consciously assumed by most revolutions of the 20th century. This paradigm was at once a theory, Lenin's State and Revolution, a narrative, Trotsky's History of the Russian Revolution, and a realm of collective imagination that crystallized into symbolic figures, the execution of the king, the Paris Commune, the storming of the Winter Palace, Emiliano Zapata on horseback with his sombrero, his gun, and his shoulder cartridges, Trotsky speaking from his armored train, Mao Zedong proclaiming the People's Republic of China from Beijing's Tiananmen Square, Fidel Castro and Che Guevara entering Havana, and so on. The metamorphosis of ideas and events into symbols can be a contradictory process. We saw this with the Bastille and the Vendôme column, since the iconoclastic fury of revolutions often removes the material basis of collective experience, which therefore becomes a purely virtual realm of memory. And the translation itself from concepts into actions and from experiences into images is ineluctably reshaped by the passage from the revolution as event to the revolution displayed as a historical sequence. The event is a disruptive and liberating moment, but its symbols belong to a collective remembrance, to a revolutionary tradition that, by iconizing the event, separates it from the present. In this way, ideas were incorporated into a scholastic canon, the doctrine of Marxism-Leninism, and symbols created a frozen archive ready to be exhibited in the rooms of a museum. We know Pierre Nora's apodictic assessment: there are sites, lieux de mémoire, in which a residual sense of continuity remains, only because there are no longer any milieu de mémoire, settings in which memory is a real part of everyday experience. 148. The sentence is useful in grasping a general tendency, but needs to be qualified. Not only does it neglect what Walter Benjamin calls Jetztseet, the instant in which memory flashes up, when the past is reactivated and interacts with the present by forming with it a sort of constellation. 149, but also forsakes the performative character of the realms of memory themselves, even those most institutionalized, recodified and deprived of their original meaning. Think of the celebration of the anniversary of the October Revolution in 1941, when the Red Army marched in Moscow, in front of Stalin, on its way to the front line. In the last analysis, the revolutionary tradition is the insoluble contradiction between an ecstatic moment of self-liberation and its inevitable transformation into organized action. Their intimately conflictual relationship corresponds with the passage, in the field of art history, from the avant-garde to classicism, from bohemianism to academia. This transition has changed customs and minds. It has been experienced as an inner laceration for many existences and has damaged the lives of several generations of revolutionaries. We know that traditions can be invented. 150 can modify events themselves by surrounding them with a mythic halo and changing the perception of them, but the persistence of traditions proves that their objects have not died yet. During the 19th and 20th centuries, revolutionary traditions proved that, for millions of people, changing the world was not a fantasy but rather an end inscribed within the horizon of their historical time, a possible and concrete utopia. Chapter 4. The Revolutionary Intellectual, 1848 to 1945. Thousands of educated young people, both workers and bourgeois, tremble beneath an abhorred yoke. To break it, do they think of drawing the sword? No. The pen, always the pen, nothing but the pen. Why not both, as befits the duty of a republican? In times of tyranny, to write is good, but when the enslaved pen becomes powerless, then to fight is better. Ah, but no. They found a newspaper, they go to prison, and yet no one thinks to open a book of maneuvers, so as to learn in the space of 24 hours the profession that gives our oppressors all their force, and that would put our revenge and their punishment within our reach. Augusta Blanqui, Instructions for an Armed Uprising. Historical Boundaries. The purpose of this chapter is to define the figure of the revolutionary intellectual as it appeared between 1848 and the Second World War, the century of the biggest upheavals of political modernity. Since the adjective revolutionary is highly polysemic and frequently abused, it is worth clarifying the meaning with which it will be employed in the following pages. Its scope will be at the same time extremely wide, insofar as it includes a plurality of ideological and political currents, from anarchism to communism, and circumscribed, since it refers exclusively to those men and women of ideas who consciously acted against the ruling social and political order. Marx implicitly suggested this definition in 1843, when he wrote, in his famous 11 Theses on Feuerbach, that the philosophers had interpreted the world but the time had come to change it. Considering this premise, Revolutionary intellectuals are those who not only elaborated or defended innovative, rebellious, and subversive theories but also chose a conduct of life and a political commitment that aimed at their accomplishment. Michael Bakunin, Karl Marx, and Rosa Luxemburg, who wrote extensively on revolutions and led political movements, certainly were revolutionary intellectuals. The most popular revolutionary icon of the 19th century, Giuseppe Garibaldi, was not. He was a man of action, but he never fixed his ideas in a theory or an essay. Nor could Theodore W. Adorno be considered as a revolutionary intellectual. His criticism of domination was powerful and certainly inspired several radical movements, particularly in post-war Germany, but he carefully rejected any form of political engagement or allegiance, betraying a fearful and passive attitude, always respectful of authority. His thought possessed a sharp critical dimension but remained abstract and purely introspective. According to Lukács, this posture was unable to overcome the reified consciousness of the bourgeoisie, whereas a revolutionary commitment meant precisely a new relationship between theory and praxis. 1 In the eyes of this philosopher who, between publishing such books as Theory of the Novel and History and Class Consciousness, had participated in the Soviet Republic of Belarusia and led the 5th Division of the Hungarian Red Army, Max Horkheimer and Theodore W. Adorno were the managers of a luxury and elitist Grand Hotel Abyss, which was equipped with every comfort but located on the edge of an abyss, of nothingness, of absurdity. 2 Between those ideal types, however, there were many intermediate forms of commitment. Halfway between Adorno and Lukács, for instance, there was Walter Benjamin, a homeless, non-party radical thinker with limited academic attachment. Many thinkers whose names are historically related to some major cultural, scientific, or technical revolution had mentalities, habits and tastes that were quite conformist or conservative. The invention of psychoanalysis was certainly an intellectual revolution, but Freud claimed bourgeois respectability and struggled his entire life to win legitimacy and public recognition for his movement. Einstein overthrew the traditional patterns of physics, but his political commitment, noble as it was by no means subversive. As a convinced anti-fascist, he persuaded President Roosevelt to create an American atomic bomb. Discomposing forms in his Cubist paintings, Picasso appended the inherited rules of artistic figuration, but he admitted himself that he was unfit for politics. Guernica was undoubtedly the highest point of aesthetic anti-fascism in the 1930s, but he remained in France under German occupation, protected by his international celebrity, and became a fairly passive fellow traveler of communism in the post-war years. In contrast to a revolutionary artist like John Heartfield, who did not distinguish between aesthetic creation and political action and devoted his entire life to inventing images able to spread political messages, Picasso lived for art, not politics. Therefore, the concept of revolutionary intellectual analyzed in this chapter has nothing to do with the many revolutionary innovations typically acclaimed by the media and transformed into widespread assumptions, not to say advertising trivialities. The 20th century is the age of revolutionary captains of industry who, from Henry Ford to Bill Gates, changed the means of production and consequently the way of life of millions of people. The former was a white supremacist. A few years after introducing the principles of scientific management in the assembly lines of his Detroit auto plants, he published his famous anti-Semitic pamphlet The International Jew. The second has become a philanthropist, certainly not a supporter of guerrilla movements. These examples are obvious enough, but they have to be mentioned to avoid misunderstanding. The typology of the revolutionary intellectual that will be examined in the following pages is far from exhaustive, but its premises explain why it omits certain towering figures of critical thought. They also help us to distinguish the heroes of this chapter from those of the post-war years, when many radical thinkers found a welcoming haven in academia, a significant sociological change that transformed the conditions of production of theory itself. 3 This meant the decline not only of revolutionary but also, more broadly speaking, of public intellectuals, authors who write for a relatively large audience, put their knowledge in the service of a cause, take positions on social, political, and ethical issues, and denounce the abuses of power and oppressive measures of the rulers, those who, one could say with Edward said, belonged on the same side with the weak and unrepresented. 4 In the West, the end of urban bohemia and the advent of the mass university, combined with a long period of peaceful and democratic political life, has favored the retreat of most intellectuals into campuses. They rarely play a public role and tend to produce esoteric works usually consumed within their own social space. This retreat of critical thought into academia has corresponded with the reification of the public sphere, a fatal junction that significantly changed the status of revolutionary intellectuals. Post-war intellectuals are dissenters like Noam Chomsky, Edward Said or Jean-Paul Sartre, more rarely activists directly involved in revolutionary action. This latter mode was relatively common in the South. Think of personalities like Amilcar Cabral, Franz Fanon, or Che Guevara, but quite exceptional in the West, except for the rebellious decades of the 1960s and the 1970s. Given that its chronological boundaries vary from one continent to another, historicizing the age of revolutionary intellectuals is not an easy task. In Europe, it runs from the revolutions of 1848 to the Second World War. In the colonial world, despite a few exceptions, it starts later, after the Russian Revolution, and reaches a peak with the Cuban Revolution, two moments that announce respectively the beginning and the apogee of decolonization. Of course, revolutionary intellectuals existed both before 1848 and after 1958, but they were anomalies. Before the springtime of the peoples they emerged from a social structure inherited from the old regime, which forcefully limited their breeding ground. After 1945, they transmigrated to the colonial world. The historical background of the revolutionary intellectual corresponds with the rise of aesthetic and literary modernism, the birth of mass society as the result of a broad process of urbanization and industrialization. 5 This means immigration, the boom in communications, the end of illiteracy, the rise of journalism, and the emergence of a modern public sphere. In the political field, this is the age of parliamentary debates and the organization of the labor movement as a new subject. The revolutionary intellectual appears in pre-democratic societies still shaped by the persistence of the old regime, in which most cultural institutions show their aristocratic origins and the habits of nobility still define the horizon of the ascending industrial and financial elites, in which the lower classes are stigmatized as dangerous and the socialist left is excluded from political power. At that time, the academy was dominated either by conservatism, as in the United Kingdom, Germany, Austria, and Italy, or national republicanism, as in France. When European universities were a privileged realm of the romantic defense of culture against modern civilization and played the role of ideological guardians of authority, the critique of exploitation, oppression, and authoritarianism, as well as demands for freedom and democracy, were largely embodied in a déclassée, fragile, and economically precarious intelligentsia ready to jump onto the barricades. Whether anarchist or socialist, this revolutionary intelligentsia fighting for democracy and social justice inevitably conspired against the established order. In the age of the first globalization, a transformation of the world that corresponded with the apogee of nationalism, revolutionary ideas circulated widely from one nation to another, from one continent to another, as did the men and women that embodied them. Revolutionary intellectuals were cosmopolitan actors in a time of virulent nationalism. Their relationship with economic and political power was comparable to that of bohemianism and the aesthetic avant-garde with academyism and its institutions. It was a radically antagonistic relationship. Heterodoxies overlapped, wrote Eric Hobsbawm, observing the existential connection that united Marxists and anarchists with the artist and cultural avant-garde, both being opposed to and by bourgeois orthodoxy. 6. After the collapse of the European dynastic order in 1914 and the Russian upheaval of 1917, the revolutionary intellectual broke away from the margins and became a central actor of the new 30 Years' War that lasted until 1945. The clash between revolution and counter-revolution, capitalism and socialism, fascism and anti-fascism, national liberation and imperialism, propelled the revolutionary intellectuals onto the stage of an international tragedy that they would play out, literally incarnating it in their flesh and soul, as both heroes and victims. On closer examination, the organic relationship between theory and action at the heart of the revolutionary intelligentsia was a general feature of the age of mass culture and industrial capitalism, which the collapse of the old dynastic order in 1914 dramatically intensified. There is a significant parallelism, from this point of view, between left-wing thinkers and more conformist and conservative scholars, whose theories and programs tended to become increasingly practical. At the turn of the 20th century, Marxism focused on the economy and politics, producing a remarkable number of studies on the transformations of capitalism and the advent of imperialism, as well as a vigorous debate on organizational forms and the means of political action. Think of the works of Karl Koski on the agrarian question, of Rudolf Hilferding on the emergence of financial capital, and of Rosa Luxemburg, Bukharin, and Lenin on imperialism. Think of the controversy between Lenin, Martov, Luxemburg, and Trotsky on the political party. Think of the debate on reform and revolution that opposed orthodox and revisionist Marxists, Koski and Luxemburg against Eduard Bernstein, within the German social democracy. And think of Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution, that announced the historical turning point of October 1917. All these disputes, even the most theoretical, had practical purposes. But this is also true for Frederick W. Taylor's theory of scientific management, Walter Rathenau's conception of the planned war economy, John Maynard Keynes's treatise on money, and, from different perspectives, the studies of both Hans Kelsen and Carl Schmitt on constitutionalism. Whereas Marxist thinkers discussed how to overthrow capitalism and the bourgeois state, their conservative counterparts studied how to rationalize and preserve capitalism and how to reinforce the state machine, the tool of sovereignty, against a revolutionary upheaval. During the interwar years, the strategic reflections of Antonio Gramsci and John Maynard Keynes are almost perfectly symmetrical. The former thought about the paths of a successful revolution in the West, the latter meditated on the ways to save capitalism from its historical crisis. Everywhere, theory experienced an empirical turn. Bolshevism and fascism were the most radical versions of this change of direction. In the age of the global crisis of capitalism and international civil war, the revolutionary intellectual could no longer remain an isolated figure like Marx in the 19th century, working daily at the British Library and exchanging letters with a network of correspondents all over the world. It is significant that even Gramsci, who was confined to a fascist prison where he could not exchange his political reflections with anyone, elaborated a conception of the Revolutionary Party as a collective intellectual. National contexts. The emergence of the revolutionary intellectual was the result, then, of a process running all through the 19th century and coalescing, on the brink of the Great War, in a social group with a distinct ideological and political profile as well as a peculiar geographical distribution. Apprehending this new historical actor also requires one to distinguish between different cultural and semantic contexts in which the words intellectual and intelligentsia take some nuances. 7 Both terms have a long history, but their conceptualization followed different paths. In France and Western Europe, the word intellectual is usually related to the Dreyfus affair, the political crisis that deeply shook the Third Republic in fin de siècle France. 8 Before that, it already existed and was used, infrequently, to designate certain new actors of modernity, scholars, writers, journalists, clerks, lawyers, in short, people living by the pen. The word often took a negative meaning. Unlike intellect, a noble human faculty, the intellectual was cast as a modern, cerebral agent divorced from nature, condemned to sterile and uncreative thinking, shut inside an artificial world made of abstract values. The cleavages drawn by the Dreyfus affair quickly corresponded with the opposition between the Third Republic and its enemies, on the one hand a political regime grounded in the culture of the rights of man, on the other, the conservative culture of anti-enlightenment. Michel Winock summarizes this dichotomy as the conflict between antipodal values, truth against authority, justice against order, reason against instinct, universalism against nationalism, progress against tradition, and individualism against holism. 9 The defenders of Captain Dreyfus represented freedom and modernity, his enemies, conservatism and anti-republicanism. Dreyfus was a Jew, and anti-republicans were violently anti-Semitic. The paradigms of this antagonism are respectively Émile Zola, the famous author of J'accuse, and Maurice Barrès, the inspirer of the Action Française. In Scenes et Doctrines du Nationalisme, the first manifesto of the French Conservative Revolution, Barrès offered the following definition of the intellectual: an individual thinking that society should be based on logic. 10 Barrés's intellectual despises instinct and has no doubts about his superiority over ordinary people. He possesses a kind of dangerous Kantianism, holding that real human beings, with their peculiarities and cultures, are young inhabitants of Bretagne, Lorraine, Provence, and Paris, should be replaced by a universal man, an ideal, abstract man, always the same. Horrified by such a view, Barrès thought that France needed men strongly rooted in our land, in our history, in our national consciousness. 11. In France, anti-intellectualism was rooted in the historical divide introduced by the revolution between liberalism and the old regime. In the eyes of conservative thinkers, the intellectuals were the mirror of decadence, one of the great myths of European reaction at the turn of the 20th century, cut off from nature, imprisoned in an artificial cage of abstract values, where all is quantified and measured, where their entire reality has become anonymous, impersonal, and mechanical, anti-poetic. In fact, as ugly as a metropolis, they embodied the most repellent features of modernity. Unable to understand the genius of a nation, which is rooted in a land, intellectuals were cosmopolitan. Alien to concrete, national peculiarities transmitted from one generation to the next like family property, they championed universal and abstract values such as justice, equality, and freedom. In the eyes of the proponents of conservatism, the Jews embodied the most accomplished form of intellectualism. In Germany, the cleavage between tradition and modernity pervaded the entire culture as a radical clash opposing culture and civilization, community and society, and, once again, Germanism and Judaism. Unlike in France, where intellectuals were well represented within the institutions of the Third Republic, above all the universities which, including the Sorbonne, were Dreyfusard bastions, in Germany the gulf between scholars and intellectuals was almost insuperable and even deepened under the Weimar Republic. There, scholars belonged to state institutions, embodied science and order, and transformed the universities into strongholds of nationalism. Whereas academia educated the superior layers of state bureaucracy and selected the political elites, the realm of intellectuals was located in civil society, outside of the academy. 12 Temples of tradition, some of the best universities were located in small cities and rural regions. The intellectuals, on the contrary, were at home in the big cities, where they emerged with the rise of a powerful culture industry. In both France and Germany, but this observation could easily be extended to many other countries, the representatives of conservative intelligentsia were legion. Nationalist writers and ideologists, thinkers of counter-enlightenment, anti-Semitic propagandists, romantic traditionalists, and conservative revolutionaries were frequently at home with newspapers and magazines, but they categorically refused to call themselves intellectuals. They could use modern tools to fight against modernity, but this label exclusively designated their enemies. Unlike France, however, where the intellectuals, both defined and self-defined as such, identified themselves with state institutions, in Germany this occurred only after the Great War. As for the revolutionary intelligentsia, a marginal layer composed of anarchist, socialist and rebellious writers, artists, and thinkers clearly oriented against capitalism and the established order, they were inclined to support neither the Third Republic nor the Weimar Republic, two political regimes born from the bloody repression of the Paris Commune, the Spartacist uprising, and the Bavarian Soviet Republic. In 1900, at the end of the Dreyfus affair, Paul Lafargue declared that the intellectuals had always acted as servants of power. In contrast to Jean Jaurès, who advocated for the defense of Dreyfus as a struggle for justice and equality against militarism, authoritarianism, anti-republicanism and anti-Semitism. Karl Marx's son-in-law was clearly reluctant to plead the cause of a military officer. Most scholars, Lafargue argued, had sold science itself to the capitalist bourgeoisie, and those who extolled the abstract values of justice and freedom supported class injustice in practice. He despised scientists, economists, lawyers, members of parliament and journalists. The higher they raise their heads, the lower they bow their knee. 13 The intellectuals who joined socialism, he concluded, were debarred from any kind of privilege and remained external to any state institution. In short, his definition of the revolutionary intelligentsia did not differ very much from the portrait of Parisian Bohemia depicted half a century earlier by Théophile Gautier, love of art and hatred of the bourgeois. 14. The intellectuals that stunningly entered the fray during the Dreyfus affair, famous novelists like Zola, the future President Georges Clemenceau, many Sorbonne professors, the Republican representatives of the cultivated bourgeoisie, well described by Proust in many pages of his Recherche, were no longer the Bohemian artists and writers who had climbed the barricades in 1848 and led the Commune in 1871, professional conspirators like Auguste Blanqui, artists like Gustave Courbet, writers like Jules Valles, and teachers like Louise Michel. Those who built a bridge between this revolutionary intelligentsia and the intellectuals were relatively marginal actors, whose interventions could be effective but did not appear in the foreground. They were outsiders, like Bernard Lazare or Messislas Galberg. At the end of the 19th century, the word intelligentsia arrived in the West from Russia, where it had become quite common in the 1860s to describe men of letters who held political commitments. This semantic transfer shows a circular movement, since the word was a Russian adaptation of the German intelligence or the Polish intelligentsia. 15 In Russia, however, this word possessed a peculiar meaning. Differently from Western intellectuals, Isaiah Berlin observes, the members of the Russian intelligentsia shared much more than some interests or a similar social position. They considered themselves as being a dedicated order, almost a secular priesthood, devoted to the spread of a specific attitude to life, something like a gospel. 16 And who were the intelligenti, the members of the intelligentsia? They were a minority of outcasts, in a twofold sense, on the one hand, as a group of cultivated people in a nation of illiterate peasants and, on the other, as representatives of literature, journalism, and liberal arts in a society with a still embryonic and repressed public sphere. Their clash against absolutism pushed them towards political radicalism, and Tsarist despotism had transformed them into rebels and conspirators. Since the mid-19th century, many had been expelled from Russian universities and sometimes exiled. Whereas a small section of them came from the aristocracy and others from the clergy, the majority were born in a lower middle class of small landowners and provincial clerks, and even, in some cases, from a Jewish milieu. Regardless of origin, the members of the Russian intelligentsia formed a group of déclassés or raznikinцы, meaning people of no estate in particular, in a society that was experiencing a process of urbanization and industrialization within the structures of absolutism. 17. Located at the heart of this violent clash between conservatism and modernization, the intelligenti were naturally attracted to the most radical political ideologies, from populism to nihilism, from anarchism to socialism. Historians commonly describe the rise of this revolutionary intelligentsia through the characters of a classic novel, Ivan Turgenev's Fathers and Sons. Nikolai, the father, epitomizes the first generation of democratic liberalism, largely influenced by German idealism and keen on modernity, but finally impotent to change the state of things. The nihilism of the following generation is embodied by Bazarov, a friend of Nikolai's son, who has abandoned his medical studies and embraced a radical form of materialism by transforming science into a destructive tool. He repudiates everything. 18 Whereas Nikolai represents the democratic and liberal generation of the 1840s, the generation of Herzen and Belinsky that followed the Decembrist revolt, Bazarov epitomizes that of the early 1860s, that of Chernyshevsky, reflected in Nechaev's Revolutionary Catechism. In 1909, when he was exiled in Vienna, Leon Trotsky sketched a striking portrait of Bazarov's aesthetic nihilism and the spirit of the Raznikintsy. The small number of intellectuals, their rootlessness, their lack of rights, and their poverty, all this pushed them to create a group, to build a community. A sharp struggle for self-preservation gave them a state of mind of permanent moral elan and transformed them into an original messianic order. Their hostility toward everyday individualism was the other side of their miserable condition. They did not possess anything and lived by supporting each other. This is the old secret of the political economy of Russian radical intellectuals. 19. But these features were transmitted to the following generation. According to Trotsky, this period lasted until the Revolution of 1905, when revolutionary intellectuals broke their isolation and abandoned both their messianic and sectarian tendencies. Martin Malia suggests that the revolutionary intelligentsia reached its peak with the generation of Turgenev's grandsons, the populists and Marxists who arose in the 1890s, after the assassination of Alexander II. 20. Thus, it is the Russian intelligentsia as a whole that appeared as a revolutionary actor. Physiognomies. In 1929, the Cologne photographer August Sander published Face of Our Time, the first step of a very ambitious project which the advent of National Socialism would prevent him from completing. 21. This book, intended to offer a photographic portrait of German society, includes a picture titled Revolutionaries. It shows three men sitting close together on the threshold of a brick house. In the middle, looking at the camera, is Erich Mussum, flanked by Alois Lindner and Guido Kopp, who rests his hand on Erich's shoulder with a gesture of friendly intimacy. Erich Mussum was an anarcho-communist essayist, poet, and playwright who had been imprisoned twice, first for his anti-war propaganda, then for his participation in the Bavarian Revolution of spring 1919. Lindner and Kopp were communists who had followed a similar path. Mussum died in the Oranienburg concentration camp in 1934, Kopp survived Buchenwald, and Lindner emigrated to the Soviet Union, where he was persecuted by Stalinism and disappeared in 1943. Both Kopp and Lindner produced autobiographical texts. 22. August Sander, Revolutionaries. Face of Our Time. Sander had met Mussum through their mutual friend Paul Froelich, a German communist who in 1916 had participated in the Zimmerwald Socialist Conference against the First World War and became a KPD deputy at the Reichstag in the 1920s, before being expelled and creating a dissident left-wing socialist party. A prolific essayist, Froelich was imprisoned by the Nazi regime in 1933 and the following year fled to the United States, where he wrote a biography of Rosa Luxemburg. Face of Our Time also includes a portrait of Froelich titled Communist Leader, which Sander placed in his overall project amongst other pictures of politicians. The image of Lindner, Mussum, and Kopp belongs to the second section, Working Types, thus emphasizing that, beyond being a political commitment, revolution was actually their professional activity. The same section contains another group portrait, Proletarian Intellectuals, that brings together the poet Els Lasker-Schuler, the French writer Tristan Remy, the Dadaist painter Franz Wilhelm Seward, and the graphic artist and designer Gerd Arntz. The adjective of the title implicitly refers to the movement for a proletarian culture that had been created in Russia and other countries after the October Revolution and to which all of them belonged at that time. In fact, their clothes look less proletarian than those of Lindner, Mussum, and Kopp. Lasker-Schuler is dressed in the Russian style, but they equally express a feeling of spiritual community. August Sander, Communist Leader. Face of Our Time. August Sander, Proletarian Intellectuals. Face of Our Time. August Sander's project was thoroughly unusual for his time. In one of the few texts he wrote on his work, Photography as Universal Language, he described his portraits as endeavoring to encapsulate the German society of his time by grasping the personality of its actors. 23. Alfred Doblin, who prefaced Face of Our Time, described Sander's work as writing sociology, not by writing, but by producing photographs. 24 And Walter Benjamin complimented the book in his Little History of Photography, pointing out that it possessed at once a highly aesthetic and a scientific dimension. Sander, Benjamin wrote, had compiled a series of faces that is in no way inferior to the tremendous physiognomic gallery mounted by an Eisenstein or a Pudovkin. 25. As for Sander himself, he defined his portfolio of portraits as a cartography of origins. 26 Despite the ambiguity of this concept, stam means also stock or tribe, with a racial connotation. His approach had nothing to do with the racist theories or the nationalist currents of physiognomic thought of his time. Unlike Hans Gunther or Ferdinand L. Claus, who collected human portraits in order to detect a biological essence behind faces and expressions and then classified them in a racialized archive, Sander assembled a catalogue of social types ordered according to their professions and economic activities. Not only was his stam map not hierarchical, in his portfolio, the Roma or the unemployed are as important as bankers and statesmen, but he was careful to portray them as self-authoring subjects. Far from being passive objects seized by the camera within a given spatial continuum, they chose their own gestures, expressions, environment, and costume, everyday dress, Sunday best, or overalls, as well as, in many cases, the objects they wished to exhibit as symbols of their profession. The photographer captured and recorded the image that self-aware people wished to give of themselves. He did not grasp a moment of their life, he fixed their identity. 27 Borrowing the phenomenological language of Jean-Paul Sartre, an author clearly indebted to the German theory of Gestalt, Sander's portraits could be defined as inseparable ensembles in which the physical, the social, the religious, and the individual are closely mingled until being condensed into a living synthesis. 28 In a famous essay on photography written just before Face of Our Time, Siegfried Krikower distinguished these kinds of images from those that appeared as mere objective reproductions of reality, by calling them monograms or memory images, meaningful graphic figures that preserved the unforgettable and expressed in a fragment a person's real history. 29 Sander's physiognomic portraits caught both the subjectivity of individuals and the social features of their historical time. Revolutionaries is a very interesting collective portrait, especially if compared with other images of Sander's archive, both those of craftsmen and manual workers and those of representatives of the German ruling class. The young farmers, the pastry cook, the master locksmith, the bricklayer, and other workers may not have belonged to high society, but their poses transmit a strong feeling of self-confidence. They completely identify with their work, even the humblest kind, for it gives them a sense of dignity and is, in many cases, a source of social pride. The physiognomy of established artists and members of academic institutions, pianists, composers, conductors, art scholars, and philosophers, emphasizes their subjectivity, since they wish to appear as singular creators and thinkers rather than mere representatives of their professions. All of them, however, exhibit the external features of people who enjoy a successful activity, public recognition, and a solid inscription in a social world. The representatives of the ruling class, industrialists, businessmen, bankers, advertising managers, have no need to display the luxury of their existence or strike an arrogant pose. Their power is etched into their composure, the sober elegance of their suits and the quiet gravity of their faces. The common thread of these portraits is an entanglement of morality, honorability, and respectability, an ensemble of qualities condensed by the German word Sittlichkeit, that legitimates their authority. 30 They provide magisterial evidence of bourgeois self-awareness in 1929, at the apogee of the Weimar Republic, just before the Great Depression. The contrast between these images and the group portrait of Musham and his fellow revolutionaries is astonishing. Their shabby clothes testify to their economic precariousness, not to say poverty, which mirrors an interior spiritual disquiet. Instead of self-satisfaction, the gravity of their faces betrays fear, and their closeness seems to express intimacy and solidarity as well as mutual support in the face of danger. Under disheveled hair, Musham's gaze is at once sharp and uncanny. Their environment is neutral and does not contain anything with which they could show a harmonious or organic relationship. All of them wear glasses, and this is the main mark of their status as intellectuals. They compose a trio of marginal and uprooted conspirators, a team of seditious bohemians. In 1921 Mussum published an article in the communist magazine Die Action, in which he pointed out that intellectuals did not naturally belong to the proletariat. Despite recognizing their capacities and education, workers expressed towards them both caution and suspicion. In order to be accepted, they had to prove their political usefulness in the class struggle. Back in 1906, however, he had published an essay in Die Fackel, the Viennese journal of Karl Kraus, in which he did not hesitate to depict himself as a bohemian. Bohemians, he contended, are the outcasts who fight outside of all organizations, together with criminals, vagabonds, whores, and artists. 31 As social outcasts, Bohemian artists do not conceive of their creations as a business, and as political activists they detest any kind of authoritarian and hierarchical organization. Bohemian intellectuals express a nihilistic temperament made of radical skepticism and the radical negation of all conventional values. They defend the self against the instincts of mass society, and their role consists in winning the laboring classes to their own side. His conclusion was as joyful as it was apocalyptic: criminals, vagabonds, whores, and artists, this is the Bohemia that will clear the path for a new culture. 32. The Bohemian lifestyle exactly reverses the bourgeois ethos of work, moderation, worldly asceticism, economic rationality, capital accumulation, and the search for respectability. Against these values, Bohemians despised money, rejected bourgeois prejudices, defended an anti-productive ethics and free love, and opposed a gratuitous aesthetic creation to the market that turns art into a business. In their view, freedom meant not only anti-authoritarianism but also egalitarianism and the end of class divisions. 33. In 1929, when he posed before Sanders' camera, Mussum's Bohemian anarchism had been tested by 20 years of struggles, wars, defeated revolutions and imprisonment, yet his gaze still revealed a self that could not be simply dissolved into a mass movement. His relationship with German communism was as solid as it was conflictual. In 1920 he had been a mass leader in Munich. After having miraculously survived the bloody repression of the Bavarian Soviet Republic, he suffered years of persecution and returned to his original status of intellectual outsider. His itinerary was certainly peculiar, but perhaps it reveals a general tendency. Bohemians and déclassés. In contrast to anarchism, which always welcomed Bohemian artists and writers as its own natural representatives, Marxism looked at the intelligentsia with suspicion, never quite coming to terms with a strange actor that appeared simultaneously deeply attractive and highly repulsive. Insofar as Marxist thinkers were themselves intellectuals, sociologically speaking, at least, such paradoxical behavior clearly revealed a crisis of identity and a reluctant self-definition. This uncanniness began with Marx and Engels, whose philosophical and political career started with sharp polemics within the small German circle of left-wing Hegelians. Essays and books like The Jewish Question, The Holy Family, The German Ideology and Poverty of Philosophy were violent, often highly satirical, settlings of scores with Bruno Bauer, Ludwig Feuerbach, Moses Hess, Max Stirner, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, and other representatives of the young, quasi-bohemian anarchist and socialist intelligentsia of the 1840s. A passage from the Communist Manifesto suggests the birth of the socialist intelligentsia as the result of a split within the ruling class through which, in a time of deep economic and social crisis, a section of the bourgeoisie renounces its origins and values in order to join the field of the subaltern classes. This separation is a consequence of class struggle and a token of the growing strength of the proletariat that breaches the united front of its enemies. On the eve of the European revolutions of 1848, Marx and Engels advanced this diagnostic. Finally, in times when the class struggle nears the decisive hour, the progress of dissolution going on within the ruling class, in fact within the whole range of old society, assumes such a violent, glaring character, that a small section of the ruling class cuts itself adrift, and joins the revolutionary class, the class that holds the future in its hands. Just as, therefore, at an earlier period, a section of the nobility went over to the bourgeoisie, so now a portion of the bourgeoisie goes over to the proletariat, and in particular, a portion of the bourgeois ideologists, who have raised themselves to the level of comprehending theoretically the historical movement as a whole. 34. This definition of the revolutionary intellectual irresistibly resembles a self-portrait, so it is interesting to observe that the authors of the Communist Manifesto did not consider Bohemian artists and writers as potential allies of the insurgent proletariat. In the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, Marx disparaged them as a group of marginal types, decayed roués with dubious means of subsistence and of dubious origin that almost naturally supported a liar, authoritarian, and demagogic aspiring dictator like Louis Bonaparte, the chief of the lumpen proletariat of the French capital. Once in power, Napoleon III had discarded them along with the newspapers that had supported his political adventure. Marx mentioned the literati among a variegated crowd composed of vagabonds, discharged soldiers, discharged jailbirds, escaped galley slaves, swindlers, mountebanks, lazzaroni, pickpockets, tricksters, gamblers, maqueros, brothel keepers, porters, organ grinders, rag pickers, knife grinders, tinkers, and beggars. In short, he concluded, the whole indefinite, disintegrated mass, thrown hither and thither, which the French call Bohemia. 35. Karl Marx. Bourgeois deserting their own class to join the proletarian field, or lumpen literati. Marx's definition of the rebellious intellectuals of his time swung between these two poles without finding any synthesis. From a sociological point of view, his friend Friedrich Engels, a socialist thinker who managed his family's textile factories in Manchester, fits the first option quite well. As for Marx, a young German philosopher who settled in Paris, was then expelled from the French capital and fled to Brussels, went on to direct a democratic newspaper in Cologne in 1848 before emigrating to London, where he lived with dubious means of subsistence, probably fits the second definition much better, that of a lumpen intellectual. But this condition of social precarity and intellectual bohemianism certainly did not correspond with his self-identity. His entire life in London was a desperate effort to hide his poverty behind a bourgeois facade, and his ferocious anti-bohemianism revealed simultaneous awareness and horror of this reality. His journalistic work certainly did not allow him to live in a middle-class Soho house with his family and a servant. If he did live this way, it was only thanks to the generosity of his friend Engels. As Marx wrote to him in 1858, the show of respectability which has so far been kept up has been the only means of avoiding a collapse. 36. In his private life, however, he indulged a few bohemian customs. He worked hard but irregularly, riding through the night and waking up at noon. What is sure is that his status as intellectual permanently interfered with both his political judgments and his public image. In the debates of the First International, he frequently accused Bakunin of being a bourgeois ideologist and doctrinaire severed from the authentic proletarian classes, whereas the anarchists denounced the authoritarianism of the Marxists, whose ideas of proletarian dictatorship were nothing but a government by scientists. 37. At the end of the 19th century, Karl Koski, the Pope of the Second International and the director of Die Neue Zeit, the theoretical journal of German social democracy, reformulated and nuanced Marx's assessment. Undoubtedly, a superior section of the intelligentsia, he spoke of German mandarins, was organically linked with the ruling classes, but he preferred to define the intellectuals as an intermediate and relatively independent social stratum. Since their identity and social consciousness were grounded neither in land ownership nor in the property of the means of production, but rather in the role they played in cultural superstructures, intellectuals were susceptible of joining both antagonistic classes of capitalist society. In fact, they elaborated the ideas of both the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. They were certainly unable to build their own society, but without their support, the bourgeoisie could not manage its power nor could the proletariat imagine a socialist future. In short, the intelligentsia was a kind of new middle class whose heterogeneous structure pushed its different components to join either the bourgeois or the proletarian classes, either capitalism or socialism. Imbued with positivism and evolutionism, Koskai's socialism meant the reorganization of human life according to the principles of economic, technical, and scientific progress that was embodied by a specific social layer. The vehicle of science is not the proletariat, but the bourgeois intelligentsia. It was in the minds of individual members of this stratum that modern socialism originated, and it was they who communicated it to the more intellectually developed proletarians who, in their turn, introduce it into the proletarian class struggle where conditions allow that to be done. Thus, socialist consciousness is something introduced into the proletarian class struggle from without and not something that arose within it spontaneously. 38. In 1902, Lenin quoted this passage, emphasizing that, exclusively by its own effort, the working class was unable to elaborate a socialist program since it could not overcome the primary stage of a purely trade unionist consciousness. Learning from their own struggles, workers could claim better wages and implement their living conditions, but they could not put into question the entire structure of social relations that determined their exploitation. This is why socialism meant more than protective labor legislation. The theory of socialism, Lenin pointed out, grew out of the philosophic, historical, and economic theories elaborated by educated representatives of the propertied classes, by intellectuals. And he recalled that by their social status the founders of modern scientific socialism, Marx and Engels, themselves belonged to the bourgeois intelligentsia. 39. In Russia, socialism came with populism, and it was amongst the Narodniki that Marx found his first and most enthusiastic readers in the 1870s. Even if it was against them that Marxism emerged a decade later as both an independent current of thought and a political project, the legacy of populism remained extremely influential. Lenin's conception of a socialist idea brought to the laboring classes from outside, introduced within the proletariat by the intellectuals, clearly reproduces a populist model. Like the Narodniki, the Bolsheviks were enlighteners who embodied the mission of awakening consciousness and spreading a message of liberation. This vision was also instrumental in building a centralized and hierarchical organization of conspirators that Lenin maintained even after the revolution of 1905, when the Soviets emerged as an alternative power created by the insurgent masses themselves. During the acrimonious debates that followed the split of the Russian social democracy between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks in 1903, both tendencies accused each other of intellectualism. According to Lenin, the enemies of centralism were petty bourgeois intellectuals affected by the virus of individualism and irreducibly refractory to proletarian discipline. According to Rosa Luxemburg and Leon Trotsky, Lenin sought to reproduce within a socialist party the hierarchical relations of a factory, where workers had to execute the tasks fixed by managers and technicians, a specific subset of the bourgeois intelligentsia. 40. Nonetheless, all currents of the Russian social democracy admitted that a gap existed between the laboring class and the intellectuals. Leon Trotsky, president of the Soviets of St. Petersburg in 1905 and one of the strongest critics of Lenin's centralism before the October Revolution, observed that differently from the worker, who came to socialism almost spontaneously, as part of a whole, along with his class, the intellectual could not come to socialism without breaking his class umbilical cord as an individual, as a personality. 41. In the early 1920s, Lukács suggested a dialectical synthesis, in the sense of a Hegelian sublation, of this opposition through his concept of class consciousness. Intellectuals who break with their class bring knowledge from outside to the proletarian class, but it is only when the latter appropriates it to the point of establishing a complete homogeneity between the subject and the object of knowledge that class consciousness emerges. Thereafter, the intellectuals do not belong to the revolutionary movement as representatives of their own group but only as an expression of this class consciousness that condenses theory and practice, a worldview and a political project, a class and its historical mission. 42. The terms of this theoretical debate could be summarized as follows: a. The intellectuals are a bourgeois layer; b. They can join the proletariat only by deserting their own class; c. the proletariat needs the intellectuals in order to build its socialist ideology. D. Déclassés intellectuals, lumpen or bohemians, are an unstable and unreliable social stratum that tends to join the political reaction, as in France in 1848. One of the most striking aspects of this debate lay in self-negation. Nobody was ready to admit that the overwhelming majority of Marxist leaders, activists, and thinkers were themselves déclassés intellectuals. According to Freud, denial is a psychological defense mechanism that allows a subject to ignore or remove an uncomfortable reality. Wedded to a teleological vision of history that posited the transition from capitalism to socialism as an ineluctable process bringing the triumph of science, culture, technological progress, and a higher development of productive forces, Marxist thinkers could not imagine these colossal accomplishments being carried out by marginal actors. However skilled they were, many were talented men and women, some of them towering figures of their time. Most of these revolutionary intellectuals lived as outcasts. Marx spent most of his life in exile as an uprooted intellectual. Koski, the most respected theoretician of fin de siècle Marxism and certainly the most established among the socialist thinkers of his time, was a journalist who never remotely thought of becoming a university professor. All Russian Marxist thinkers, both Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, were cosmopolitan intellectuals who, when they were not hosted by Tsarist prisons, lived precariously in Western Europe where they animated the isolated circles of political emigration. This self-negation lasted until 1917, when the social democratic conception of a molecular and cumulative process of social change was replaced by a vision of historical bifurcations, discontinuities, and breaks. In 1914, the collapse of the European order opened a new historical landscape in which lucid and audacious minorities could suddenly take the helm of mass movements and revolutionary upheavals. Exiting from their marginality, socialist intellectuals could become decisive actors of their time. Revolutionary outcasts had different social origins but shared a common condition and achieved a similar status. Michael Bakunin, a wandering anarchist coming from the Russian aristocracy, lucidly recognized that the transition from the ruling classes to the radical left implied a willing déclassement. This philosophical and political break was inseparable from an anti-bourgeois ethos and inevitably meant a social metamorphosis. Possessing an evident autobiographical flavor, his words were the opposite of Marx's self-negation. If a man, born and raised in a bourgeois milieu, wishes sincerely and without nonsense to become the friend and brother of the workers, he must renounce all the conditions of his past existence, all his bourgeois customs, break all his ties of sentiment, vanity, and intellect with the bourgeois world and, turning his back on this world, become its enemy, declare outright war against it, throw himself entirely, without restriction or reserve, into the workers' world. If he does not discover a passion for justice in himself sufficient to inspire this resolution and courage, let him not fool himself or the workers, he will never become their friend. 43. The conflict with Bakunin's anarchism was probably the main cause of Marx's denial of his status as an outcast. Committed to building a mass political movement, he believed that socialism could not prevail without breaking with the anarchist image of revolutionaries as nihilists and conspirators. True socialists had nothing in common with fanatical young terrorists like Nechayev and Karakosov. In 1872, the split of the anarchists from the International Workingmen's Association pushed Marx and Engels to write an extremely violent pamphlet against Bakunin, whom they depicted as the inspirer of the political skullduggeries of a sect of déclassés. In a footnote of the 1874 German edition, Engels explained this concept in disparaging terms that reflected the conservative prejudice of his time. In French, the déclassés are people of the propertied classes who were ousted or who broke away from that class without thereby becoming proletarians, such as business adventurers, rogues, and gamblers, most of them professional literati or politicians, etc. The proletariat, too, has its déclassé elements, they make up the lumpen proletariat. 44. The most eloquent expression of this déclassé politics was the Catechism of a Revolutionary, the apocalyptic program of Nechayev that announced the moral and political duty of any revolutionary to destroy the entire civilized order. The text proclaimed a new science of destruction based on the assimilation by the revolutionists of all significant accomplishments in the fields of mechanics, physics, chemistry, and perhaps medicine, which must be used with the exclusive purpose of destroying the establishment. 45 According to Marx and Engels, this kind of nihilistic project that, with the pretext of abolishing any authority, simply pushed bourgeois immorality to the limit, was the ideology around which Bakunin had built an international sect. In Italy, where it did not have a proletarian character, the anarchist movement was successful in assembling a rabble of déclassés. Its leaders, they went on, were lawyers without clients, doctors with neither patients nor medical knowledge, students of billiards, commercial travelers, and other tradespeople, and principally journalists from small papers with a more or less dubious reputation. 46. Sergei Nechayev, end of the 1860s. Mikhail Bakunin, Portrait by Nadar. For the proponents of historical materialism, science was a productive force and socialism had to be grounded in the achievements of a previous social formation. Revolution had to be prepared by building a labor movement conscious of its historical tasks and ready to reorganize both science and production along collectivist lines. It could not be triggered by incendiary bombs and destructive devices. The suppression of Tsarism had to be accomplished by a social and political revolution and should not be confused with the assassination of the Tsar. Elevating socialism from utopia to science, according to Engels's famous formula, did not mean providing the workers with dynamite sticks. The discrepancy between Marxism and anarchism in the early 1870s was clear. The violence of Marx's criticism, however, is extreme and sounds like a ritual of exorcism. Whereas there are plenty of passages in Marx's letters complaining bitterly about his poverty and lack of resources, he never depicted himself as a bohemian or a déclassé. Quoting the words of Bakunin in his famous study on mass political parties, Robert Michaels nuanced the concept of déclassement and distinguished two kinds of intellectual proletariat: on the one hand, those who had failed in achieving a respectable profession within the state apparatus or a leading position in the institutions; on the other hand, the sworn enemies of the state, the eternally restless spirits who became the leaders of the revolutionary movements. The theoretician of the iron law of oligarchy and the circulation of the elites no longer believed in democracy, but he knew what he was talking about. During his time within the labor movement, this talented scholar had himself been a representative of this intellectual proletariat. Before becoming a fascist and pursuing a brilliant career in the Italian university system, he had been excluded from the German academy because of his political commitment. This background explains his vision of intellectual déclassement not as a historical fact but rather as a psychological postulate of the effective socialist action of those who were not proletarians by birth. In the case of Carlo Cafiero, whom Marx contemptuously stigmatized as a déclassé during his sharp polemics within the First International, Michaels observed that this Italian anarchist of aristocratic origins deserved respect. It was with a spirit of self-sacrifice and for the invincible firmness of his convictions that he had placed the whole of his considerable fortune at the disposal of the party, whilst himself leading the life of a poor bohemian. 47 Similar considerations could be extended to Bakunin, who never worried about respectability, orderliness, and etiquette, to the point of considering them as a sort of anathema. In his autobiography, Alexander Herzen sketched this portrait of the Russian anarchist in the 1860s. At 50 he was still the same wandering student, the same homeless bohemian of the Rue de Bourgogne, caring nothing for the morrow, despising money, scattering it on all sides when he had it, borrowing indiscriminately when he had none, with the same simplicity with which children take from their parents and never think of repayment, with the same simplicity with which he himself was prepared to give to anyone his last penny, reserving for himself only what was necessary for cigarettes and tea. He was never embarrassed by this mode of life. He was born to be the great wanderer, the great outcast. 48. Carlo Cafiero. It is significant that the only Marxist thinker who seriously analyzed the nature and function of intellectuals in modern society did not really overcome this self-negation. Several sections of Antonio Gramsci's prison notebooks are devoted to this topic, which he approached from a historical point of view. He defined the intellectuals not as ideologues but primarily as cultural organizers who elaborated the world vision of social classes. Suggesting a dichotomy that has since been canonized, Gramsci distinguishes between traditional and organic intellectuals. 49 The former belonged to pre-modern societies and their typical representatives were clergymen and lawyers, who had codified the Weltanschauung of feudalism and absolutism, thus legitimizing the power of aristocracy. Their most popular embodiment, however, were writers, philosophers and artists, the agents of humanistic culture. The latter belong to modern societies, in which they defend values, fix ideological frameworks and outline the political projects of the ruling classes. They are not only men of law and philosophers but also scholars, technicians, economists, managers, etc. Since their role consists in organizing the hegemony of a social group within civil society, they cannot ignore politics. Intellectuals are not reducible to the large sector of technicians and professionals engendered by the social division of labor. Hegemony means the control and guidance of superstructures, which are their allotted realm. Gramsci calls them the functionaries of the ruling class. Inasmuch as all class societies generate their own intellectuals, the subaltern classes can neither conquer political power nor transform the relations of production without establishing their own cultural hegemony. This means that the organic intellectuals of the proletariat emerge from the factory. In Gramsci's view, the factory is the domain of industrial labor and the paradigm of a new society grounded in productive rationality. The organic intellectuals of socialism are the technicians and the producers of a collective factory. Transcending the limits of the classical humanistic literati, they will participate in the creation of new forms of life and accomplish practical tasks as constructors and organizers. The success of the socialist weekly L'Ordine Nuovo, which played a crucial role in the occupation of Turin's factories in 1920, depended precisely on its capacity to develop certain forms of new intellectualism. 50. Nonetheless, between the traditional intellectuals of the past and the organic intellectuals of the socialist future prefigured by the Russian Soviets and the workers' councils of Turin, the revolutionary intellectuals of the present still remained a mysterious and unthinkable object. Where did the founders of L'Ordine Nuovo come from? Gramsci did not seem very interested in applying his own definition of the intellectual to himself. In a bid to answer this question, one might observe that he came from the clash between tradition and modernity, between the traditional and the organic intellectuals of Italian society at the beginning of the 20th century. He was born in Sardinia, a rural and economically backward island, to a family of small clerks and landowners, attended a traditional high school and discovered socialism as a student at the University of Turin, the most industrialized city on the peninsula. Working as a journalist and literary critic for a socialist newspaper, he was neither a clerk nor a producer, neither a teacher nor a technician. For the conservatives, he was a dangerous political agitator, whereas university scholars regarded him as a proletarian intellectual or a déclassé. Antonio Gramsci in the 1920s. Mapsite, West. Erich Hobsbawm's observation that Marxist intellectuals were rare birds west of Vienna before 1914 could probably be extended into the 1920s, even if some minorities had achieved a bigger visibility. 51 A general survey shows that, at the end of the Great War, European culture was dominated by nationalism. In Germany, it was the variegated constellation of the conservative revolution that occupied the foreground. After the collapse of the Hohenzollern, the literary bestsellers were Ernst Junger's war memoir, Storm of Steel, and Oswald Spengler's The Decline of the West, followed by a spate of reactionary and anti-Semitic essays by Mahler van der Broek, Werner Sombart, Hans Freyer, Leopold Ziegler, and a galaxy of less brilliant writers. Academia remained a bastion of the German mandarins, whence emerged the figures of two Catholic scholars, the juridical thinker Carl Schmitt and the young philosopher Martin Heidegger. Besides this conservative tendency, there were the Republicans by reason such as Ernst Robert Curtius, Max Weber, and Karl Jaspers, nationalists who resigned themselves to supporting the Weimar Republic but remained nostalgic for the Prussian Empire in their hearts. Most scholars who accepted democracy, and even those who, like Albert Einstein, joined social democracy, were openly anti-communist. As Peter Gay has convincingly argued, what is nowadays commonly called Weimar culture, identified with Bertolt Brecht's pieces, Fritz Lang's movies, Walter Gropius's Bauhaus and Walter Benjamin's literary criticism, was in fact the exceptionally creative outburst of a minority, a dance on the edge of a volcano performed by a group of artists and writers who found their destiny in exile. 52. In Italy, many writers, artists, and intellectuals joined fascism even before the consolidation of Mussolini's regime. The nationalist commitment of Gabriele D'Annunzio, a poet who discovered his political charisma during the war, became a model for Mussolini himself. The most significant aesthetic avant-garde of the time, Futurism, enthusiastically supported the fascist movement, as well as revolutionary syndicalism and several currents of pre-war nationalism. The intellectual opposition was embodied by representatives of classical liberalism like the philosopher Benedetto Croce, whose anti-fascist petition of 1925 was quickly answered by a fascist manifesto inspired by Giovanni Gentile. The most famous intellectuals who chose exile were a Catholic priest, Luigi Sturzo, and a socialist historian, Gaetano Salvini. 53 left-wing intellectuals could be counted on the fingers of one hand. In France, Louis Aragon, the future official poet of the Communist Party, in 1917 depicted the October Revolution as a vague ministerial crisis. 54 In the 1920s, French culture was still pervaded by the spirit of union sacrée that during the war had united the Action Française with most Dreyfusard intellectuals, from Henry Bergson to Charles Piguet, from Émile Durkheim to Marc Bloch. The most popular newspaper of the decade was Candide, close to the nationalist and anti-Semitic ideas of Charles Maurras, which was a model for the fascist magazines of the 1930s like Je suis partout and Gringoire. This is the context in which many nationalist intellectuals, Robert Brazil-Lach, Marcel Diet, Lucien Ribetet, and Pierre Dru La Rochelle, and then nihilist writers like Louis Ferdinand Céline or Catholic poets like Paul Claudel, tried to create a native form of French fascism. 55. So, who were the revolutionary intellectuals at the end of the First World War? Not so many from west of Vienna, even if their ranks began to swell in the wake of the October Revolution. Gathering them into a broad and approximate typology, we might distinguish some general categories: Jews from the multinational empires of Eastern and Central Europe, anti-war anarchists and socialists, avant-garde writers and artists such as surrealists and expressionists, American bohemians, feminists, and anti-imperialist intellectuals from the colonial world. The first and the last were certainly the most significant groups of this heterogeneous constellation. Before looking more closely at these currents, the historical context deserves a preliminary observation. The anarchists and socialists who criticized the nationalist wave in 1914 were small minorities. The consequences of the collapse of the Second International, whose sections almost unanimously voted for war credits, became apparent after 1918. Many intellectuals, however, were turned into revolutionaries by their moral rejection of war. The evolution of George Lukács epitomizes a broader tendency. He writes that he decided to join the Hungarian Communist Party for ethical considerations, but quickly understood that this political choice, transcending by far the abstract moral imperatives of the Kantian school, amounted to a philosophical doctrine and a political project that entailed action. Revolution had become the incarnation of the ethics of the fighting proletariat. 56. In Russia, the crucial year 1917 marks the triumph of Turgenev's grandsons, the generation of rebellious students, writers, journalists, and conspirators that had already emerged from the margins in 1905, when they encountered the labor movement and took leadership during the first mass uprising against the Tsarist regime. They occupy the stage in 1917, exiting from imperial jails and returning to Petrograd and Moscow from Western exile. The Bolsheviks, Mensheviks, and Mezrayonka were very influential in the Soviets of workers, peasants, and soldiers, but their leadership was composed of young intellectuals. The oldest of them, Lenin, Martov, and Fyodor Dan, were in their 40s. The first Soviet government that was formed on November 8 with Lenin as chairman, Trotsky as People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs, Vladimir Antonovov-Zyenko for the Army, and Anatoly Lunacharsky for Education, included 17 members who had all experienced long periods of prison, Siberian exile, and emigration to Western Europe. Most of them came back after the February Revolution. And many of them were Jews, as the propaganda of White Guards and Western anti-Bolsheviks eagerly emphasized in their pamphlets and posters. In 1917, they represented between 1/4 and 1/3 of the Central Committee of both the Menshevik and the Bolshevik parties 57, and therefore they appeared as the true malignancy responsible for the fall of Tsarism and the Russian Revolution. As with most legends, the myth of Judeo-Bolshevism, the vision of revolution as a Jewish conspiracy, built an imaginary narrative starting from actual circumstances. In a year of mass turmoil, Soviet power was the result of a revolutionary process led by the intelligentsia, a social layer in which the Jews, the most excluded and persecuted minority within the Tsarist Empire, were overrepresented. Trotsky as a Semitic monster with small glasses, surrounded by an Asiatic horde, is obviously a mythical depiction, but Trotsky was the charismatic leader of the Red Army. 58. Cosmopolitanism was one of the most distinguishing features of this revolutionary intelligentsia. After his imprisonment and Siberian exile in the years that followed the foundation of the Russian social democracy, Lenin lived in Western emigration from 1900 to 1917, in Munich, London, Geneva, Krakow, Paris, and Zurich successively. Trotsky similarly alternated between prisons, Siberian exile, and Western emigration, moving from Geneva to London, Munich, Vienna, Paris, and New York. Karl Radek was born in Lemberg, the capital of Habsburg Galicia, and grew up between its Austrian and Polish cultures. Before moving to Petrograd in 1917 and becoming Vice Commissar for Foreign Affairs, and in this capacity participating with Trotsky in the Brest-Litovsk peace negotiations of March 1918, he was deeply involved in the political life of both Tsarist Poland and Germany, notably in Bremen, where he led the anti-war socialist left after 1914. In Berlin in 1919, he took part in the Spartacist insurrection and, after being arrested, he transformed his cell into an annex of the Soviet embassy, where he received high functionaries of the German government. In the following years he became the secretary of the Comintern, organized the failed communist insurrection of 1923 in Germany and, as part of the left opposition within the Bolshevik Party, in 1925 was excluded from any political responsibility. He was appointed provost of the Sun Yat-sen University, an institution created in Moscow to educate Chinese students at the time of the alliance between the Kuomintang and Chinese Communism. A polyglot, Radek wrote and spoke in Polish, German and Russian. His biographer Warren Lerner pertinently depicts him as a Vaterlandslos, which means both unpatriotic and stateless. Even more than for Lenin and Trotsky, who considered themselves to be Russian, it is by no means rhetorical to say that Radek's fatherland was revolution, a political project, a doctrine, a goal, a concrete experience, and a way of life that shaped his entire existence. 59. Karl Radek. Cosmopolitanism was one of the matrices of this revolutionary thought. Luxemburg's, Bukharin's, and Lenin's theories of imperialism considered the accumulation of capital as an international process and focused on the entanglement between financial capital, colonialism and militarism. Trotsky's analysis of the uneven and combined development of the world economy, which posited a dialectical relationship between developed and backward countries, was the basis of his theory of permanent revolution. This called into question the old stagist vision of socialism, as a mechanical consequence of the growth of productive forces, and suggested the possibility of a global socialist transformation that could start from the weakest and less advanced countries like Russia and, from the 1920s onwards, the colonial world. In the midst of a world war that had whipped up a wave of nationalism everywhere and devastated an entire continent, this cosmopolitan intelligentsia clearly adopted a post-national perspective. The nation, Trotsky wrote in The War and the International, must continue to exist as a cultural, ideologic and psychological fact, but its economic foundation has been pulled from under its feet. 60 In such historical circumstances, he concluded, the proletariat should not defend the outlived and antiquated national fatherland, its task was rather to create a far more powerful fatherland, with far greater power of resistance, the United States of Europe as the foundation of the United States of the world. 61. This cosmopolitanism was also the premise of a new and powerful universalism from below in the age of colonial empires. 62 In his memoirs, Manbendranath Roy describes as follows the Second World Congress of the Communist International that took place in Moscow in the early summer of 1920. For the first time, brown and yellow men met white men who were not overbearing imperialists but friends and comrades, eager to make amends for the evils of colonialism. There were a few Negroes also, some from the USA and a couple of them came from South Africa. For them, it was a novel experience to mix freely with white men, to the extent of dancing in public with white women without running the risk of being lynched. As a matter of fact, Negroes seemed to have the strongest attraction for Russian women. Perhaps it was a case of the harmony of contrasts. 63. The Jews of Central Europe, especially those belonging to the Bildungsbürgertum, which was politically oriented towards classical liberalism and had been strongly nationalistic in 1914, were no more attracted to Bolshevism than their fellow citizens, but the Jewish intelligentsia warmly welcomed the message sent by the Soviets of Petrograd. Revolutionaries were a small minority amongst the Jews, but the Jews were a very significant and often leading minority amongst the revolutionaries. In Germany, the Spartacist insurrection of January 1919 was led by Rosa Luxemburg, a Jewish Marxist thinker who had emigrated to Berlin from Poland. During the early 1920s, most of the leaders of German communism were Jewish intellectuals such as Paul Levi, Ruth Fischer, Arkady Maslow, and Karl Radek. Jewish intellectuals were also the major figures of the revolutions in Munich and Budapest in 1919. Kurt Eisner, the president of Bavaria between November 1918 and February 1919, was a left-wing socialist and journalist outside the academy. His assassination by anti-Semitic far-right nationalists was followed, very briefly, by an authentic Bohemian government led by the expressionist playwright Ernst Toller, surrounded by anarchist writers like Gustav Landauer and Erich Mussum. They opened the prisons, abolished money, and appointed a Jew to reform education, an area that had always been monopolized by Catholicism. Farkikally, the Commissar for Foreign Affairs, Dr. Franz Lipp, declared war on Switzerland after it refused to loan 60 locomotives to the Bavarian Republic under threat from the Free Corps. The leader of the Third Soviet government was a communist, Eugen Levin, who created a Red Army of 20,000 soldiers, mostly unemployed workers, to struggle against the Free Corps and the official army that finally crushed the Republic in May. All the Bavarian revolutionists were arrested and many, like Landauer, executed. In the Hungarian Soviet Republic that ran from March to August 1919, 18 out of 29 People's Commissars were Jewish, from its chairman, Bela Kun, to the People's Commissar for Culture, George Lukács. According to several scholars, intellectuals formed the leadership of the revolution and the overwhelming majority of them were Jewish. 64. Isaac Deutscher. International Institute of Social History, Amsterdam. Isaac Deutscher coined a memorable definition, which was also a self-portrait, to depict this generation of Eastern and Central European revolutionary intellectuals. They were non-Jewish Jews. The Jewish heretic who transcends Jewry belongs to a Jewish tradition, he wrote, mentioning Spinoza, Heine, Marx, Luxemburg and Trotsky. 65 These Jewish intellectuals had broken with their religion and traditional culture, but recognized themselves as Jewish because of anti-Semitism, by assuming a history of persecutions and a present of exclusion and stigmatization. In the modern world, especially after the Emancipation, Judaism seemed to them too narrow, too archaic, and too constricting. The universalistic core of the Jewish tradition could be developed only beyond Judaism itself. The non-Jewish Jew is a dialectical figure that implies secularization, but includes both atheism and Judaism. In other words, this figure transcends Judaism instead of rejecting it. Inscribed in this tradition of anti-conformism, heresy, and critical thought, these outsiders stood in a peculiar position, both severed from Judaism, which they perceived as a form of religious obscurantism, and excluded from the institutions, respectability, and public careers of the established order. They could emerge as a leading group in exceptional historical circumstances, such as the collapse of the Central Empires at the end of the Great War, but Deutsche lucidly pointed out their vulnerable position. They were the ideal scapegoats of all social and political crises. All these great revolutionaries were extremely vulnerable. They were, as Jews, rootless, in a sense, but they were so only in some respects, for they had the deepest roots in intellectual tradition and in the noblest aspirations of their times. Yet, whenever religious intolerance or nationalist emotion was on the ascendant, whenever dogmatic narrow-mindedness and fanaticism triumphed, they were the first victims. They were excommunicated by Jewish rabbis, they were persecuted by Christian priests, they were hunted down by the gendarmes of absolute rulers and by the soldatesca, they were hated by pseudo-democratic Philistines, and they were expelled by their own parties. Nearly all of them were exiled from their countries, and the writings of all were burned at the stake at one time or another. 66. In most Western European countries, where the Jews were usually well integrated in state institutions, revolutionary intellectuals belonged in the main to other marginalized groups. In Italy, where this tradition was historically embodied by anarchism, the only significant intellectual group to join the Communist Party was the already mentioned editorial board of l'Ordine Nuovo, created in Turin by four young journalists, Antonio Gramsci, Angelo Tosca, Palmiro Togliatti, and Umberto Terracini. All of them had studied at the University of Turin and commenced their political activities by writing for the socialist press. They were less than 30 years old when they founded l'Ordine Nuovo, which quickly became the rallying point of the factory councils during the occupation of the Fiat plants by the workers in 1920.67. L'Ordine Nuovo, 11–18 December 1920. In France, the dogma of union sacrée was unanimous, nobody opposed it apart from scattered and marginal socialist internationalists, such as the historian of Russian origin Boris Suvarin and the anarcho-syndicalists gathered around the journal La Vie ouvrière, led by Pierre Minot and Alfred Rosmer. Epitomized by Romain Rolland's Audaces de la Mêlée and Henri Barbusset's Under Fire, the pacifist literary world did not oppose nationalism but simply denounced the inhumanity of war. 68 The deputies of the Socialist Party who, like Marcel Caquin and Ludovic Oscar Froissart, participated in the foundation of the Communist Party at the Congress of Tours in 1920, had voted in favor of war credits 6 years earlier. For Froissart, Bolshevism was an inheritor of 1789, Lenin and Trotsky had conquered power enlightened by the lessons of their forebears of 1793. Trotsky, who had spent several years of exile in Paris during the war, strongly criticized the nationalist tendencies of the French section of the Communist International. 69. La Révolution Surréaliste, December 1, 1926. During the 1920s, this atmosphere of Republican nationalism was broken by avant-garde currents animated by young intellectuals. Clart, a journal created by Barbusset in 1919, quickly became the organ of the intellectual revolutionary left. It published contributions by communist critics like Boris Suvarin, Pierre Navaly, and Marcel Fournier, as well as the Sorléan writer Edouard Berthe, and explicitly claimed an anti-republican, anti-capitalist, anti-nationalist, anti-colonial, and anti-humanitarian orientation. In 1924, it celebrated the death of Anatole France with a special issue titled Un cadavre, a corpse. Clart was also a crossroads between communism and the most significant avant-garde current that appeared in France after the war, surrealism. This movement, created by André Breton, sought to merge the social and political revolution represented by Bolshevism with the liberation of a subversive unconscious and of the aesthetic creations directed at re-enchanting existence. Radically nonconformist and faithful to Rimbaud's injunction to change life, Surrealism rejected any kind of classicism and academyism. Breton and his friends wished to combine communism with psychoanalysis and anarchism. According to Walter Benjamin, Surrealism had rediscovered a radical concept of freedom, something Europe had not had since Bakunin. However, to win the energies of intoxication for revolution was not enough. Focusing exclusively on this task, he warned, meant to subordinate the methodical and disciplinary preparation for revolution entirely to a praxis oscillating between fitness exercises and celebration in advance. 70 In short, what Benjamin reproached in this kind of Gothic Marxism was its bohemian penchant. These arguments are at the core of Pierre Navali's La Révolution et les Intellectuels, an essay written with the aim of pushing Breton and his associates towards Bolshevism. Their movement expressed a highly subversive posture of the mind, implying a belief in the destruction of the current state of things, he observed, but the nature of this belief was not yet clear, since Surrealism swung between an absolutely anarchist attitude and a revolutionary Marxist conduct. 71 The fact remains that, vigorously mobilized against the Rif War and the colonial exhibition of 1931, Surrealism transcended the limits of purely aesthetic commitment and engaged in a political action that, in those years, inevitably overlapped with communism. In both Germany and France, Marxist university scholars were, more than rare birds, virtually inexistent. During the Weimar Republic, the exception was the philosopher Karl Korsch, the author of Marxism and Philosophy and a pathbreaker of Western Marxism, who received a full professorship at the University of Jena in 1924, just before being elected to the Reichstag as a deputy of the KPD. The Institute for Social Research, which did not hide its Marxist orientation, was attached to the University of Frankfurt, but it benefited from an independent endowment provided by Felix Weil, a student from a wealthy family of Argentinian landowners and grain merchants. Close to communism during its first years, when it was directed by the Austrian professor of law Karl Grunberg and aspired to become the German equivalent of the Marx-Engels Institute created in Moscow by David Ryazanov in 1919, the Frankfurt School housed several communist activists or fellow travelers including Franz Borkenau, Henrik Grossmann, Herbert Marcuse, Friedrich Pollock, and Karl Wittfogel. After the appointment of Max Horkheimer as its director in 1930, however, the institute carefully avoided any political commitment, further reinforcing this position during the years of its American exile when, according to Herbert Marcuse, politics was strictly forbidden. 72 In France, though the French university was far from excluding Jewish scholars, many revolutionary intellectuals had an academic training but worked as journalists or high school teachers. This was the case for communist philosophers and essayists such as Georges Friedman, Henri Lefebvre, Pierre Navali, Paul Nizan, and Georges Politzer. Some of them would not start their university careers until after the Second World War. Paul Nizan overtly castigated the indifference of established scholars towards the condition of the working classes. In Les Chiens de Garde, he criticized the abdication and the shameful absence of the Sorbonne philosophers who enclosed themselves in a realm of abstract values. Not a single PhD dissertation, he wrote, expresses the class struggle carried out by the bourgeoisie, the industrial slavery, the hate, fear, and anger that the rulers feel towards the proletariat. 73. Even in America, Bohemia was the environment most sensitive to the appeal coming from Bolshevik Russia. Beside the dominant milieus of immigrant socialism, the first secretary of the American Communist Party was Louis C. Frena, an Italian-born, self-educated journalist and Marxist essayist. The only intellectual group in which the October Revolution became truly popular was the Bohemia of New York's Village. Its organ was the magazine The Masses, founded in 1911 by Max Eastman, John Reed, and Louise Bryant, who became communists in 1917. The spirit of the masses is well summarized by John Reed's introduction. This magazine is owned and published cooperatively by its editors. It has no dividends to pay, and nobody is trying to make money out of it. A revolutionary and not a reform magazine, a magazine with a sense of humor and no respect for the respectable, frank, arrogant, impertinent, searching for the true causes, a magazine directed against rigidity and dogma wherever it is found, printing what is too naked or true for a money-making press, a magazine whose final policy is to do as it pleases and conciliate nobody, not even its readers. There is a field for this publication in America. 74. With the entry of the United States into the war, the Masses was banned. It reappeared as Liberator, which quickly became a communist magazine, but the nonconformist attitude and aesthetic modernism of many older collaborators clashed with its newly orthodox orientation. Mike Gold, who became a representative of American proletarian literature with Jews without money, did not like the dogmatism, sectarianism, and puritanism of the Liberator, whereas Joseph Freeman openly deplored the bourgeois cult of the ego so widespread amongst the radical bohemians. 75 The revolutionary commitments of New York's Bohemia were consistently mirrored in the life of John Reed, a journalist who was imprisoned several times in the United States for his support of workers' strikes and who described the Mexican Revolution in a thrilling piece of reportage, Insurgent Mexico. He wrote the most popular account of the Russian Revolution, 10 Days That Shook the World, published just 1 year before his death in Moscow. 76 The Bohemians of the Masses and Liberator paved the way for a new generation of New York intellectuals, the vast majority Jewish, which created new journals, notably Partisan Review, and affirmed its attachment to communism and often Trotskyism until the Cold War and the advent of McCarthyism. 77 Thomas Hart Benton, America Today. Egg Tempera. Detail with a portrait of Max Eastman. Metropolitan Museum, New York. The Red Scare of the 1920s possessed a strong xenophobic dimension, leading to the expulsion of many socialist and anarchist immigrants. The climax of this nationalist campaign was the execution of Nicola Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetti in 1927, following the National Origins Act. Shaped by a clear racist and anti-Semitic, not to say proto-fascist character, this nationalist wave certainly targeted the left-wing intellectuals, but did not reach the paroxysmal forms taken by neoconservatism and the Nazi movement in Germany. It is interesting, from this point of view, to compare August Sanders' photograph of Eric Mussum, mentioned above, with the portrait of Max Eastman that Thomas Hart Benton included in his sumptuous mural, America Today, painted for the New School in 1931. 78 offering a sweeping image of America in the 1920s with its industrial work, its technological accomplishments, its skyscrapers, its jazz orchestras, and its intense urban life. Benton's pictorial project presented some analogies with Sanders and Litzter's Zeit. In these works, however, Mussum's and Eastman's inscription in their respective social spaces are almost antipodal, whereas the German anarchist appears on edge and unsettled as the archetype of the outcast. Eastman looks at home in his urban environment. Seated in a carriage of the New York subway in front of an elegant young lady and beside an African-American traveler, he is immersed in his thoughts, indifferent to the people who surround him. He looks to be a distinguished man who, as an intellectual, naturally belongs to this landscape of exciting modernism. Benton suggests that the revolutionary intellectual is one of the actors of this dynamic portrait of capitalist America, in which both social and political conflicts are absorbed by a Promethean enthusiasm for the future. Radical feminism. The appeal to liberation launched by the October Revolution had a significant impact on feminism, which saw Bolshevik Russia as a laboratory of women's emancipation. As we saw in Chapter 2, Alexandra Kollontai not only theorized sexual liberation and free love but made concrete moves, as a People's Commissar for Social Welfare, to establish gender equality. In her view, a socialist future meant the end of the patriarchal family as the fundamental core of social structures. Many feminists joined communism, such as Clara Zetkin in Germany, Henriette Roland Holst in the Netherlands, and Sylvia Pankhurst in the United Kingdom. It is probably in France that feminism produced the most interesting figure of the revolutionary intellectual, Claude Cahun. Artists are often outsiders and transgressors, writes Michael Lowy, but few of them embody as many boundary-defying qualities as Claude Cahun, lesbian surrealist, dissident Marxist, non-Jewish Jew, photographer, poet, critic, and resistance activist. 79 Claude Cahun was an heiress, in Bourdieu's sense of the word, since she had bourgeois origins. Her father was an established publisher and her uncle, the literary critic Marcel Schwab, and started her career by writing for the respected journal Mercure de France. Her entry into the avant-garde, however, marked a radical break in her existential and intellectual itinerary. She ditched all sexual conventions by assuming her lesbianism and claiming a queer identity, and she also adopted a clear aesthetic and political commitment within surrealism. In short, she was no longer part of the establishment, she had become an outsider. She combined her photographic work with writings against colonialism and fascism, and she embraced her marginality even during the war, when she transformed surrealism into a practice of resistance and recovered, under the German occupation, her Jewish identity. 80. Claude Cahun, Self-Portrait as a Young Man. Museum of Modern Art, New York. But we cannot ignore the fact that Claude Cahun was an exception. The encounter between communism and feminism was ephemeral, contradictory, and often ambiguous, as we already saw. In 1922, the founder of Janat-Dal, the women's section of the Bolshevik Party, was sent abroad as a diplomat, and her feminist commitment was confined to a series of autobiographical writings. Most women who played a leading role in the communist movement, from Rosa Luxemburg to Angelika Balabanova, from Inessa Armand to Ruth Fisher, from Dolores Ibarruri to Henriette Roland Holst, did not foreground their gender identity. In the 1920s, the heroic time of civil war and political upheavals, the military paradigm of the Bolsheviks as soldiers of a revolutionary army inevitably celebrated many qualities, from physical strength to courage and boldness, that are conventionally identified with maleness. This tendency was not completely new. Think of the picture of Louise Michel in uniform during the Paris Commune 81, but was strongly reinforced by the Great War. In the 1930s, the restoration of familial and hierarchical gender codes fixed women in a subaltern position. As Bridget Studer points out, a political ideology strongly grounded in class struggle deliberately marginalized all issues related to gender domination and oppression, thus leaving no place for the representation, even symbolic, of revolutionary women except as proletarians. 82 Women were workers and peasants and bore arms beside their fellow militiamen in the defense of Petrograd, as they appear in many Soviet posters, but they only existed as members of their class. Once female workers, peasants, and soldiers were opposed to the traditional symbolization of motherhood, no room remained for representing women as intellectuals. This means that the archetypal revolutionary intellectual was conventionally male. Female revolutionaries obviously existed, and could play a significant role, but this implied the denial of their gender. The hierarchical structure of the revolutionary movement gave them a subaltern position. In the USSR, women led two important universities, Klavdia Kirsonova the Leninist Institute and Maria Frumkina the University of Western National Minorities, but they were strongly underrepresented in the Politburo of the Bolshevik Party. In the Comintern, Studer explains, they were mostly used as secretaries, typists, and translators. 83 Their position is reflected in their representation, or lack thereof, in the official iconography. A group photograph of the first Congress of the Communist International in 1919 shows about 50 tightly packed delegates, amongst whom only 2 women can be made out. The portraits of the Fourth Congress in 1922 show many more individuals of color, but the number of women does not change. There is a 1924 canvas by Isaac Brodsky, already painted in the style of socialist realism, illustrating the inauguration of the Second Congress of the Comintern in Petrograd's Tauride Palace. Gigantic, the picture shows the feverish atmosphere of such an event, with many leaders clearly recognizable. Lenin is speaking at the tribune, beside Karl Radek, and behind him, on a higher stand, are Alfred Rosmer, Clara Zetkin, Grigory Zinoviev, and Leon Trotsky. Many other leaders are scattered among the international audience in the vast and crowded assembly room. Frequent exotic costumes catch the eye, but women form a very small minority. Just under Lenin's tribune, 6 young women sit at a large desk, concentrated on writing or translating the minutes of the Congress. 84 Feminism and intersectionality were still a long way away. Eugene Appert, Prison Portrait of Louise Michel. Portrait of Louise Michel wearing the uniform of the Garde Nationale, Berliner Illustrierzeitung, 1904. Maps 2, Colonial World. The October Revolution marked a turning point in the colonial world, where it precipitated the emergence of a new generation of revolutionary intellectuals. Before 1914, the latter had been even more rare birds there than in the West. In the age of early globalization, according to the magisterial study of Benedict Anderson on the Filipino leader José Rizal, their political radicalization took place under the triple flag of anti-imperialism, anarchism, and national liberation. 85 Coming from a rural world, they did not have Marx's prejudices against the peasantry, which they were more inclined to consider as a revolutionary subject. Marx's vision of the peasants derived from the French experience of 1848, when they became one of the pillars of Bonapartism. Differently from Marxism, which defined socialism as a product of the development of productive forces and regarded the nascent industrial proletariat as the main vector of a social and political transformation, anarchists were not disposed to postpone liberation until after the industrialization of the colonial world, and saw peasants as a reservoir of rebellion. Whereas Marx's intellectual milieu was basically a triangular area delimited by Berlin, Paris, and London, with some exceptional extensions to St. Petersburg and New York, anarchists based their actions in Eastern and Southern Europe, mostly the Russian Empire, France, Italy, and Spain, and simultaneously established organic connections with Latin America. Their cosmopolitanism was certainly comparable to that of the second generation of Marxist intellectuals. According to Anderson, Filipino leaders of Rizal's time were at ease in a multilingual world in which they wrote to Austrians in German, to Japanese in English, to each other in French, or Spanish, or Tagalog, with liberal interventions in the last beautiful international language, Latin. 86. Moscow, First Congress of the Communist International. Isaac Israelovich Brodsky, the festive opening of the Second Congress of the Communist International. State History Museum, Moscow. Lenin speaking at the Second Congress of the Communist International, July 1920. Humbert Draws Archives. Brodsky based his painting on this photograph. Anarchist action, however, was based above all on factual propaganda or propaganda by the deed, usually culminating in the assassination of kings and statesmen, a specialty invented by Dmitry Karakosov and mostly practiced by Russian and Italian anarchist terrorists. After the October Revolution, young intellectuals from the colonies provided the leadership for mass movements on an incomparably larger scale. The Bolshevik appeal for a world revolution, and the material support the Soviet Union gave to this project, was the premise for their shift from anarchism and nationalism to Marxism. The first to answer this appeal were students, young journalists, nationalist exiles and immigrants who lived or traveled in several Western metropoles. Some examples can illustrate this process. Manbendranath Roy, the Comintern Brahmin, and Ho Chi Minh, the father of Vietnamese independence, followed parallel paths. Roy was born in Calcutta, West Bengal, in 1887, and Ho Chi Minh in a village of French Indochina, 3 years later. Both of them had been educated in colonial schools, had worked for the British and French administrations, and became nationalists in their own countries before traveling to the West. Trying to get German support for Indian nationalism during the First World War, Roy faced a British crackdown and fled first to Japan, then to New York, where he discovered Marxism. Hunted by British agents, he moved to Mexico, where he began to write for the socialist magazine El Pueblo and participated in the foundation of the Mexican Communist Party in 1919. In Moscow the following year he attended the Second Congress of the Comintern, where he presented his famous theses on the national and colonial question, which criticized Lenin's idea of a necessary coalition including the working class, the peasantry, and the national bourgeoisie against imperialism. 87 Between 1911 and 1918, Ho Chi Minh lived in New York and London working menial jobs while writing anti-colonial articles. Established in France between 1919 and 1925, he participated in the foundation of the French Communist Party in Tours, in 1920, and created the organ of the Intercolonial Union, Le Paria, a monthly magazine to which he was the principal contributor. 88 Both Roy and Ho Chi Minh wrote petitions to Woodrow Wilson in 1918, when the American president appeared as the harbinger of the right of peoples to self-determination, and finally concluded that independence had to be conquered through an anti-imperialist struggle. In the 1920s, both men were deeply involved in the activities of the Comintern. In 1927 he was in Canton, China, at the moment of the failed communist uprising. Allied to Bukharin in the struggle within the Soviet Union, he discovered in Berlin, 2 years later, that he had been expelled from the Comintern. He therefore decided to go back to India to pursue his political action. Differently from Ta Thursday Thao, who became an influential Vietnamese Trotskyist and was moreover executed by the Viet Minh, Ho Chi Minh did not criticize Stalinism. After traveling in China, where he too experienced the defeat of the communist insurrections of Shanghai and Canton, Ho Chi Minh founded the Vietnamese Communist Party in Hong Kong, in 1930. Involved in the war against Japan, he became familiar with the theory and practice of guerrilla warfare, which he successfully introduced into Vietnam following the French defeat of 1940. In China, the birth of communism was the result of the political evolution of a small cohort of intellectuals who had participated in the revolution of 1911 and significantly enlarged their influence amongst the youth after the student movement of May 1919. The first experience of elitism engaged in anti-elitism. 90 Both Chen Duxiu and Li Dazhao, the main ideologues of the Communist Party at the moment of its foundation in 1921, had discovered Marxism as students at Tokyo University. Of the leaders of the party, only Mao Zedong had not traveled abroad. Both Zhou Enlai and Deng Xiaoping, the youngest of the group, had become communists during their emigration in France. With the exception of Chen, born to a family of mandarins, they came from the lower layers of the administration and had studied at the universities of Beijing and Shanghai. All of them were radical westernizers. It was after drawing the lessons of the defeat of the worker insurrections of 1925 and 1927 in Shanghai and Canton that Mao, breaking with the Western revolutionary paradigm, took the leadership of the Communist Party and imposed a new strategy based on peasant guerrilla warfare. This would provoke at least 10 years of tension and conflict with the Comintern. 91. Whereas the introduction of Marxism in China expressed both the powerful attraction of European modernity and a critical reassessment of Confucian culture, in Dutch Indonesia it reflected a new relationship between nationalism, anti-imperialism, and the Islamic tradition amongst a young generation of intellectuals who, like their Chinese comrades, had experienced both Japanese and Western emigration. This was the case of Tan Malaka, a teacher from Sumatra who studied in the Netherlands from 1913 to 1919, where he was introduced to Marxism by Henk Sneevliet, one of the leaders of Dutch socialism and a founder of the Indonesian Communist Party. During the 1920s, Malaka traveled throughout the East, from China to Thailand, from the Philippines to Singapore, as an agent of the Communist International, being arrested several times. Whereas the strategic debates within Chinese communism focused on the conflictual relationship with the Kuomintang, in Indonesia bourgeois nationalism was embodied by Syarikat Islam, with which both Sneevliet and Malaka called for an organic alliance. Elaborating an original interpretation of Islam, Malaka merged it with Marxism by highlighting a continuity between the two. In Indonesia, he argued, Marxism could become the leading ideology of a liberation movement only by assuming the legacy of Islam, just as in the West it had come out of radical enlightenment. During the Second World War, he coined the concept of Madialogue, which stressed the relevance of the rationalistic legacy of Islam for building a modern Indonesia. Islam brought Greek philosophy to Christianity, which had hitherto been based purely on dogma and faith. A physician and philosopher, Ibn Rushd, famous in the West under the name of Rose, a pupil of the great Aristotle, was viewed by the Christian West of the Middle Ages just as Marxism is viewed by the capitalist world today. Christian students who returned home to Western or Northern Europe from Spain with diplomas from their Arabic teachers of philosophy, were regarded as revolutionaries by the Christian priests. 3 Averroist universities in Italy developed rationalism as Islam's left wing in Europe. 92. This was the philosophical background of both Malaka's support for the pan-Islamic movement and his opposition, in the 1930s, to Stalinist dogma and faith. Without grounding it on philosophical and theological bases, Sneevliet shared the political outcomes of this vision. Malaka became one of the fathers of independent Indonesia. Sneevliet, who had spent many years in Asia and participated in the foundation of both Indonesian and Chinese communism, was deeply involved in the Dutch resistance and was executed by the Nazis in Amsterdam in 1942. Something of the mind and life of these Asian revolutionary intellectuals, torn between tradition and modernity, their home country and the West, theory and action, was captured by André Malraux in his novel Man's Fate, which fictionalizes the communist insurrection of Shanghai in 1925. Kyo, the novel's hero, is surrounded by Kato and Chen. Kato is a Russian who had already participated in both the 1905 and 1917 revolutions, had joined the Chinese Communist movement in the name of universal fraternity, and is ready to sacrifice himself for the cause. Chen is an inheritor of 19th-century terrorism, insofar as he is incapable of living by an ideology which does not immediately become transformed into action. 93 Kyo is a half-breed, an outcast, despised by the white men and even more by the white women. 94 His father is a French Marxist scholar from the University of Beijing, his mother is Japanese. Mei, his wife, is German. More than a critical theory, Kyo's Marxism is a program for action, a posture reflected by his aspect. The features of his father, who resembles an ascetic abbot, are no longer recognizable in his samurai's face. 95 For Kyo, ideas have not to be thought, but lived, and this gives meaning to his life. Revolution is the way to conquer dignity for these men whom famine, at this very moment, is killing off like a slow plague. 96 Malraux's novel mirrors the despair of an insurrection doomed to failure, a state of mind which was certainly widespread in Shanghai in 1925, but did not correspond with the hopes of a generation that, despite this tragic experience, would lead the process of decolonization. In Latin America, anarchism and socialism were essentially products imported from Europe, before the formation of an autochthonous intellectual layer at the turn of the 20th century. There too, however, a striking dichotomy can be observed between fathers and sons, and even grandsons. In Argentina, Horacio Tarcus has distinguished several generations of Marx's interpreters, the French exiles after the Paris Commune in the 1870s, the scientific socialism of the German émigrés of the 1880s, a third generation, more specifically Argentinian, of the 1890s, among them university scholars like José Ingenieros and Juan B. Justo, the first Spanish translator of Marx's Capital in 1898, and a more radical younger generation, born in the late 1880s and 1890s, that founded the Communist parties of the 1920s. 97 The movement for university reform that swept the continent from 1919 onwards politicized a layer of students who participated in the struggle against their domestic authoritarian regimes. The trajectory of Julio Antonio Mella is emblematic of this group. A student of law of the University of Havana, he became a leader of the protest movement against the dictatorship of Gerardo Machado and was forced to flee to Central America and then Mexico. There he founded the Cuban Communist Party, the first to be recognized by Moscow, in 1925. Despite evident differences, some crucial analogies remain between Asia and Latin America, a continent that tried to forge its own identity by cutting its umbilical cord with Europe, a legacy made of both colonialism and immigration. In both continents, Marxism could not become a hegemonic political culture without merging with the indigenous cultures that permeated many national contexts. 98 In both continents, the working class was a minority in overwhelmingly rural societies, and socialism faced the emergence of anti-imperialist national movements. Their archetypal expression was the American Popular Revolutionary Alliance, founded in Lima by Victor Raúl Haya de la Torre in 1924. These dilemmas lie at the heart of the work of José Carlos Mariátegui, the author of 7 interpretive essays of Peruvian reality, today recognized as one of the leading figures of 20th-century Latin American culture. In a letter to the Argentinian literary critic Samuel Glusberg of January 1927, Mariátegui introduced himself with the following words. I was born in 95. At 14 years of age I got into a newspaper as an assistant. Until 1919 I worked in daily journalism, first in La Prensa, later in El Tiempo, and lastly in La Razón. In this last daily we promoted the university reform movement. From 1918, nauseated by Creole politics, I turned resolutely towards socialism, breaking with my first attempts at being a literato full of fin de siècle decadence and Byzantinism, then in full bloom. From late 1919 to mid-1923 I traveled through Europe. I lived more than 2 years in Italy, where I married a woman and some ideas. I traveled through France, Germany, Austria, and other countries. My wife and child prevented me from reaching Russia. From Europe I joined with some Peruvians for socialist action. My articles from that period mark the steps of my socialist orientation. Upon my return to Peru, in 1923, in reports, in lectures at the Student Federation, in the People's University, in articles, etc., I explained the European situation and began my work of investigating national reality following the Marxist method. In 1924 I came, as I have already told you, close to losing my life. I lost a leg and was left in very poor health. I would surely have already recovered entirely with a tranquil existence. But, neither my poverty nor my spiritual restlessness permit it. I have not published any more books than those you already know. I have 2 ready and, in progress, 2 more. That is my life in a few words. I forgot, I am self-taught. I once enrolled in letters in Lima, but was only interested in taking a Latin course on Augustine. And, in Europe I freely attended some courses, but without ever deciding to lose my extra-collegiate, and perhaps anti-collegiate, status. In 1925, the Student Federation nominated me to the university as an instructor in the field that is my specialty, but the rector's ill will and, probably, my state of health, frustrated that initiative. 99. The pretext with which he had not been allowed to teach at the University of Lima was precisely his status of being self-taught. He had started working for the Lima newspaper La Prensa at 15 and published his first article at 20. In the same year 1927, he launched the journal Amoda and, targeted by a campaign that depicted him as the architect of a communist conspiracy, answered by explaining in several articles the difference between a conspiracy and a revolution. As he wrote in his letter, he had traveled in Europe, where he had discovered a continent devastated by the Great War. His reports for the Peruvian press are an extraordinary portrait of the cataclysms and cultural transformations that had affected the Old World, the Versailles Conference, D'Annunzio, Marinity, Futurism and Fascism in Italy, Dadaism, Surrealism, Bergson and Sarl in France, Grosch and Expressionism in Germany, Stefan Zweig in Austria, Tolstoy, Alexander Blok, Trotsky and Lunacharsky in Russia, etc. In Italy, Mariátegui attended the Foundational Congress of the Communist Party in 1921 and established solid contacts with both Gramsci and Togliatti. José Carlos Mariátegui, Lima 1928. Photograph taken by the Argentinian painter José Malinxa. Archivo José Carlos Mariátegui, Lima. Amoda was modeled on Clart, the French journal of Barbusset and Navali, but possessed a more explicit Marxist orientation. Amoda is a Quechua word that means master or sage, and designates the teachers who transmitted memory in the Inca Empire. According to Maria Tegui, a socialist revolution in Peru should find a solution to two linked problems, the land and the status of the indigenous population. The abolition of capitalism along the coast and the feudal latifundia of the interior should coincide with the revitalization of the indigenous pre-Columbian communities, based on the collective use of land, building a modern nation by overcoming the dualism between the Criollo coast and the indigenous interior. Thus Maria Tegui advocated a form of revolutionary indigenism that had nothing to do with the romantic idealization of an archaic past. In certain historical circumstances, he wrote in 1925, the idea of nation could embody the spirit of freedom. In Western Europe it was outdated, a fact incontestably proven by the First World War, but in the past it had played a revolutionary role. Now, it played a similar role in the countries oppressed by imperialism. 100. Maria Tegui's presentation of Clark to Peruvian readers involved a critical assessment of the relationship between the intelligentsia and revolution. Intellectuals are usually refractory to discipline, programs and systems. Their psychology is individualistic and their thought heterodox. First of all, their individualistic feeling is excessive and boundless. The intellectual's individuality always claims to be above common rules. Moreover, they very often despise politics, which seems to them an activity for bureaucrats and pettifoggers. They forget that if it is so in ordinary times, it is not so in revolutionary times, the turbulent and restless times that herald a new social state and new political forms. In such times, politics is no longer the monotonous business of a professional caste. In these times, politics transcends usual standards and seizes all dimensions of life and humanity. 101. Sensitive and creative spirits could not remain indifferent to such transformations, simply because politics is life. In such times, Maria Tegui concluded, claiming a kind of aesthetic rejection of politics was a pose that masked a conservative mind. According to the historian Cedric Robinson, nationalism emerged in the Caribbean at the beginning of the 20th century within a black intelligentsia that was positioned between the overwhelming majority of the population, the descendants of slaves, and the ruling minority of the white bourgeoisie. 102 It was a marginalized intelligentsia, both excluded from white society and detached from its own cultural roots. Educated in colonial institutions and molded by Western literature and values, its representatives took the path of national liberation by rejecting the dogma of assimilation. The first step towards radical anti-colonialism was the visit to London, Paris, or C.L.R. James in 1939. New York, where they discovered Pan-Africanism and elaborated the idea of black identity. In 1963, C.L.R. James summarized as follows the trajectory of his generation. The first step to freedom was to go abroad. Before they could begin to see themselves as a free and independent people, they had to clear from their minds the stigma that anything African was inherently inferior and degraded. The road to West Indian national identity laid through Africa. 103. This is the road followed by two young intellectuals from Trinidad, George Padmar, who emigrated to the United States in the mid-1920s, where he joined the Communist Party, and James himself, who became a Marxist in London in 1934. 1 year later, both men were deeply involved in the international campaign against the Ethiopian War. James wrote that he had become a Marxist after reading Trotsky's History of the Russian Revolution and Oswald Spengler's The Decline of the West. 104 Whereas Spengler's Manifesto of German Conservatism depicted the exhaustion of bourgeois civilization, an organism that had completed its life cycle and whose present agonies created an apocalyptic atmosphere, Trotsky's account of the October Revolution announced an era of liberation. In Paris, Aimé Césaire, a student from Martinique, created the Negritude movement with the Senegalese poet Léopold Sédar Senghor. Césaire was close to Surrealism and joined the French Communist Party. In 1935 he created the journal L'Étudiant Noir, in which he published a radical critique of assimilationism and claimed his black identity as a form of racial pride. Servitude and assimilation resemble one another, he wrote, they were both forms of passivity to which he opposed the way of emancipation, which meant action and creation. 105 Black identity signified also rediscovering a forgotten or occluded tradition of liberation struggles. In 1938, James published The Black Jacobins, a book that reconstitutes and interprets the Haitian Revolution, the transformation of slaves, trembling in hundreds before a single white man, into a people able to organize themselves and defeat the most powerful European nations of their day. 106. The three flags of colonial revolution evoked by Benedict Anderson, socialism, anti-imperialism and national liberation, could not be permanently woven together. Sometimes their coexistence was a source of tensions and conflicts. Considering these potential antinomies, a typology of revolutionary intellectuals from the South could include three different groups: rooted cosmopolitans, telluric revolutionaries, and rootless internationalists. Of course, these tendencies are ideal types that could very well intermingle within a single movement or even constitute different steps in the existential and political trajectory of the same revolutionary intellectual. There are many examples of this complex dialectic between internationalism and nationalism, the universal and the particular. Coined by Mitchell Cohen, the concept of rooted cosmopolitanism captures very well the status of many intellectuals who participated in several revolutionary movements, wrote in several languages, and experienced more or less extended periods of exile without losing a deep link with their native country. 107 Ho Chi Minh, for example, spent almost 30 years in various different countries and continents but finally played a leading role in the Vietnamese Revolution. Between 1911 and 1941, Ho Chi Minh lived in Paris, New York, London, Moscow, Canton, Shanghai, Whampoa, and Hong Kong, but after the French defeat he was able to come back to Vietnam and take leadership of the armed struggle against the Japanese occupation. Within a few years he achieved the status of a national hero, far beyond the charisma of a successful military strategist. His itinerary suggests that rooted cosmopolitan revolutionaries can also possess a telluric character. 108 According to Carl Schmitt, partisans have a strong relationship with the population and the territory in which their political action occurs. They want to be hosted and nourished by peasants that support their guerrilla movement, or protected by urban people who hide technical sabotage operations. Revolutionary intellectuals did not fear exclusion, marginality, and exile, but completely uprooted rebels could not lead a mass movement or a struggle for national liberation. They needed a haven in which to cease their free-floating circulation and fix their action. Ho Chi Minh at the Foundation Congress of the French Communist Party, Tours, December 1920. Besides these rooted cosmopolitans, however, some revolutionary intellectuals presented an almost exclusively telluric character. The classical examples of this group are Stalin and Mao Zedong. Stalin was based in Georgia before 1917, and then he remained in Moscow until his death. He never experienced external exile, and left the Tsarist Empire only on rare occasions to attend the conferences of the Bolshevik Party in Western Europe. He spent 1 month in Vienna, in 1913, where he wrote an essay on Marxism and the national question, helped by Bukharin who provided him with some fundamental sources. He did not speak any foreign languages. According to many historians, his telluric and anti-cosmopolitan disposition, a trait that in the 1930s turned into a form of Great Russian nationalism, played a crucial role in elaborating his theory of socialism in one country, which replaced the Comintern strategy of world revolution. Orlando Figes suggests that this new vision found great support among the second generation of intellectuals, executives, and managers who had joined the Bolshevik Party in 1917, whereas cosmopolitanism was a shared feature of the generation that made the revolution and was finally exterminated during the Moscow trials and in the gulags. 109. The other major example of a telluric revolutionary thinker is Mao Zedong, whose familiarity with a country as large and diverse as China contrasts with his total lack of any direct knowledge of either the West or the rest of Asia. This peculiarity also set him apart from many other leading members of Chinese communism, who had studied in Japan and Western Europe or experienced periods of ideological and military training in Moscow. It was Mao who, strategically reflecting on the defeats of the urban revolutions of the mid-1920s, decided first to create a Soviet republic in Jiangxi, and then to organize the epic Long March, which allowed the communists to preserve their military organization and established the premises for both the anti-Japanese struggle and the revolution of 1949. This withdrawal to the countryside, which had initially been conceived as a temporary expedient after the tragic failure of the urban uprisings of 1925-27, became a strategic reorientation towards a peasant revolution. This was the kernel of the discrepancy between Russian and Chinese communism. The Bolsheviks, Schmidt points out by quoting the former leader of the KPD, Ruth Fischer, were led by a group of theorists, the majority of whom were emigrants. 110 The Chinese Communist Party had certainly been created in an intellectual and proletarian urban milieu, but it prevailed by inscribing its theory and action within the peasantry. The observations of an insightful analyst like Isaac Deutscher on the peculiarities of Maoism deserve to be quoted. One hesitates to say it, yet it is true that the Chinese Revolution, which in its scope is the greatest of all revolutions in history, was led by the most provincial-minded and insular of revolutionary parties. This paradox throws into all the sharper relief the inherent power of the revolution itself. 111. Telluric and cosmopolitan revolutionaries were not necessarily antipodal. The symbolic procession of a column of mounted soldiers of the Zapatista army at the funerals of Leon Trotsky in Mexico City, in 1940, gives a visual representation of their virtual alliance. But there was also a third group that had its own peculiarities and was far from negligible in a century of wars and revolutions, a group of rootless cosmopolitans. Used pejoratively by both Stalinism and fascism, which gave it clearly xenophobic and anti-Semitic connotation, this label designated a really existing cluster nonetheless. Manbendranath Roy, Moscow 1924. Roy is recognizable at the center of the picture. From left to right are also recognizable Radek, Bukharin, Lenin, Gorky, Zinoviev and Stalin. Manbendra and Roy's trajectory runs parallel to that of Ho Chi Minh, but their outcomes are very different. Between 1914 and 1931, Roy lived in Kobe, Palo Alto, New York, Mexico City, Moscow, Tashkent, Canton, and Berlin, but when he came back to Bombay, he did not find a synthesis between his revolutionary transnational experience and the path of Indian national liberation. In 1935, at the time of Ethiopian War, anti-colonialism and anti-fascism went together harmoniously. During the Second World War, his anti-fascism led him to defer the goal of independence from Britain. He did not become the Indian Ho Chi Minh. During the war years, he was regarded as a Europhile and even accused, slanderously, of being a British spy. C.L.R. James is the wonderful historian of the Black Jacobins of Saint-Domingue and, after his expulsion from the United States, he spent a year on Ellis Island under McCarthyism, where he wrote an outstanding book on Melville's Moby Dick. He became an inspirer of Pan-Africanism, but after leaving Trinidad he never headed a mass movement. And he never received a university post, instead living in London as a marginal, rootless cosmopolitan. The equilibrium between rootedness and cosmopolitanism is complex, often unstable, or transitional. When revolutions are defeated, many intellectuals who had restlessly struggled for decades either abandon their radicalism or return to their original, peripheral roles as outsiders. Telluric cosmopolitans are a rare dialectical species. We do not need to adopt a nationalist cult of the earth and the dead in order to recognize that a telluric character cannot be artificially created. From this point of view, the trajectory of Che Guevara is very instructive. The Argentinian physician, having traveled around Latin America in his 20s, had become an ardent anti-imperialist activist after the Guatemalan coup of 1954 and his meeting with Fidel Castro in Mexico City the following year. He was a cosmopolitan intellectual who chose to join the national liberation movement of a country which, seen from Buenos Aires, might appear exotic. He not only participated in the Cuban Revolution of 1958 but served as one of its leaders and merged his life with that of the Caribbean island. Romantic rebel, bohemian, statesman, and international harbinger of anti-imperialism, he was also a thinker who drew the lessons of his revolutionary experience in a famous essay, Guerrilla Warfare, a Method. His strategy was grounded in a set of structural premises. In Latin America, endemic poverty, mass exploitation, and economic underdevelopment were intermingled with an oligarchic power that ruled through military dictatorships and could not be overthrown by peaceful means. In his view, guerrilla warfare could win only as a mass movement, not by the action of a fighting minority, but he also believed that the objective conditions for a general uprising combining rural and urban masses could be created by the guerrilleros themselves. Here was the theory of the so-called FOCO, according to which a small nucleus of guerrilleros could succeed by either unleashing a counterattack or weathering the storm. 112 Thus, Guevara did not conceive of partisan war as a simple technique but rather as a revolutionary strategy. His illusion consisted in thinking that a forest fire could spread out from a FOCO, from a spark ignited by a small group of fighters. In 1967, the catastrophic conclusion of his guerrilla adventure in Bolivia, where a small group of fighters was hunted and dismantled by the CIA and the local armed forces, proved that he had dramatically underestimated the telluric dimension of a successful revolutionary movement. In Bolivia, a country with a strong tradition of workers and urban struggles led by trade unions and political parties, the conditions for a peasant guerrilla did not exist. On the one hand, rootless cosmopolitanism produced the most powerful icon of revolutionary martyrdom, on the other, it demonstrated its insuperable limits. Conscious pariahs. Certainly not exhaustive, the landscape surveyed above sketches the outlines of a global revolutionary map, rough and incomplete, but meaningful nonetheless, that covers the span from 1848 to the Second World War. Despite their ideological discrepancies, this colorful army of anarchist, socialist, and communist rebels share a hatred of capitalism, conformist values, the established order, despotism, and the bourgeois state. Most of them also share a social condition of marginality originating in their exclusion from academia and other state institutions, as well as in their general stigmatization in the public sphere. Most of them accord quite well with the definition of pariah suggested by Max Weber in Economy and Society and elaborated by Hannah Arendt in a famous essay on the Jewish condition written in 1944.113. In his sociological treatise, Weber used the concept of intellectualism as a synonym of both rationalization and secularism, a mental habitus and a worldview opposed to any kind of mythology. Intellectualism overcomes religious belief, which implies a sacrifice of intellect. 114 But the noun intellectual, which appears rarely in this work, mostly to describe figures of modern society like writers and journalists, is sometimes accompanied by the adjective pariah. In ancient Judaism, Weber defined the Jews of pre-modern Europe as a pariah people, a kind of Indian caste in a casteless world, that exhibited some peculiar features. They lived among different nations with the status of foreigners, maintained a ritualistic separation from other people, did not engage in agriculture due to their essentially urban character, and practiced a kind of double morality, one internal to their own community and the other reserved for the broader environment. 115 In Economy and Society, the representatives of pariah intellectualism do not have a solid social status and do not belong to the established social hierarchies. They live without strong material grounds and observe the world from the margins. Among several examples of pariah intellectuals, Weber indicated the English Puritans of the 17th century, the autodidactic peasants and decaying nobility in Tsarist Russia, the Western European anarchist and revolutionary ideologues and, last but not least, the Jewish intellectuals of Eastern and Central Europe, notably in Germany. 116. For Arendt, pariah Judaism was a hidden tradition in which she included Heinrich Heine, Bernard Lazare, Charlie Chaplin, and Kafka. She had been particularly struck by Lazare, the French anarchist and defender of Dreyfus, the author of Job's Dung Heap, who depicted the Jewish pariah as a rebel. Before Lazare, the word pariah had been used in a purely aesthetic, literary, or moral sense. It defined an excluded and miserable people, objects of compassion and pity. In 1944, when she was living in New York as a refugee, Arendt reformulated this concept by giving it a strong new political meaning. The pariah has become nationless, stateless, and an exile. 117 In short, a person excluded from citizenship, or, as she writes in The Origins of Totalitarianism, a person who does not have the right to have rights. 118 According to Arendt, the pariah people formed a new category of human beings arising from the European crisis at the end of the Great War and the geopolitical transformations of the continent. They were stateless people, excluded from the nation-states created after the collapse of Europe's multinational empires and the first in line for ethnic cleansing. Thus they embodied a paradoxical contradiction. On the one hand, they were the authentic representatives of humanity in its most universal meaning, since they epitomized the abstract definition of humanity postulated by the Enlightenment. On the other, they were precisely excluded from humanity, whose existence supposes political rights. In a letter to Karl Jaspers, Arendt defined pariahs as individuals who, excluded from any established political and juridical community, claimed values such as humanity, friendship, or solidarity. Affection, she pointed out, is important for people without any property. 119.